Yo. Okay, is it unmuted now? I started singing the SpongeBob theme. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. That should... Okay, that should be working. I started singing the SpongeBob theme and I realized I was muted. And that was embarrassing. So I'm gonna start again. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? No, you sing the next verse. That's right. Rock Lobster's got it. Hey, Rock. Hey, Mr. Lobster. Good to see you. Man, I've been still meaning to come up with a name for this site. And some of you got some... I'm kind of angry that some of you have such cool usernames. Rock Lobster's a good one, but I can't use that because Rock Lobster's using that one. So, but that would be a sick name. Like if Rock Lobster had a website, if they went schizophrenic like I am, started building their own website and their own blog for all their art stuff, the Rock Lobster would be a cool name for it. It'd be like rocklobster.zone or something. Like that'd be cool. That'd be a site I would remember. I'd remember the URL. I would visit it, but I can't use that name because that's Rock Lobster's name. I got to have my own thing. So I still got to come up with something. You do have a website? Oh my god! All right, well we're gonna have to check it out now. Hold on. Yo, it's me. It's Animated Royman back at it again. I'm just gonna double check my audio real quick because every frickin' time it starts muting itself for no reason. So I'm just double checking. I think it's fine. Hopefully. Let's close that. Let's close that. So you do have a website. Is that right? It's for your comic. Okay. I gotta look this up. I don't know. You guys writing comics? The Rat King. Dude, this is freaking Rock Lobster working for Naughty Dog. No, I know this is a different thing probably. Rat King. That's an interesting name. Let's see if I can. Is it SEO optimized? That's the question. It doesn't appear your website is SEO optimized, as the kids say. Rat King. I'm gonna try to look it up. Okay, some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff. All right. Well, this is Google anyway. It's junk. So I don't know if you even can search engine optimize anymore with how bad Google search results have gotten. I have a lot to talk about that today with all this design research I'm trying to do. Oh, it's on NeoCity. Okay, all right. Does NeoCity... I actually, because I've been trying to figure out how to search for websites on NeoCities, but I can't find the search bar. I don't know what it is. I was trying to find specifically something. It says that neocities.org or okay, it's .org. And I was trying to browse and I couldn't actually find where the search bar was. So I don't know if I'm just stupid or if there isn't a search bar or something. I don't know what's going on. But man, every time I look here, there's always such beautiful websites. But yeah, you can filter by tag. Okay, see, I don't want to filter by tag. I just want to search everything. I don't just want to search by tag. I want to search by name. But I can't find a thing that lets me search by name. There's all these tags. Oh, it's all the way down here. Oh, okay. See, I am just a boomer. Lobster mode! Oh my god, that's cool. Alright, I don't think any of this is you, I'd imagine. It doesn't look like the Rock Lobster that I know. I'll have to... I love rats. Hell yeah. Alright, you can still hear me? That's good. Glad my mic's working today. And I guess if it doesn't work, we got the Xbox backup. Hey Cosmic, good to see you in Twitch chat. Dude, I was just checking Twitch before I hopped on, and like the top viewed software game dev stream right now is just it's one of those cleavage streamers. And I was a little disappointed that this genre has been infected too, but I mean, oh well. What are you gonna do? So, what have I been up to? What have I been up to this week? Well, I've been looking up for Rock Lobster's comic on NeoCities. That's what I've been doing all week. No, just kidding. So I've been working more on the Gabby model devlog that you guys have been waiting for a long time. It's a lot of the editing is coming together, but I'm starting to notice some problems because one of the things that's been the most difficult to do is to explain not just the technical process in a way that makes sense, but also the spiritual process, you could say, the transformation. I'll talk a bit more about what that means in a second, but some of the things I was doing, because I started with a version of a script that looked kind of like this. If I go to reveal in navigation, because I do script my videos, but sometimes it's hard to write, and sometimes I'll just go off script and start yapping, and then edit that into something coherent. And this episode has been very hard because of all the amount of hyper specific stuff you have to know in order to do this kind of style. But there was a previous version of this. I think it might have been this, or it might have been this version. I think it was this so this was the previous script from, I think, May or June, or maybe earlier than that. And I started reading from this first, but then as I listened to the voiceover, and this was a few months ago when I was recording the voiceover, as I would then go and listen to the voiceover, I would notice problems, or the wording was off, or it sounded too clunky, and I would go and instead of rewriting it, I would just re-record it on the spot. But it's gotten to the point now where later in the video, when I start talking about topology and texturing, there's a lot of repetition. I'll bring up one subject about topology, and then I'll bring it up again later. And now that I've got all the pieces atomized together, because I've split it up into these atomized pieces so that each chapter is its own timeline and I've just been assembling the clips per act, you could say, instead of it just in one big hour-long thing. Because an hour, if you have a video that's an hour long, it's easy to, if you're editing it, it's kind of easy to forget that, oh, I have mentioned it in the video already. And it's easy to lose track of what you've already introduced the audience to and what you haven't. But now that I'm able to see it more clearly, I'm starting to spot those last little problems in the script. So I've retranscribed it from the recording back into words in an actual script now. So it's sort of using the voiceover improvisation to create then what will be the final script and a blog post eventually as well when this site is finished, so that this will exist in blog post form. And I'm going to have pictures all through here. And the process now has been looking for the flaws in the repetition and where it's clunky and just tightening it up a bit. And I think that should cut off some more of the runtime, because it gets to a point where I know some people, they want an hour video or something, but it should be, if it is going to be that long, it has to be good. It has to be long in a way where I don't mind or I don't get sick of it. And I'm sick of it right now. So I'm they're working on it, and even I'm tired of listening to it. And it's all right, well, if I'm tired of listening to it, if I'm getting bored, the audience is going to get bored. So I have to tighten it up, the pacing and everything. I've got to make it great. So I think the clips I've been editing of the day-to-day happenings, that's all kind of there and it's helping. But the actual, it's difficult when you go back and forth between this narration, the scripted narration, and the day-to-day happenings and the stream VODs. And then you have it sort of go in circles where it's wait, didn't he talk about this already? Didn't he already explain this? And it's oh, yeah, I did do that. Oh, man. Okay, I got to do some more trimming. So that's kind of the process at the moment that's been. So I've been going through an act at a time and just tightening it. I still have the bottom half I have to get through because there's just a lot I could probably trim. And yeah, it's exhausting, it's tedious, it's not exciting, but it's necessary. So that's sort of been coming along. And then by the time it's done, this will also be able to exist in a nice big written post, so that after the algorithm buries this video, which is probably going to happen within the first few days, people can still at least find and read it somewhere. So, I mean, you used to not to have to try this hard, but that's kind of how it is now with making videos. Is that for what I've noticed? I don't know if anyone else has seen this, but after like 3 days, it just stops. Any video you do will just stop getting shown to people. Like it used to be a month, then it was a week, and now it's like a few days. I don't know if that's like intentional, if that's like an algorithm thing that they want, but that's sort of that's sort of what happens. I don't know. It's a bit demoralizing, but I think it makes it so that you have to try that much harder to get it to not just get have the views siphoned off after like 3 days. So that's algorithmic content for you. That's sort of how it is. So that's why I'm trying to immortalize it in this written form as well. What word processor is this? Oh, this is Obsidian, and this has been quite good. But it has like a custom theme on it because I'm using. I think last week I was telling you guys about how I customized my Windows install to use high contrast settings. So that's why all my windows have this charcoal and brown aesthetic. So I did a bunch of weird registry hacks because I like the way this looks. I like having these thick borders around my windows. I don't like this Windows 11 rounded corners nonsense. So that's part of the reason it looks weird. And I've also just got the layout with the calendar view and stuff all visible. But it is just Obsidian, and this is all just one big markdown file, pretty much. So that's the text editor. So this is what I'm using to organize all the blog contents as well. And I also did a lot of recataloging so that each previous devlog episode now has its own post with a KFC commercial. Oh, lovely. Isn't that amazing? No, but this video, when you look at it on the website, it's meant to be like one of the devlog episodes, like creating environments from scratch or something. And it'll have, eventually it'd be nice to have a full transcription, but I can't be bothered to do that for these older ones because there's like 40 previous episodes. And it's like, all right, well, that's going to take too long to transcribe all of these into written form. So I'll just do that from now on for the new ones. But for the old ones, if I get time at some point, I might do it. But it's not going to be a priority because I doubt most people are going to go look at these older ones. But for the new ones I do going forward, where the website is more intricately linked to this whole strategy, I want to have like them as written releasing alongside the video versions. So that's so that's sort of that's part of the strategy there. But yeah, you can see all the posts I've been writing all in this cataloged in this website folder. That's sort of where it all is. And then I've got all these posts on Gabby's model as well, which I'm also going to be using in this video. So it's coming together. It's coming together. But in the meantime, I've been doing a lot of looking into more design, UI design, aesthetics, studying graphic design, industrial design, all this stuff. A lot of interesting discoveries. And I want to do some kind of just some blocking on the stream today with some of that. But there's another post I've been writing that I'll show you in just a sec. Are you also going to do your old stuff? Like the Sonic Tracer Unity demo? Oh man, I can't believe people remember that. Probably not, because it's not that, like, it's probably not worth preserving. It's kind of junk. So I might, like, I'll maybe put a link to it somewhere, but I don't intend to, like, go and retranscribe that. It's kind of I don't know. No, I don't think anyone's going to find that interesting. Yeah. You thought it was cool? Well, that's one person. We have one person in chat who thinks that's cool. Cosmic says, tomorrow I'll be heading to Orlando, Florida for a vacation. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. I've never been to Florida, personally. Burned a couple of volumes of music into CDs so I can have them as physical media. Dude, that's incredible, man. That's awesome. I'm glad that that's coming back. I also want to say, because I've been keeping an eye on the... Hold on a sec. I've been keeping an eye on the Discord, and I saw some of you guys have been making... Let's see. You guys have been talking about the grid stuff. You've been picking up on it. You've been noticing the patterns as well. I just want to say I'm really proud of you guys. Okay, it's really cool that you guys are picking up this book, the Grid Systems book, and reading it and taking it seriously. It's really cool because I've been making lots of observations about design at the moment with sort of how modern games do it. And I don't know, it kind of devastates me a lot. So I'm happy to know that there are people that are starting to care about it, which is really cool. To give you an idea, because I've got so much reference open on my other screen. I've been trying to look for, actually no, I've got a post about it. I'll get the post for it. Because I've been kind of stuck with the UI concept. I haven't really had much time to work on it this week. This is sort of what it was looking like 2 weeks ago, and then I tried messing around with better shapes and angles and accents last week, but I'm still not happy with it. I still know it's bad somehow, but I don't know why. I can't understand what it is, but I just know. And so I wrote, this is a post for my Patreons I'll be publishing a bit later today, but I've been showing some of the references I've been trying to collect, and I think I've shown some of you this already, but I've just been like kind of because I've been observing this sort of thing for years, and I just haven't really known how to describe it. But even before Project Feline, I started picking up on this stuff, on how like you look at, because I know this is box art, but it's the same thing with UI where it's design, it's graphic design. And these are all games from 20 years ago ish, and they look sick. And this is games now. This is the boxes you see now in the store. I don't know when was the last time you guys visited a GameStop, but this is what's selling now. It's this sort of stuff. And if you don't see an issue, then maybe this won't bother you. If you don't recognize it, you just aren't looking hard enough. But if you did look really hard at it, you'll start to get really angry at this. And it's not to necessarily make a value judgment on the games themselves. I've never played any of these, but I wouldn't play any of these because of these covers. And it's like, I have no idea if these are even good. I don't really care if they're good games. I'm just judging it by the cover, and I'm not impressed by it. Like, especially stuff like this where I can't really make out what's even on the front. And the back is sort of, most of this is just legal text. Like this didn't used to be the case, but you guys are noticing how more and more the back covers of games are like 60% legal copy, where it used to be like 20%, and the rest of it was nice and beautiful. But now it's like half of it, or 60% of the back cover is all just, PlayStation is a trademark of Sony. This is a trademark of Maximum Games, manufactured in Europe, or all this whatever that nobody cares about. That's kind of, you can start to see it. You can see here it's like slowly increasing, and you look at the covers of these games, and it's just a tiny little on the back here. You can see it's barely like 10% of the real estate there. It's all of it is just, it makes way for the beautiful graphics and the personality. And you had a little bit of legal stuff at the bottom, but it was like 10%. And now it's like half of it is all just... So, the stuff like that. And then you go on Amazon and it's like, how do I actually design this stuff properly? And this is the books you get. Like, this is the best sellers. And I don't know about you guys, but this isn't it. Like, this is junk. And then, so I've been trying to look out for better reference. I'm trying to look for the highest pedigree, the most expensive designs people used to do that people paid for. And you start looking at stuff like this or stuff like this, and you notice how this just kind of hits different, doesn't it? Like you scroll up and you look at modern design, you look at old design, and it just hits different. And I got a little section here about the Windows interface I was talking about. I think I told you guys about this, all the brilliance of this interface last week, I think. But I've been trying to specifically look more for advertising from 15 years ago and 20 years ago. I've been keeping an eye out for old like ads like this, because there's some magic thing going on that they know. It's like they know something we don't know. The guys that did this stuff, they know something that we don't know. And I think with UI, it's graphic design. A lot of people don't treat it. They treat it like programming or something, but it is graphic design. And I think it should be treated as seriously as people treated this stuff. So to give you more of an idea of what I've been trying to hunt down and find, you search like a Nokia magazine ads 1990s. You look up stuff like this, and like I don't know if you guys see it. I don't know if you guys recognize it, but a lot of this is just really awesome. And it's not about like the styling of it. It's not about the curves or the colors. That's part of it. But just the fact that you look at it and the design doesn't piss you off. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense, but this is a skill that I think people are losing the ability to have. Like you look at some of this stuff. I'll full screen these so that you guys can see this, because this is, you don't see stuff like this anymore. You don't see this anymore. But this stuff is like, I can't even describe what it is. It's just so gorgeous. Gus says, cover design is my passion. yeah. A lot of it does have that kind of, the graphic design is my passion. For those that don't know, graphic design is my passion. That's sort of me. yeah, this sort of stuff. Yeah, this is sort of like, but this is the kind of what I don't know, this is sort of the stuff I see now. But you look at stuff like this, and it's like, no, for these guys, it actually was their passion, and they took it seriously. They took it way more seriously than us. Shablams, oh, that's a great observation. Says, I love how the ad said speechless when you don't know how to describe it. Dude, you think, yeah, exactly. And they know. See, that's what I mean. It's like, they know something we don't know. And they've already planted that's my actual reaction right now. This guy's face and this word speechless. See, snap, send. Like this dude's reaction is my reaction to this ad. Which is like, yes, it is speechless. Exactly. These guys, and they know. These guys know. Those who know versus those who don't. This guy knows. It's Nokia, they knew, okay? And then you look at just the word choices too, by the way, I'm starting to pick up on, where it says, like, this is a thing that's kind of becoming popular now, where you see people that try to imitate Y2K and they just put in a bunch of random words. You guys I don't know if you guys have seen that, like you try looking at Y2K core Tumblr wallpaper. There is a name for this sort of wallpaper. I don't know if you guys have I know what the good examples are called, but there's like a whole sort of like this sort of stuff that people do, and they'll have like words, like they'll just put in random words in this stuff. There are versions of this that look cool, but there are other versions of this that don't quite get it, and you can kind of tell it's just an imitation. But you look at the words that these guys pick, and it's like vision, reality, and I can't read the others because this is a very low quality preview, or like speechless. And there was one I was looking at, even just like the word choice of this, you have the power to change things. Well, at least the power to change the color on your phone. Isn't that crazy how we don't have that power anymore? Isn't that crazy? But connect with style, like just the word choice and the fact that you can read it without thinking. That's something that they're doing that is so great that I don't think designers can do anymore. Where you look at it, you just from an instant, like if I just alt tab in and out of it, instantly those words, instantly you read them without thinking. The first thing your eye gets drawn to is connect with style. Boom, instant. And you don't have to do any mental gymnastics. You don't have to squint at it to like make out what's going on. You can just instantly read it and it doesn't piss you off. That's sort of like the skill that these old designers had, is that they could arrange this and it didn't piss you off. And it made you like go, whoa, yes, connect with style. I agree. Or I'm trying to think of a bad example. I don't know what the bad examples are called. But I don't know, man. There's something about this stuff that you don't get anymore, right? I don't know. Well, what's? Can you guys give me some modern examples so we can compare it? What are some I don't keep in touch with all the new stuff anymore. What's, I don't know, Fortnite? Well, that's what you kids like playing now. Fortnite menus. We'll go look at the menus. Like this, Oh man, this isn't no. Like this sort of stuff. I know it's probably designed for engagement or something, but this pisses me off because you've got like it's just a like where am I meant to look? I don't know. My eyes are going all over the place. I'm looking at top 10 solos, get all these challenges, you get 500 XP, like all this stuff on the side, this level XP ring. Oh, you get a mythic badge, and then like news, and it's like this thing is like an animated thing that scrolls left and right, and it's like, it's just I don't know, man. This makes me angry when I look at it, and I have to put in effort to navigate. You know, like when you walk in the bush and you have to like cut trees and stuff out of the way versus just walking in the street where you can just walk along the sidewalk and it's just clear. That's kind of the difference. I know that's a very obscure way to compare it, but like those Call of Duty menus we were talking about last time. It's like a dashboard, not a game. Exactly. That's exactly it. And I think there is the reason I'm looking at print, like old print stuff, is that this would not hold up I don't think this would hold up in a print. You know what I mean? Like this specific arrangement can only ever exist in this sort of super platform environment. You know what I mean? Because that's what this is. Fortnite is not a game anymore. It's a super game in the sense that it's like it works because the kids are kind of being conditioned to play one game. So if it's like when you're, I don't know if this is what it is now, but this is what will happen, is that in 5 years from now, the kids, the Gen Alphas, right? They're going to be not gamers anymore. They're going to be, I play Roblox, I play Fortnite, I play this. They're only going to be playing the one game, and it's just going to be a bunch of these mini games. So it's like your kids that you guys will have are probably going to end up like this, where it's like, oh yeah, my son, he plays Fortnite. And what that really means is he only plays whatever is in the mini game carousel in this menu. They never venture outside. They're not gamers in the way that the Zoomers and the Millennials and the Boomers were. So anyway, that's kind of a different thing, but it's almost as if the interface is helping make this thing a reality, and I don't like that direction personally. But the interface is holding that up. That's why this interface is designed this way. That's the purpose it's serving. But the thing that I guess I have an issue with, oh man, did I just closed all my windows? Freaking Firefox just crashed on me right now. Hold on a minute. Oh, it's me. Hold on, I just turned my camera back on. Freaking Firefox just crashed on me. Hold on a sec. I lost all of you guys. I lost chat window and everything. Is that okay? I think I found you guys again. But I've lost the main window I had. Oh, there it is. All right, hold on. We'll bring Roymond back. Okay, and PNG tuber Roymond is back. So anyway, it's this. I think my main issue is that it doesn't look beautiful. It kind of is purely utilitarian, but it's overwhelming and it makes me angry. And a good interface, beautiful stuff doesn't make you angry. It makes you like inspired. So that's something I've been trying. I'm stuck, and I know there's a gap in my knowledge with that stuff. But I know that these guys designing print magazines in the 90s, they knew something that we don't know. And I've just been like hunting for the books that these guys would have read. I'm looking at their old catalogs and trying to find, like, I'm looking on eBay and everywhere for like old stuff and trying to figure out why it works. Because, you know, you can't just rip off these old aesthetics just for nostalgia. I don't think that's good enough. You got to like understand the thinking and then add your reasoning to it and make it a new thing. I think that's the way it's supposed to go. Because I don't know if you guys have seen that as well, like Y2K, which you guys have told me about, right? That's what people call it, or Y3K. Like this is coming back. You know, people are bringing this back, but you notice how when they bring it back, I don't know if there's like contemporary examples. Do you guys know of any games, like new games that are doing this? Because I have seen a few. I don't remember what they're called, but I have seen a few of them. But you can tell that they are new. You know what I mean? Like you can tell that they're inspired, like this sort of stuff. these sorts of images. You can tell that it's not authentic of the period. You can tell that it's like imitating it, but it's not authentic like this. And I don't know exactly what it is, but just the colors, the text size, the fact that there's 3 different fonts being chosen, and it's like it's too obsessed with the styling and not the foundations. That's sort of how, I don't know. Like, I don't have the experience to know exactly what it is, but when I try to think harder about it, that's what I think is going on, and why I think that's why people tend to get fatigued of things like nostalgia and will dismiss it and discourage it in the first place, is that I think a lot of people that do just lean on the nostalgia element, they're kind of doing it from a good place, but they don't take it far enough, you know? Like they have good intentions and they have the right sentiments. Like I can't quite tell, because this is just meant to be a showcase of logos, but this does look kind of newer. Like it looks like it was made in the last 5 years, that imitating stuff from the 90s. And I don't know what it is though. That's the thing, is that I can't explain it yet, but I know that you go and look at real stuff from the 90s and you look at the stuff imitating it, and there's a difference. So I've been looking a lot at these sort of olds. This is a type foundry called Emigre, which was like this, you know, this design magazine from the 90s. And this design is really cool. There's one specific volume that has this sort of stuff. That kind of the Smash Bros. Brawl interface we were looking at. It has a similar aesthetic to this, right? Or the Kirby Air Ride menu. Like we were looking at this, like this sort of aesthetic, this and I'm not to say that this is what I want to do, but just trying to study why it works. You look at this and you look at the cover on the left here. I don't know if that's too small. You guys understand? Do you guys see what I'm getting at? You look at this. Hold on, I'll wait for the full size. Yeah, the full size. So this is actually this is from 1994. And this is from like 2000 and early 2000s. And they have that kind of similar thing going on with the weighted lines, the sort of bluish, palish colors, and just the way it's composed, it doesn't piss you off. And it's like, whoa, that's cool. But you see people try to imitate this now, and they don't. It's like, it reminds you of other things, not of its own merits. You know what I mean? Like this doesn't remind me of anything else other than this. You know what I mean? Like you look at this and it's like, oh, this is Kirby Air Ride, or this is Smash Bros. Melee. Like this is the originator. This is the source. But then a lot of stuff you see that tries to imitate it, it's like, oh, this reminds me of something else. This reminds me of the real thing that's the source. But this is not the source. You know what I mean? It's like, it just reminds me of it. And I don't know. I know this sounds super incoherent, but what I'm trying to figure out is what these guys know, what these guys are doing that makes it eternally beautiful. You know what I mean? Like this is another little from inside this magazine. And this probably is what started the style. Like, I don't know much, like this was from before I was born. I don't know what the scene was, but my guess would be is that whatever this sort of magazine and this style or this piece was like a contribution to this becoming a style with nostalgia attached to it at all. And I think when you look at these older styles for inspiration, there is a sense, you do have a duty to not just rip the aesthetic off, but to understand the thinking of like, how does someone create this from nothing? Because this guy wasn't inspired by Y2K. They were making it. Like, they weren't inspired by the own thing, like nostalgia for this. They were making it. And it's like, well, how did they think? How did they know how to put this together? How did they know these patterns looked good? How did they know this width, this line work they were doing? How did they know that looked good? And that's the secret of the universe, right? That I'm that I'm kind of trying to just figure out as I'm looking at this stuff. But I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think of that? You guys have any thoughts? Curious what you guys make of all that. Drones has a lot of Y2K Roblox avatars. All right, let's have a look. Roblox. Because I know that Roblox is sort of like a new thing, right? I mean, it's been around a while, but it's popular right now. Yeah, like, I mean, I guess because it is Roblox, and you know that Roblox didn't exist back then, so it's hard. I guess it's a bit hard to judge. Do you actually have an IRL Sony Dream Machine? Yes, I do. I have it right. Hold on. I'll get the camera out to show you. We'll get real Raymond. We'll get real John Feline out. Yeah, see, there it is. It is an authentically real thing. But the thing is, because I love this. This is great design. I love this style. But the guy that designed this wasn't ripping off like, oh, I'm so nostalgic for 2008 industrial design, because it didn't exist yet. They were making 2008 industrial design. That like, you got to think, because what I'm trying to get at is, how did the guys that made this stuff, that made it great, how did they make it, will that into existence? That's sort of what I'm trying to work out. So the guy, he was probably influenced by other things. You know, you got to think, well, in the 2000s, because this is 2008, and I know because when you unplug this and plug it back in, the date resets to January 2008. So that's how I know this is authentically a 2008 piece of tech here. And it's got a little, hold on, check that out. It's got a little tray for an iPod Nano with the old like connector that iPods used to have. So that's how I know. It's like, all right, well, this is authentic. This is great. I love this. But you know, but how did they know how to make that so good without borrowing from just nostalgia? Because you got to think, in that period, in 2008, 1980s would have been in the nostalgia cycle. That would have been the thing people were nostalgic for, because it's, you know, it's usually in 20-year cycles. So by the time it's 2008, 1988 is like 20 years before. That would have been in the nostalgia cycle. But the stuff made then doesn't look like it's from the 80s. But these were made by the people that grew up in the 80s, surrounded by the aesthetics of the 80s. And my guess is they took something from the 80s and made it new. And that's what we would call Fruitiger Aero or Y2K or whatever. That's what we would call it. But to them, it was just new. It was just like, oh, this is our thing. This is the aesthetic of the time. And then we then gave it a name afterwards and recognized it as distinct in retrospect. But at the time, that's not the case. It was just, oh, this is just the contemporary, this is just new, the new aesthetic that everything's doing. So, I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. But yes, I do have the IRL Dream Machine. Yeah, I'll get Roblox off the screen. Rock Lobster says Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. You know, because I heard one of you mention this game once. I think this is like the one game I've seen recently that does this right. Like this is correct. This is great. Because this does that thing, right? Like you can kind of tell it's inspired by the Jet Set Radio. It's inspired by the Jet Set Radio look, but I've seen a lot of games imitate this worse. You know what I mean? Like this, I think this is the one where they got it right, I think. Because I've seen a lot of people try to do and this render is, oh my goodness. This is special. This is something. But, you know, because I don't know if you guys have seen it, because I've seen a lot of people try to, like, rip this off with the cel-shaded low-poly characters. But, you know, this gets it right somehow. I think my suspicion is that it might even be the same team. I don't know where I heard this from. I don't know if this is 100% true, but I heard somewhere, I don't know where I heard this from, but I heard that, like, apparently the designers and artists on this development team were the same people that did the original Jet Set Radio, which wouldn't surprise me because the way that this architecture is built is the same when you look at Jet Set Radio. When you go look at actual Jet Set Radio. And not to say this is what I want to do. I don't want to copy. This isn't the style that I want to do exactly. But there's something about this that they do really well that I want to incorporate with my own things. But I have been trying to find a copy of this game as well, by the way, and it's impossible. Man, it's so hard to find a copy of this because they only released this for the original Xbox. And yeah, they're quite expensive. But this was like the original, the trendsetter. But this stuff, I don't know what this is. This looks like some fan-made thing. This, Yeah, I'm trying to find a high quality screenshot of the original. But you look at the way that the buildings, the architecture, like it's the same. And it's not that it's ripping it off. It's that it's a continuation. It's like a kind of like how in the same way that your child isn't ripping you off. You know what I mean? It's like when you have a kid, you don't accuse the child of, oh, you're ripping off my hairstyle and my facial features. It's like, no, it's a continuation. This is, and that's a good thing. And I think this is the one case where it's like the continuation, and this is how this style survives, is through this mechanism. But the way that this is done is not just by guys looking at Jet Set Radio and just ripping it off and just going, oh, well, they have brick, so we'll do brick as well. That's not how this was done. I know that this was way more thought was put into that, and that's why this holds up. And this will hold up for another 20 years, and someone else is then. This will be this will be in 20 years will be the new retro thing that some kid will find and go, oh man, they wouldn't have not heard of Jet Set Radio, but they would heard of this, and then that's going to be how this style continues. You can kind of see it when you just look around and you just look at it, and it doesn't piss you off. You look around, the colors are beautiful, the line work is sharp and crisp, everything is reasonable. It's like architected really well. The colors are chosen well, the fonts are chosen well. That's why this game, like, I'm guessing this definitely would have made $1 million. Like, absolutely. No doubt. If we go search, like, VG Insights, it's sort of the difference between $1 million game and $1,000 game. This is a website I like to use just to get kind of an estimate on how many units these things sell. So you look up something like Bomrus. You look up something like this. I guarantee you it's like 2 million in sales. That's going to be my guess. Oh, well, yeah, wow. Yeah, what do you know? 12 million. So that's how you know, like, these guys, they got it right. And the market rewards that. It doesn't reward it as much as, you know, the big players, the Activisions or whatever. But this is a pretty good reward, I would say, for successfully bringing this to the next generation. I'd say that's pretty commensurate, and it's well-deserved. So, but yeah, to achieve that, though, because a lot of people that have tried this didn't do that well, right? To achieve that, you got to think really hard. You can't just copy it. You got to really understand the attitude of what made it. You know how I was saying artifacts of attitude in that video I did about media and, like, you're, you know, not obsessing over what engine or tool you're using? Because these are all made in different tools, you know. I don't know what engine this Jet Set Radio was made in. I don't know what engine Bomb Rush was made in, but it's probably a different engine. But it's the same. What you're seeing, the reason that you probably like it is that it's the same attitude. That's actually what's going on. And it's authentic. And, you know, when you're continuing these aesthetic, you got to have it, you got to think about it the same way. You got to be thinking like the people of the time. You got to be adopting the same attitude. And if you, I don't know, that's just something I've been picking up on and noticing. Why are we looking at Roblox avatar? Oh, sorry, yeah, I'll get the Roblox off screen. I don't know, one of you said to look up Roblox avatars for Y2K, but I think these sorts of images kind of do a good enough job. There was something I did see, though, that was really cool. Oh, wait a minute, it was the... This is something that might be worth looking up if you guys want to know more about what I'm talking about here. This is a Tumblr blog called the Y2K Aesthetics Institute. And when I looked at the first post of this, like this is the sort of stuff I'm talking about. Like, you look at this and you know immediately that this is original. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is like authentic, thought out, reasoned, beautiful. Like, this is not some rip-off of some Zoomer ripping it off. This is like the real deal. And I don't know how I can tell, but you just know. You look at it, and the entire thing, like, there isn't really anything in particular that sticks out as off. I think that's the thing. And there's a lot of great stuff in here too. If you keep scrolling, there's a lot of great examples of just older designs. So this is, again, this is very 90s, but I think there's bits of this I do like, but I don't want to lean all the way into it fully. There's bits of, like, the next decade I then want to look at, but oh man, look at this stuff. Isn't this just great? Like, this is, I don't know, man. I don't know how it is I can tell, but you just look at it and you know that this is the real deal. you know. So it's I don't know, you guys, I'll link this in chat if you guys want to check this out. It's really cool. Demon Lord says, I was playing Silk Song, and the main character does acrobatics when she jumps and attacks the same way Gabby does, and it feels amazing. Oh, that's awesome. I keep hearing about this game, Silk Song. I think it sounds like everyone's pretty hyped for it. I don't know if it's my kind of game, but because I'm not really a 2D platformer guy, but it does look pretty cool, I will say. I think it's probably the only Australian game I've heard of, so it seems pretty... Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Coesta says, I think the game Project Feline does 2000s design pretty well. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure, okay? You search up Project Feline on Google. We'll go look at... We'll see what the guy was thinking when he was making this game. Okay, you look at some of this. Some of the newer screenshots are, you know, they're looking okay, but you look at some of this older stuff, and it's just not it, man. You know, it's just like this. You can tell this guy's just imitating. He doesn't get it. Like this stuff. I'm gonna critique myself in the third person for a second, but yeah, you can tell that this is this pisses me off when I look at it. It's like no, this is all wrong. The proportions are wrong. It's just it's amateurish. It's not beautiful like this newer stuff, and or the older stuff, like like this stuff. Yo, yeah, this guy doesn't get it yet. He will, though. That's the thing. He will get it eventually. He will understand it eventually. But at this point in time, bro didn't get it. He didn't understand it yet. So, yeah, man, it's kind of crazy how. Hold on, we'll do a little self analysis here. I'll just close all this other stuff. But the reason why this would be important is that you can kind of just tell from this image. I don't even have to explain it. I think just from comparing these two images, you can start to see why this matters. Now, imagine you're at GameStop. We're going to do a little thought experiment. I want you guys to imagine you're at GameStop. I know you guys don't go outside much anymore. You know, this is sort of how it is with the world. Everyone just buys their game on the computers. But I want you to imagine that it's 2012 or something, back when, you know, you weren't locked inside all day. You're with your buddies at GameStop, and you see a shelf full of video games, and one of them has this cover, and one of them has this cover. And you need to make a choice with the limited amount of cash in your hand that your parents gave you. You got to make a choice between this, or the 1,000 others that are going to be there. And when you start preparing for the scenario that will be the situation your game that ends up in, you start to take this a bit more seriously. And you can kind of see here, if you're given the choice of what you'd choose, you can start to see why it might, you know, it's like, okay, maybe this does matter. Nebulosity says, I really like the old Gabby title card too. I mean, I don't know. I liked it at the time, but I can see too many flaws with it now. But this one, I've had this one for a few months, or maybe, yeah, I think like 6 months or so. And I haven't gotten angry at this one yet. So I think I know that this one is probably more likely going to be the one. Unless I level up even more and find an even better composition. I think the background is probably a bit, you know, it's not very sophisticated, but I think the character render helps a lot more. And it's kind of the same pose too, which is what's so funny, is that it's still got, you know, the legs, you know, in this sort of triangle shape and the arms spread out. But it's just, you know, it's just better. Better silhouette, better readability, better font, better colors, better contrast. Because you can see how pale her skin used to be. You can see that the colors are so different. The shade of pink and the skin tone, it's all completely different. But, you know, but one of them is like kind of, it just hits different. Sublime says, I prefer the new one overall. Thank you. Me too. Not Kevin says, you have actually gotten better. The new one looks official. The old one looks like a tie-in cartoon made to promote oh my goodness, dude. That you have put into words exactly what I think about this too. I don't know how to say it, but that's exactly what it is. And that used to piss me off so much, man. You have no idea. Like, because when you're the guy making it, right? it's hard because it's like, you know that it looks like, well, how did you describe it? Like a tie-in cartoon made to promote the game. Like you know, your instincts know, but you're not like leveled up enough to understand yet. If you were me at this point in time making it, and it's difficult. It's like this insane cognitive dissonance to get over because you know that you're not good. Now this one, I don't want to go out and say that I'm good. I don't know yet. I guess we'll find out when this is put to the test, but I have a lot more confidence with this one, you know? And when you say it looks official, I think that's precisely the word. With those older designs like I was showing you. Like this stuff. With the old Y2K magazines. I don't know why is it giving me Google Shopping? I just want to look at the pictures. Like with this old 90s stuff, right? And the people and the imitators, that's the key word. It's one of them looks official and one of them doesn't. And that's the key. That's the key, is that how do you make something new? Oh, would you look at that? I just noticed. Would you look at that? It's the Serpentine Bold. It's that font that I was using for my menus. And would you look at that right underneath it? Do you guys recognize that font? So the one with the white and blue outline, you'll recognize that that's the one that I'm using for my interface right now, that font. But look at under it, there's this 7ANGU. Do you guys recognize that font? I want to see if you guys can guess where you might recognize this from, because you have seen this before. If you're a fan of me and my work, you will have definitely seen this before, this font. You guys recognize it? Where do you guys recognize this from? And this other one at the bottom, you'll recognize this as well. Shablam says Sonic Heroes. Yes. Yep. This, I think it's called Bolster Bold. Where this blue text here, they use it in a lot of Sonic branding from that era. It was in Sonic Heroes, it was in Sonic Adventure 2, it was in Sonic 06 for the back cover where it says Enter the Sonic Age. It's that same font. And you see it in anime, I think, for that era a lot, and other places I've been noticing it pop up as well. A lot of Japanese sort of like industrial design kind of has that. And then this font below where it says the Designers Republic, you guys would probably recognize this a lot as well, I'm guessing. I want to see if you guys can identify that one. I actually don't know the name of this one, but I have seen it. Japanese stationery packaging? I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, hell, I don't live in Japan, so I don't know what they use for their packaging, but I'll look it up. But I'm guessing they probably would use that, and it probably would look cool having stationery package like that. But this, the Designers Republic, you probably would have recognized this from Halo 2, and any sci-fi game from the 2000s. I think Oni might use it as well. But Bungie used to use this font all the time, where it says 94, the Designers Republic. And this is what's so cool, is that they probably read this magazine. They probably were influenced by this, because this came out 10 years before Halo 2. 10 years before Halo 2. Can you believe that? You can kind of see the seeds of that kind of 2000s aesthetic planted here. When you look hard at it, like really hard at it, and you start to pick it apart, you start to see the seeds for what becomes the next aesthetic in it. Like that, this sort of font, like this was 1994, okay? This is older than me, this magazine. And it wasn't until 10 years later I started seeing Bolster Bold, Serpentine, like all the reference I've been looking at from 2004. Like this was 10 years after this. I just think that's incredible. That whatever Emigre were doing was like so far ahead of the time that they were kind of like engineering the next aesthetic to come later. I don't know. I just think that's so freaking awesome. That's so cool. That hashtag on the left made of square and a bunch of ellipses. The hashtag on the... Oh, this? I mean, yeah, it looks like it. I didn't even I didn't even recognize that as a hashtag. I don't know if that's even what it's, because okay, you kids got to remember that hashtags they didn't exist in 1994. We didn't have Instagram back then. So, but it kind of does look like that hash symbol. Mate, that is really cool. Man, well spotted. Isn't that so cool where the longer you look at it, the more you notice about it? That's amazing. That is really cool. So anyway, I don't know, man. That's the kind of level. That's the kind of beauty. That's official. When you say the word official, what looks official, this sort of stuff is what I'm talking about. Not necessarily the exact aesthetics, but the way that it's done in such a way where it plants the seeds for the next cohort. And it's styled in a way that is pleasant and doesn't annoy you. And that's why this would live. This is going to live forever. That's what makes this eternal, and the other stuff not. So I mean, one of you said something about this. It was interesting. I do agree. This is almost there. I don't think it's fully there, but I think it's almost there. And one of you said, Non-Kevin says, I think the new one is almost official, but you're gonna make a tiny addition alteration without changing much, and it's gonna click beyond perfection. I think you're correct. I think that's what will happen. And I think it's going to have something to do with the composition of the background. Because I know that that's something I don't have yet. I just kind of lazily did something that would look good enough. But I know... I don't know if you guys have seen like Gravity Rush 2's cover. Because my thing is a bit similar. It's a bit similar. But the way this is composed... with like the background where it's sort of spiraling from this, you got this foreshortened background. That's official. Like that is peak. And my thing is sort of, it's like almost, but not, it doesn't have that three-dimensionality to it like this, where it's coming out from, like you look at the background, not the character renders. I know that's the thing you want to look at because that's the thing in focus. And that's the thing I've gotten right. But behind it, you look at the thing that you don't notice straight away, and you look at just the beautiful composition of this foreshortened background. That's what makes this, like if you took out the background and replaced it with a gradient, this would kind of, I think, be on similar with what I've got. But this sort of thing that they're doing is it adds that. I think what you say with it's gonna make it click. That's sort of what these guys have done that makes it so good. So anyway, I know we've gone through a bunch of design analysis. I haven't at the moment, so I do want to try and do a bit of something while I'm here on stream, because I've been in a bit of a rut lately with this, because I'm starting to realize what I don't know, but I still don't know. You know what I mean? Like I know that I don't know, but I don't know. So it's been making this menu concept a bit frustrating. Because I haven't, that's the HUD. I separated this into separate documents finally, where I've got the HUD on one document and the menu on another. But I haven't really made much progress on it since last week, because I've just been trying to get the blog and the video together. And I don't know, I know that there's something about mine that is not that good compared to these other things. And I've been kind of stuck on it. So I thought I'd save it for this morning and try something else, just to try with a blank canvas again, with all of that analysis in mind, and just trying something, just a very low res. So I'm gonna try something different this week, where instead of working at the size I was working at, I'm gonna try a new approach with the way, because what I don't like about this is that it felt like I was trying too hard. You know, like I feel like to get this to look good, you have to think hard, but I feel like it shouldn't be that difficult. Once you know, you shouldn't have to like adjust so much. And I had to do a lot of weird adjusting, and it's still not perfect. The angles are all misaligned still, and I'm still not happy with where my eye goes. I look at it and it annoys me, and that's not good. But one thing I've noticed that could be a problem is that you look at the canvas size I'm working at, and I'm working at high definition right now. I'm working at 1440 by 1080, which is just 4:3 cropped 1920 by 1080p. And you know what? Maybe that's too high. So I'm gonna try something. We're gonna go all the way down. You guys are gonna love this. We're gonna go all the way down to 480p right now. Authentic 480p right now. And I want to do I just want to try something out. Okay, I want to try some very basic pixel art arrangements with just the pixel art tool, just to get something that doesn't piss me off. That's all I want. So we're going to give that a try. And I figured it should be easier to do on stream because it shouldn't require that much focus if you're just keeping it simple. So I want to split this up into quadrants, and I want to do 4 thumbnails so that each of these quadrants should be really low resolution, which should give us a low enough resolution to give us some detail, but not too much to give us too many pixels or too much fidelity. And I just want to do basic flat colors, just shapes of a menu or a website screen, just the screen of how it should look. I just need to get we're going to go super basic. We're going to go extremely basic. And we'll see what happens. I don't know. I just had the idea to do this morning, and I figured, well, why not? Why shouldn't I do it? Let's give it a try. So I'm going to just mask off. I just want to create a quadrant mask for each of these. Why has it got 2 masks? I don't want 2 masks. And I want this inverted. There we go. So I want 1 mask in one corner, 1 mask in another, and so forth. But I think what I might do, I might add a bit of space between each of these, actually. How much space is between these? 16 pixels. Because I want to have like some few blocks between these. Cosmic says, now I'm curious that you've discussed these examples of timeless design. What does your current UI look like? Well, yeah, it's not there yet. Okay, that's the truth. I'm merely a student at the moment. I'm a humble student right now. I'm not the master yet. But we gotta get there. So yeah, currently I'll just get the alignment the way I want. So yeah, this is what I had last week, and it's just it's not it's you look at it and your eye gets irritated. I don't know if your eye gets irritated, but my eye gets irritated. But I understand what I'm trying to do. If I pretend that someone else made this for a second, that's what I try to do when I look at this. I pretend that I didn't make it, and I'm looking at a Google picture of someone else's work so that I can kind of judge it objectively. And if I saw this on Google, I'd say, oh, I get what they're trying to do. I get what they're trying to do. I get that they're picking the similar colors and fonts, but they don't get it. That's what I would say. If I saw this, if I saw someone else do this, this is what I would say. So it's like, all right, well, okay. So I gotta level up somehow. I think I got it right here though. I look at this and it's been, I think, a week or 2 since I did this one, and it doesn't annoy me. Like I look at this and it's like, oh yeah, this is nice. If I pretended that someone else did this, I'd say, yeah, this is nice. I'd approve this. But this doesn't, I don't approve this yet. This I do though. So it's like there was something about the way I did this that was good, that works for this sort of menu. And I was realizing, I think the thing I was realizing when I was trying to experiment more with these borders is that the reason this works on the HUD with this blue, because the problem was this with the earlier iterations is that there's too much blue. And one of you did point this out. Like this, there's too much blue and it's overwhelming and it's noticeable. And you kind of get annoyed by the amount of blue that there is, and it's hard on the eyes. But the blue, the reason I did that was because all of these elements have blue. Like the text box has a blue background and white and these cyan outlines. And I thought, well, if I just make the whole menu like that, it's it'll match. But it doesn't, like it matches, but it doesn't look good when you make it a full menu. So it's like, all right, well, that could be because maybe this blue color works well as an accent for something else to be the main focus, which in a heads-up display would be the case because the gameplay is the main focus. But if you make the UI the main focus with these choices, I don't know. Like I look at it and it doesn't hold up. It just doesn't work. So it has to be reasoned a bit different. It has to match it. It has to go with it. But it has to work for different reasons because this works because it is not the main thing dominating the screen. It's periphery, which is what it's supposed to do. But this is not meant to be periphery. This is meant to be the main focus. And if it's a website, even more so. You're not going to have gameplay in the background, right? So it has to be reasoned out a bit different. It has to be thought about differently. And yeah, it's I don't know. That's the thing I need to work out still, you know. So I wanted to add 16 to this so that I make the canvas a little bigger on both sides. Actually, I should be able to do this with the crop tool. What am I doing? So one grid space is how big? 8 by 6. So I'll bring that 640 by 44. Oh, 48. It should be 48. And then that should come down. So that's why. So I just have a bit of padding between each thing. And then 480 by 486. That should be it. Yep. I think. Yes. All right. So that each of these little quadrants, I want to move to the corner here. Okay, that didn't quite line up. Sorry, yeah, I'm taking this grid stuff very seriously too. The more I've been reading that book more, and there's a lot I'm learning from that too. But I know that there is there's more to it than just the grid stuff. That's a foundation. That's part of it. But there's another thing that is like the next level when it comes to styling. I think grid is good for layout, but there's something about styling that that eludes me. All right, so let me just name these folders before I make a mess. .04. All right. So now I'm just going to use, how do I make, because I want to use the pixel tool thing, but I don't want it, I want it to be more square shaped. I don't know if there's a way I can do that. I remember there used to be a way to do this. I don't remember how to do this now in Photoshop. There used to be a thing where you could make the brush a square. And I don't remember how. How do people do this? I don't want these brushes. I want it, such square. Oh, are you kidding me? I don't want the soft, no, I don't want charcoal. I just want, hard square. There we go, here we go. Yeah, we'll do 4 pixels. That's what yeah, perfect. So I don't know if, maybe Photoshop's not the right tool, but I want to give this I want to try out something. So I'll get some of my reference up to the left here. Just to get the color palette, because I want to use those. I like the colors with the blue and white and silver and gray. I like that. You know what? I'll get Gabby. I need a render of Gabby. We'll just color pick straight from her this time. And I just want to use colors and pixels to create something that doesn't annoy me. That's all I want to do. Okay. So, all right, let me just get a render of Gabby. Just gotta look at my file explorer. There we go. So we'll get a, because her costume has the same sorts of colors going on. And I'm starting to notice everything I'm looking at has this sort of color scheme going on with it, which is it's just interesting. So what I want to do, what I'm going to start with, we're going to do like a blue fill, like that, and I don't know. I'm going to try the concept I was doing last time, but just with pixels, like with the way that they draw, like with the borders, and I just want to see how that looks super low res, like at super low fidelity. I just want to see what happens if I try to draw it out like that. Because yeah, I was getting stuck a lot on certain elements of it, like where the text should go and that sort of thing. And I was trying to sketch it on paper, but color, because I'm not sketching it in color when I sketch it on my book. And I know that color is like a huge... So yeah, I'm just using the square brush right now. Don't laugh. I know, it's pixel art, but this'll do. I don't care if it looks aliased. I just want to get the general vibe. Thanks, Gordy, for the posture check. I will adjust my posture as we speak. Dat Sammy says, I feel like the contrast between the UI item and the background is hurting my eyes. Yeah, I would say so. If you mean as well, because there was 2 versions of this I tried. I don't know if I have a picture of it, but there's this one I had where it was like this blue highlight, and then the one I showed last was like a pink highlight. And I think in both cases, yeah, it is not right. Especially the pink one. I wanted to do the pink because Gabby's, her hair's pink, but it was too saturated, and I think it kind of undermined the whole thing. So we might try the pink accents on this again, but less saturated and brighter, with less red in it, to see what happens. Just because if at 640, or this is even lower than 640 bill rate, because I've cut this into 4s, this is probably like the Apple Lisa resolution, like 316 by 230. Like this is like a computer terminal resolution of like the old stuff, like the really old stuff. I don't know if you guys even know what the Apple Lisa was. I don't know if you guys have watched the Steve Jobs movie or anything, but like this sort of computer, like that's the resolution these things had, where it was like 320 by 260 type thing. So we're doing it at this resolution right now, and it should hold up. If it doesn't hold up even at that size, then it's Jova. Okay, it's over. We failed. Mission failed. We'll get them next time. Type situation. So, okay, hold on a minute. Before I continue, there's something I got to remember. And that's that I got to remember the rules of the margins that these will have, because it has to be a certain margin for this type of display. I got to remember that. So I make some stuff at like the halfway mark. Oh man, because the grid's all going to be misaligned. You know what? Hold on. I'm just going to do it without these borders I made because the grid's going to be off. I'm just going to do it like that. And then yeah, I think it's two grid spaces, because when we were looking at all those old menus, they all had that kind of safe zone to them. So I want to have that. Yeah, that's about right. And I'll just check the crop on the layers. Okay, that's all misaligned now. I'll just recreate these masks real quick. Shablam. Hold on, I'll maximize chat on this side. Mr. Wolf says, I'm getting a Sonic the Hedgehog feeling. Thank you, that's very high praise. But I don't want it to just look like Sonic. I want to have a bit of that in there, because Sonic, I think Sonic looks cool. It's pretty good. But that's the thing I was talking about, right? Where it has to transcend it. It has to be, it has to kind of have bits of it, but it has to have its own merit too. So, thanks. But yeah, I want to try and make it better. Not better than Sonic necessarily, but different. But not too different. I don't know. It's sort of it's not to make it just look like a copy. But thank you. They do have pretty good UIs. Pretty stylish. Okay. Because I kind of remember how far this is all, because I want to try and keep the proportions close to what will be there. What will need to be there, I should say. Because I know that the dialogue boxes have to come to a certain level. And I think I might know a way to help speed things a bit as well. Because this grid size is the whole canvas. I need to split this into quarters. Okay, I don't want to whip out the calculator, because I know I should know this as an adult. I should know how to divide 20 by 4. but I can't do it. I don't remember what the right one is supposed to be. It's not 4. It's 5, isn't it? 5. Yes. See, I am smart. Okay, I'm not. I know what I'm doing. Yeah. It's got to be 10. That's it. And then we're going to have 4 subdivisions. That's sort of where things should come, I think, on the interface. It should be like this. So now the grid size per quadrant is fine. Okay, we'll keep going. What I should do, I should do the colors on their own layers. I'm doing this all on one layer. I should split it up in case I want to recolor stuff. All right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. So, yeah, this has got to come up a bit higher. And any dialogue field has to be here. It has to be in this box. The header has to then be in this box. Yeah, I'm remembering now. I could see the matrix. I don't even see the code. That's sort of how it. Yeah. So it has to be like that. I think one of these sides is a bit misaligned though. Something is a bit off about that. Oh, it is oh, yeah. No, that is misaligned. Okay, no. Now I are almost... Okay. I had that wrong. It's a few pixels off. Oh, yeah. Let me just fix that real quick. Okay. Fixed. Now we're cooking. This time. Final. All right. I wonder if there's a way to... No, I'm just gonna stick it out. I was gonna say I wonder if there's a way to like make the brush tool align, like snap, but I don't know, it's probably gonna take me ages to figure out. So I'll just sort of do it as neat as I can at the moment. Actually, better idea. I'll do big brush, big broad strokes instead of trying to do this ultra precisely. Big strokes. What's my brush size? We'll do 20. 20 is good. I think that's too high. It's too high. And then for the rubber, oh man, I gotta change the brush size for the rubber as well. Yeah. But I don't want that smeary smoothiness it's doing. I don't want it to do that. I don't want snow. How do I make it not do that? Oh, man, I hate Photoshop sometimes. There used to be a thing. Okay. Oh, here we go. I gotta change it to, yeah, all right. I found it. Used to be able to not have to do that, but, you know, old man yells at cloud. Back in my day, Photoshop used to let you just... I think it used to be able to just copy the brush settings would permeate between the eraser and the... But it doesn't do that now. Well, it hasn't done that in ages, but I remember when it used to. So again, this is going to be kind of similar to what we had going, but I want to try and like... Just with all the in the middle stuff, I want to start thinking about what's going to look good here. Because I know that I want, just in ultra low res, I want like a panel on one side with the main courses, you could say, like you would on a food menu. You got the main courses, and then you got like the sort of browsing at the side type deal. And I should do this in a different layer too. Not Kevin says, I think you could go a little more wild with the colors. The option you put the mouse on should be pink like Gabby's hair. Maybe make the A, B, X, Y buttons vibrant. Maybe, yeah. Well, hey, because we got 3 other slots on this canvas. One of them we'll try going super wild and we'll see what we get. This one I'm just gonna try the blues on this one and see what goes on. But yeah, we'll try a bunch of stuff. Just want to make sure that I do this kind of neatly though, and I don't like making a mess. So I'll just separate the blue on its own layer so that, yeah, we would be able to go more crazy with the colors if I organize these layers good enough. Yeah, so there we go. Call this border. Call this fill. Oh, maybe background. Call this panel. I just want to make sure I name them too so that I know what's what. Because I didn't do this last week and I came back to look at the document and I just was so confused. I'm like, what is this layer doing? I don't remember. So I want to make it a bit easier for future me here. So this is panel, this is frame. That's frame, that's panel. And then this next bit will be another, I think, no, I'll just do the panels all on one layer. Because then we're going to have it's going to be like a smaller panel here. I don't know, my brush work is not very accurate, but that's why I got the eraser. Like that. So I can just, just give it a bit of trim. And I really hate how I have the pixel lined up here, but it's not. Okay, there we go. Just want to rub it out just to get rid of these sort of... Because I guess what we could start thinking about now that we've sort of got the basics, is that you can start then, it's like, all right, well, if I did add an accent, and the accent has to look at low res be good. So what could you do here? And you can start thinking about stuff like this without getting overwhelmed with all the per pixel details. You see how just by moving my brush around, how this has like that angular aesthetic now on the border? So, okay, this might be the way to go then for the moment, doing these sort of pixel art mock-ups, like this sort of stuff. And I can tell instantly that that's the wrong move there, because this corner is now, my eye is focused on this corner, and it shouldn't be like that. So I know that, okay, I went a bit too far there, and I can reel it back a little. So that's the kind of thing I was wanting to do last week, but I think I made it harder for myself by picking a massive canvas size for no reason. So, all right, just make a clear separation. Or should it be clear? Should these be separate, or should they be connected? Because that's something else we can try. We could do something like this where it's connected, and then we have like a line separating them. Like, I'll get another layer, and we'll get like a very small, we'll get a small brush size, and we'll pick that kind of lighter blue, and we'll draw some lines. Because then you can start thinking like, all right, we can do stuff like this, where one side of the menu has a line separating it, and maybe these have a border. And you see how it's like pixel art, and it's easy to iterate? This is sort of what I did for the level textures, and it was way easier doing it at low res. So, more fidelity doesn't always mean better, it seems. Look at that. Look how fast that is. All right, so that when you squint your eyes, you get an impression now. And I can start to see, it's a little... this corner is annoying me. I can see immediately that this is too much. So it should be half a grid size. Like that. Because yeah, it's that kind of subtlety. That's sort of the key. Is like you do it and they see it if they look hard enough, but if otherwise they don't notice it. The good stuff does it that way. Okay, yeah, that corner bulges too much. I can see it. And then, you could start thinking, you could start doing like here we'll do a gap, but no, I don't think I like that. But yeah, it's very easy. It's just, I think when you work at the pixel level like this, you literally, it's the impression only is all you get, which is what I need to work out. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I wasn't grid thinking properly last week. I wasn't doing it the right way. Is that a 0% saturated gray? Maybe. It might be. Is that bad? I don't know. I get the feeling that's probably a bad thing if you're pointing it out. Because, I don't know, maybe this is a rule that I haven't picked up on yet. But I have noticed sometimes when I'm picking grays for things, like, it'll be, like, slightly blue and not, like, unsaturated. So maybe that's a no-no when you pick just gray that isn't. Maybe this should actually have some blue in it. I don't know if that's like a rule. Because again, I didn't go to design school or anything, so I'm just sort of messing around. But I can fix that. So if we go to make it a little, give it a little blue, perhaps, maybe a bit of purple. Because I noticed that it tends to do that, right? So if I copy that and do a color overlay on this, I mean, I don't know if I like that too much. I think without the purple, yeah, with a bit of blue, it's okay. Bit of cyan, just a little bit of cyan, a hint of cyan in there. I'm liking that a bit. It does look a little better. Oh, not like that. No, that's not what I meant. No. Kind of like this. Yeah. See, it's a slightly blue. So that's it with gray. Oh, I see what you mean, actually. This does look better. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that's a cardinal sin of using... Because it does look warm. It looks yellow compared to the blue. But if you make it kind of bluish with the rest of it, it looks better. Yeah. Well spotted. The art SWAT police are converging on your location. Yeah. Well, please, art police, please come, okay? Please come and adopt me. Please judge my art right now. That's what I want. I'm not being sarcastic, by the way. I'm being 100% serious. Because there was this saying that I found this week that annoyed me. Came across some quote. I don't remember who said it, but it was like some designer. It was high profile. It was on some podcast. And they were like, yeah, man, you just got to kill the design cop in your head. And no. No, you don't want to do that. You want to listen to the design cop. That's what I think. So design cops, come at me, please. Arrest, if I commit a design crime, please give me a sentencing, all right? Because the world doesn't need more bad design right now. And I think more people should be listening to the design cop in their head. They shouldn't be killing him and going, yeah, no, we should defund the design cop in my head and give him, and, just do whatever I want, man. It's all subjective anyway. No, that's not how great stuff gets made. So I don't know. I'm trying to remember where I heard this because it was some design podcast I was trying to find. And the guy was like, yeah, and he was, I don't know, award winning, but he's like, yeah, you just got to kill the design cop in your head. But all of his designs didn't look that good. So I was like, all right, well, maybe you should have listened to the design cop, buddy. Maybe you should have listened. So that's what I'm trying to do. Because, he's probably right. Like, the design cop is probably right. It's just people don't want to, it's like, oh, but the design cop hurt my feelings. It makes me, I have imposter syndrome. Oh my God. It's like, no, he's right. You got to fix it. You don't shut him off and go, no, that's just negative. Those are just negative thoughts, bro. Just don't entertain the negative thoughts. It's like, no, entertain them. See what they say and decide if you're going to do something. That's I think that's the way you got to start. I don't know if I'm just sort of ranting to my past self here, but if any of you kind of have that little voice in your head, that's sort of what you got to, I think that's the key, is that you got to not be afraid of the design cop. You got to stop being scared of him and you got to acknowledge, yeah, that this little voice in my head that's telling me the way it's supposed to be is correct, and I can't gaslight my way out of this. I mean, you could try doing that, but there are consequences. I think when you do that, that's how you get that's how you fall into the kind of imposter syndrome trap, where you kind of lower the standard and you tolerate bad design, and you do it with the excuse of, oh, well, it's just imposter syndrome, so therefore I can ignore it and it doesn't matter. It's like, no, yes, it does matter. You know it matters. All right. So now I just want to think for a minute. I'm gonna make like items. I'm just kind of been finicking with this. If I make like these darker, because I've got to think, how's the text gonna look? If I made little buttons in here, which I'm gonna try real quick to do, how would they look? Let's give it a shot. Let's see if this looks ugly. Let's see what the design cop would say about this. I think the design cop is having some. He's gonna let it go, but I think he's gonna let me continue, but he's not. There's something he's not liking about this. So just imagine that those blue stripes are like settings, or options, or whatever, or like we got the primary. You got the sidebar aside. I think in HTML this would be called the aside, and this would be main. So I'm just trying to think about it in semantic hierarchy as well. And then this would be the footer. This would be the header. So that way, when you start building websites out of this stuff, you can already start to see how you might architect this sort of thing. Because basically what I'm trying to think is, this is like the menu, and then a vertical version of this would be the website. That's what I'm trying to think about. That's how I'm trying to think about it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, there's about 7 lines worth too. It's that magic number again that keeps emerging, where every good choice for some reason is always 7 lines long every time. Interesting. I'm being a little too pedantic there. So does this piss me off? That's the question. Does the design cop get angry when he looks at this? He does get a little. There's something about the color hierarchy of like the outline, the border, and the contents that I don't like for some reason. I'll just rename these to panel outline, and this will be panel items. I think I want to try something. I'm going to do panel. I want to make the aside a different color. Just want to try it. And I might have to do something with the background for this to work. But I want to try. Oh, what have I done here? Is this all? Okay, there's no blue. I've painted wrong on one of these layers. Oh, okay, okay. I'll get to that in just a sec. So I want to try this in a darker blue. I think the angles is making it a bit harder to color in, so I'll try to increase the brush size without making a mess. Like, yeah, but I don't know. No, not quite. Not quite. Might be the outline color or the background color. Maybe if I make this darker. If I make this like the shadow color. See, I don't know, that's too dark. I think it's too dark. Okay, no, wait a minute. Because I want the background that isn't the panel to have this sort of texture on it. So it's going to not be a flat color. It's going to have like a pattern or something. But let me just think. Something about the outline and the fill is the design cop's not happy. That's what we'll call the voice in my head. We'll call him that now. We'll call him the design cop. He's gonna make some arrests when he sees this. He's not gonna be happy about it. There's just something, I don't know, something not right. Pokemon Black and White UI. We'll look that up. Well, thanks for the suggestions. Lemon Drop says, I can fix that. Nostalgia flashbanged me. Oh, you got the reference? Hell yeah. You're probably the one guy that got that reference. Freaking everyone needs someone like, what was his name? Sam? Everyone needs. You guys remember this movie Holes? Everyone needs a Sam. Everyone needs someone to look at their design and go, I can fix that. Everyone needs that. Yeah, sorry for the nostalgia flashbang. So Pokemon Black and White. Okay, we'll look up that website, the Game UI database. I can't seem to find any pictures of it on Google. We'll look it up here. Yeah, I think the outline is a bit much. I agree. It's gonna come on. Oh, did no one upload this to the okay? This must be a newer site than I realized, because I was looking at this site lately to get UI reference, but a lot of the games I want are not on here yet. So I don't know. This is nice. What's this? Oh, that's beautiful. This is good, but it's not the style. It's not the style I want, but this is nice. Yeah, look at that. I'm getting distracted. Ooh. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, man, this is cool. This is nice. Yeah, the design cop likes this. He doesn't get pissed off by this. This is cool. All right, well, I'll keep this open because this is, wow. And it's pixel artwork too, so that's actually even better. Maybe I should be looking at more pixel art reference. Is this meant to have attachments on it? Hold on. Let's have a look at this for. Here we go. Let's get these attachments. Let's crack them open. And they're really small. I was going to say, can I full screen this? But I realized that this is the actual native size. But isn't that in its own just so cool? How this game natively is like, what? 120 pixels probably, and it looks this good. Like, that's just so, oh man, that's so good. That's so awesome. Maybe DS games really is maybe that's where the great designs came. Because, now that I think about it, because I didn't own a DS growing up, I wasn't really into the scene. There might be a whole world of design I just missed out on. Like, yeah, it's about the size of this, like 320 by 6 by 280 or something. It's probably the native resolution of these DS games. And yeah, like under those limits, they probably would have designed a lot of great stuff. But yeah, these outlines are making me mad. So I'll tell you what, because I think we'll get rid of the angles for the moment as well. And we'll get rid of these fancy angles, just so that we can more clearly see what's happening on the whole thing. And let me just think for a moment, because I think all right, I'll try something else, because I think what I was going to do was have each of the elements in this color, but overlaid on top of just the background without a containing panel. And maybe, I don't know, I guess this will be this version. We could try this. I'm just trying to get it aligned to the dots here. It's like just a bit off. There we go. All right, and then we'll use the eraser tool to just trim it. Lemon Thunder says, DS felt like it had everything except ergonomics going for it. Yeah, because I didn't own one, but I did see them. I didn't see the games on them, but I saw the actual physical design of the device is amazing. It is really good. It's just the best. I don't know how else to say it. But, all right. That's close enough. So this is, I don't know, yeah. So this is like an idea for like, imagine this blue, dark blue has like an overlay, like this sort of thing I got in the background with the clouds and the scan lines. And, you know, we could probably do quickly just to give you an impression. Because I do have a scan line pattern saved that I made for such an occasion. And I'll make this just a bit opaque and I'll overlay it. So imagine this background will have like the scan line pattern on it. We'll make it a little bigger. Make it 200%. Like that. And then the actual options themselves, each individually, are in these sort of bluer boxes. And then inside these, you might have... these do need to be a bit thicker, actually. These are too thin. They're going to be a bit thicker. That's too thick now. But they're meant to start here. Okay, maybe I got to space them out a bit more. Like that. Yeah, this is better. Because then inside this is going to be white. Like a not white, but light text. Maybe we'll try that light blue color. So inside this, we'll call this, I guess we'll call this body. Like body text. And we'll use this blue for that instead of the outline. And, you know, I'll just do some pixel art letters. I know. It's not going to look that good. But, yeah, we'll just try that. And then I'll just, on every other line, we'll copy that. And then I'll make some, we'll just merge this all to one layer in a bit. I just want to make some variations so that it looks convincing. I know, I'm faking the letters right now. But it's not about the specific letters. It's the impression that text would make. It's like if you would imagine text in your imagination right now, laid out on this element in this color with this sort of width to it, how would it look? Would it piss you off? And, you know, this isn't bad, actually. It's not terrible. The design cop's happier with this. He looks at it and goes, not bad, kid. Which is that's a good answer. So I'll merge all of that into body. And then I need to, it's then just the header and footer. That's the thing I got to work out because I was stuck on that last time. And I tried doing this really dark background and no. Like I just know that this is wrong. Can't explain why, but it's wrong. But we'll we'll whip out some of these other, like these gray accents. And I guess to go off that advice, we'll give this a bit of a blue, we'll give this a hint of blue, a bit more of a blue hint to it. This sort of darker gray. Because I'm understanding as well, there are reasons why like headers and footers will have these sort of boundaries on them. There are reasons. So, yeah, we'll just like... Sorry if I'm quiet. I'm just kind of in the zone at the moment. What's the highlight color going to be? I think either cyan or pink. We'll try. I haven't really thought about it yet, but I'll just see what ends up striking. I guess we will try both. We could try both. Or yellow. Actually, yellow will also work. Because I noticed that yellow seems to go Like a not like greenish yellow, but orangey yellow goes nice with this sort of vibe. Okay, that doesn't. My design cop's not happy about the way that this finishes. So I'm just trying some accents. I think maybe this, because this has to, just to try and like give it, I don't know. You can see what I'm trying to do here. Just trying to make it so that the edges look cool. But there is something kind of not right. I think this does have to ascend up here, though. I think that's something I did get wrong. Is that, yeah, like this. This has to then go up for this to work. Like that. And then this can... Whoop. And then inside of this, you would have header, which would be what color? I don't know. I don't know what color this would be. Maybe this color? Not terrible, actually. Not terrible. But I want to make the text look a bit more convincing. Because it looks kind of like Japanese text. So we'll make it look more like English. But we got to do it. We got to make it kind of look like Serpentine. Which is the font I will use. I want to use. So it's going to be... I don't know, you probably can't do much with this pixel resolution, but you know, you can get kind of... It's sort of squarish looking. I don't know. I know it's spelt wrong. Okay, it's not the point. But yeah, that's too big. That's too big. I know it's spelt wrong. I'm trying to make... I don't know. We'll get like a word that looks like a word but isn't a word. Because it's not about the word. It's about the way the letters look. So I'll type in... We'll draw in that Latin... Lorem ipsum. We'll chuck in. I'll just try and imitate some of that in that kind of style of the square angular style of Serpentine. Oh, but that's too. Yeah. See, the letters are too wide here. Yep. So I'll just sort of cut that off a bit. Just to make it kind of look vaguely like English. That's the point. That's fine. Maybe an extra letter here. Yeah, that's fine. And just, yeah. Just to make it kind of, I don't know. So just, making up random. But there is something, I don't know if you guys have been reading. One of you did mention this paragraph from Milo Brockman's book, Grid Systems, that I thought was interesting. And it was about, what did you say? It was some quote, and you were having trouble reading it. But there was an interpretation I came away, I thought was like, that I understood, and it sort of goes into what I'm doing. But, with typography, Brockman was saying that, where was this? You guys are punching all your anime GIFs. So yeah, there's like this excerpt. What you guys, yeah, it was, where was it? Sorry, you guys keep posting too many memes. Yeah, here it. So. No, where was it? No, I remember. Did you delete the message? Oh, because I remember you quoted this specific part of the book. Oh, here it is. Behind all the cat memes. The designer must feel confident with the shapes and proportions of the various alphabets and be able to sketch them from memory. Now, what I thought was a bit amusing was that you're using this as an example of old-timey English philosopher language. And I don't know about you, but this to me just looks like normal English. So if you're getting a little intimidated by language like this, if you're in chat right now, you've tried reading this book and you're having the same sentiment that this sounds too old-timey, I would suggest to stop browsing Instagram Reels and TikTok as much and read more, and you will be able to understand this. I don't know. I guess I don't know how the kids today talk with their skibbities and their whatever they have, skibbity Biden. Okay, but that's not how people write books in the real world. So if you can't read anything that's not skibbity Biden or Riz, then you gotta get off the brain rot TikTok stuff and you gotta just read. And there are books I'm reading now that are actually old timey English, and that stuff would rock you. And even I have a bit of struggle with it. But that wording, I think that's just not, that's how people used to talk, like, in the 80s. It's not that long ago. But he is right in the sense that you do have to kind of be so familiar with the alphabet and the letters to know how they look so that you can design stuff without any ambiguity. You kind of have to know how this stuff looks. So that's something that's the condensed YouTube short Zoomer version of what he's saying. Is you got to be familiar with the font, the shapes of the fonts to know how they look so that you don't design garbage. I think that's sort of the intended meaning of that. But yeah, because that's something I do. Like these sorts of fonts I have here, like I can remember these, and I can close my eyes and imagine the shape of the S. Like here, I'll do it right now. You guys can't see my eyes, but I'm gonna close my eyes right now and draw the letter S in the serpentine style. Oh, no, I'll close my eyes, and I'm probably gonna get this off if I got my eyes closed. But it's sort of like, I was using a white brush. I was using the eraser. Oh, silly me. But, it's like I'll close my eyes and sort of do it like that. And I am using a mouse, but, it's sort of like that kind of shape. Oh, that was really off. But, if I minimize this, I can do it. I can do it from memory like this. I know that it has this sort of like angle. It's sort of like the right angle. And then with the weighting, I know that this half and this half is like heavier. And I know it's probably a bit too thin. I've got it too thin here. But, you can sort of start to memorize, and it's got these little accents on the side. I probably got it way off, actually, because I'm using a mouse. So, it's kind of. I got that a bit wrong. But I'm not Joseph Ulam Brockman, okay? He would know how to do it. I'm just me, okay? But, okay, that looks closer now. There we go. But that's what you should... I think that's what Brockman is saying you should be able to do, is that from memory you can just sketch the letters, and you just know how they look and how they're proportioned, which is pretty... I guess that is pretty good to know. Anyway, this little description... This little thing at the bottom, though, trying to do a description box, this has been the thing that was a huge pain last week that I didn't quite know. I didn't know how to, I don't know exactly what to do with this part. So I'm just going to try... I'm going to try something. No, I don't like that. No, everything I've tried with this I haven't liked, and it's just been a bit annoying. So I'll try, I don't know, we'll give this a shot. I can't think of anything else, but this, whatever just doesn't annoy me will be the one. Now, I want to do some darker, a bit of a darker inside here. I'm going to give that a shot. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to, no, I'm not doing that. I want to get sort of this color maybe in here. And then dark text. No, I don't really care for that either. Maybe, no, maybe just white straight up. Like actual white. And then we'll do some... No, I don't like that either. I had a dream. I had another dream about this, about what I would do for this bottom bit. And okay, no, here it was. I wanted to use this sort of color, like the suit highlight for this bottom, something at the bottom. So I don't know if this might be complete. This might be junk. Okay, this might not work, but I need to try it. And I think this might need a bit of an outline to kind of give it Give it a bit of bounds here. That's too dark though. Something like this. And then inside this you'd have like this color text. And you'd write doing pixel letters right now. I know, this looks like gibberish, but, you know, it's meant to look like gibberish. Now this, I'm a little less pissed off with than this. I don't know if you guys can see... I don't know, you guys look at this and you tell me what you... If you see... It is similar, right? We got something similar going. But doing... I don't know, there's something about what I've just done that pisses me off less. And I don't know if I can even describe what it is yet, but I like it. So, I don't know, maybe this pixel art stuff is helping. Galorumi possum. yeah. How much is supposed to be blank? I don't know. I didn't really think of that. I was just going on pure intuition right now. I guess it'll depend on the contents of the menu. Like if the menu only has 3 options, then this, because I guess the main point is that this, oh, you guys can't see me do that. I need a bright highlight color. This in the middle is meant to be kind of the body, like this box here. So that will be kind of dynamic. And then this at the top and bottom is sort of framing the whole thing. But, you know, I'm happy, and like there'll probably be a thing I come up with in 15 minutes that improves this somehow. Already, I am seeing an inconsistency that is annoying me, and that's that the borders of the edges here I shouldn't have an outline on one and not the other. This should also be in gray. But I gotta not do this on the wrong layer. This has... Oh, I've done a lot of stuff on the wrong layer. Oh, well. I tried. But this should be the same as the bottom. Where it shouldn't... Oh! Yeah. And I don't know, maybe this color will work. I have an idea as well, because I wasn't really a huge fan of the gray directly on that dark blue, but I think I've just thought of something that will make it tolerable for me to deal with. Because Gabby has other colors here, and one of them is this sort of... well, I want to use like a darker... We'll do like a 30 or 20 on this shade. Yeah, and then I want to give this like an outline, just a 1 pixel outline sort of on here to, I don't know, just to kind of shade it. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, actually, maybe. What if I get rid of it on just that part? Actually, I kind of do like it there. Am I doing that on... Yeah, I want to do this on its own layer in case I decide to change my mind. Like, because I don't know, because the gray, it has to have some kind of bevel, maybe, is what the word I'm looking for. It's a bevel. That's what it is. So it's got to be maybe a little lighter. And just on these corners. And then it has to be a lighter accent on the... Yeah, okay, I know what to do now. It has to be like that, so it has this kind of bevel look. See, this is already, like, yeah, you see what I'm... You can see it. And then here, I'm kind of taking my inspiration from Windows 2000 right now. And then there's got to be a lighter shade. We go to like 60 for like some of these bits. That's not, I don't know if that's light enough though. Maybe 70. but it has to be like on the top corners like that. Or I don't know, maybe I'll just do this all the way. Like something about that my design cop approves of. He's like, yeah, man. That's what he says. So, you know, maybe this is... but it doesn't... It's not going to look exactly right in the pixel art, but what I'm imagining is the full size will have a little bit of a... Just, I don't know. I didn't want to do this initially, but maybe I'm coming around on this. Maybe the white parts having this kind of aluminum, brushed aluminum texture on it, and then this bevel, and then the gray ones having less texture, but being like a padding that the aluminum plate is bolted to. So yeah, you see how there's reasons? Like the more you look at it, there's like reasons. Like, oh man, this sounds so incoherent. But like you think about it and you look at it and it's like, oh, that's why, like it feels like it could be made of something. That's sort of what I'm trying to say. Like it's real. So like you might have like a bolt, not too much though. That's the thing, you can't overdo it. But you notice how Gabby does have a bit of this left, where she'll have like little screw holes that hold her suit together. Similar concept like this. So you'd have like here maybe some kind of line that kind of separates these two elements. Not there, but kind of like where it's made of something for a reason. It fits together for a reason. So maybe here you'd have like a screw. Maybe there you'd have a screw. Just to make it feel more like real somehow. I don't know if I'm explaining this right. And it doesn't quite look as good when I draw it. Maybe I'm making them too big. They have to be small and imperceptible. You're not meant to look at them the first thing. But making them additions kind of sells you on the belief. It's suspension of disbelief that, oh, this is a real thing. Yeah, so you can see if I add them in just in the right place, if I add them in just the right places, you can start to see. And then if you want to be extra fancy, maybe you could add like little like accent, like line accents on these, just as an experiment. I don't know. Like I'm just playing around now. I'm just playing with my childlike wonder right now, where because Gabby's suit has like some accents like this, like little flourishes. I don't know. I'm just trying it. I'm just trying it on. So I might do those on a separate layer of what these, if you had to add little flourishes, what would they look like? Maybe this at the bottom here has 3 of these little things. I'll try and line it up with the grid so it's a bit more reasonable. But like you add a bit of these sort of vents, in a vent shape thing at the bottom. Some angles. Because, yeah, a lot of, I don't know, maybe this is how people get this sort of style that they do on their stuff. Because that's the thing I'm trying to work out, is a reasonable style. It's the goal. Not just a random style for no reason. So I don't know if I like the bottom one, but I like that top one I've done. So I'm just kind of graffitiing all, vandalizing my design at the moment. But, like that's kind of... you see what I mean, right? It makes you feel something. It's like, I can see you in chat there going, yo, that's it. That's their reaction. I can't pronounce your name. It's a bunch of emojis. But the guy, the black and white anime avatar with the sunglasses says, I think the border asymmetrical balance works. Finer details at this point is contextual. Yeah. Oh, hey, Rashads. Finally figured out how to figured out my dither issue in Unreal. Apparently it was just the AO messing up everything, so I removed it. Now my textures look right in the game. Oh, dithering. Do you mean like, I think I know what you mean. It's like that kind of thing where I don't know how to describe it with words, but I think I know what you mean. Yeah, Unreal, man, is so... Oh my god. It is very finicky like that. It has all these stupid options turned on by default. But yeah, you got to just turn it all off. That's what I did. You just got to go in there and just shut it down, turn it off, and go, no, don't add any weird stuff to my frame, please. And then it behaves. But yeah, it's I guess that's the one advantage Unity has visually over Unreal, is that it will do only what you tell it, but you got to know what to tell it. Whereas Unreal will do a lot of what you don't tell it, and you got to figure out how to tell it to stop. That's sort of the opposite problem. Let me just undo that. All right. I don't know. So there's iteration 1. Okay, I think I'll leave it at that for the moment. We'll try another iteration of a different idea, and just to see what comes of it, you know. So try something a bit more wacky. Oh, I forgot one thing. How do I know which of these is selected? I'll try something real quick. I just realized. Let me just group these into a fold. The graffiti I've just done into, we'll call this accents. And then this is footer. And this is all kind of a bit disorganized. Header. Because I think, yeah, once you get it at, and I'll rename this as a raster, this overlay. Because I think once you figure out the pixels, making this at high res becomes easier because the ambiguity and choices have been made for you in low res now. That's sort of that's the idea. Now for this, to know which of these is selected, I'm going to just draw over the body. I'll make a copy of this, and we'll make the second option highlighted, just, you know, because I want. And I'll just swap the colors around a bit so that this is sort of this that color, and that is this color. Or we could do this color. Actually, yeah, I like that better. Yeah. And I need to make this text a little darker. We'll make it the same. Actually, I just realized that might not work so well if that's the same. Because if you have the description and the thing that's highlighted in the same color, you might not know from a first glance, oh, which one of these is the thing that my controller is controlling. So I might, yeah, hold on. I think I might go back to this being, no, not like that. This will be like a different blue. Or we could do that pink as well. We could try that. But I think I'll do that for the moment. Because that's, at least it's different from the bottom one. So we'll rename this to panel highlight. Want to check if, okay, is my audio still working? I just got to check, because around this time last week, the audio muted. Okay, it's still working. Rashad's likes the layout. Thank you very much. I actually kind of like it too now. I'm not pissed off by it anymore. So maybe that's good. I don't know, maybe that's a symptom. It's a good sign. Cybershell says, dithering is noise that helps prevent the gradient from... Yeah, that's right. I remember now. Yeah, it's... Yeah. I have seen it used well, though, when it's done on purpose. There was some old menu... It was the Windows... Oh, some old Windows install screen I was looking at that has dithering on it, but it looked nice. I'll show you what I mean. But yeah, you don't necessarily want it if it's unintentional. But yeah, I was looking at, oh, it might not have been this. It was like the, might have been XP. Because they use a lot of gradients, but they use limited colors. And you wouldn't really notice on an, you can see it here, yeah. On an analog display, you wouldn't notice it, but on a digital one, it's pretty obvious. But it's charming. I like it. Like this sort of stuff going on. Yeah. So this sort of stuff where you look at close at the gradient and you can see that it's really just made out of like... Now, this has probably been JPEG'd the hell out of existence here. But if you look at the real thing, you will probably notice, especially on these gradient lines they do. And, you know, this is giving me a bit of inspiration right now for the next thing I want to try. Because what I want to try next is a more Windows-esque thing where I use this sort of mid-gray for something, which I'm not really using at the moment. And this has that kind of same palette, interestingly. It's the Gavi color palette. Look at this. You got the blue, the gray, the white, the stripes. Maybe I want to try... Yeah, I think I want to give this, something like this, a shot for the next thing I'm about to do. So I'll keep that... I'll copy this. But I think this looks like it's had saturation put on it. So I want to get... I want to close this now. And I want to get like a Windows 2000 UI. How difficult do you think it'll be to make a menu like this dynamically transform into some more complicated settings in game? Probably complicated. Probably very difficult. Just because that's always... Look... That's always the right answer. If anyone ever asks you that kind of question, I think the right answer is always probably very complicated, because everything is always so much harder than it looks all the time. That's the one thing I have learned. So probably very complicated. So I don't want to go too overboard with making it transform. I think I kind of know what you mean. They're kind of like the Ratchet and Clank 1 menus where everything's like the window sizes all change and animate depending on what you click on. Because now that I think of it, if they were doing that in 2001, it shouldn't be complicated. But knowing the way technology's gone and UI tools, it probably is complicated now. But it wasn't complicated in 2001 for whatever reason. Because I think Ted Price did that himself personally, if I remember. I heard this somewhere. Hold on, I'm just trying to find a high quality screenshot of Windows 2000. Why is it impossible to find a high quality... Okay, here we go. Because I want to get, like, the gray that they've got on this is really nice. Oh my god, look at... Oh, this picture is beautiful. So I'm just going to, like, admire the beauty of this for a minute. But the... Oh man, that's pretty cool. That's a sick color scheme. Gotta open that, investigate that. But there's a picture I've got this picture saved already. What am I doing? I've got this saved already. I'll just leave this picture open here for me to find the thing. But look at this, dude. This is incredible. Look at the monitor. Look at the curves. It's so nice, man. And look at the Pepsi. Even Pepsi cans used to look better. What the hell? What happened? Just gotta look up my file explorer on my other screen. One sec. I need to go documents. So this is all the source files that will be for that. So I was saving a bunch of these box covers and all this stuff. And I took a picture of the desktop. Here it is. So I want to open this in Photoshop. There we go. I don't know why it's all the way down there. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. It's kind of interesting how it looks. Even every reference I get looks like Gavi for some reason. Like every single one. And it's not, I don't know if it's like accidentally, subconsciously intentional or something. But I'm just looking at this and looking at Gavi and it's like, oh my goodness, it's the same. Like the blue gradients, the stripes. It's like the blue and white combo. It's like everything that I pick is blue and white for some reason. I don't know, it's just funny. I don't know what that says about me. I don't know if that is some kind of tell, but it's interesting. All right. We lived in a world. Yes, we lived, past tense, we lived in a world. Yeah, man. I like the beige grey, says Reshaz. Me too. I'm just want to look at this for a minute and just let my brain imagine something. Gabby embodies the spirit of the ancients in technology. Well, now that you mention it, because there is this bit of lore that some of you might know, and that's that Gabby, she's kind of taken after me in a way, or maybe I'm taking after her. I don't know exactly the order of it, but because one of you did this really beautiful fan artwork of her with a flip phone. And I said, yeah, she actually does use a flip phone, Gabby. Like she doesn't in universe, she doesn't have a smartphone. She has like this gadget flip phone thing, and it's just using like basic 2G radio protocol or something. Like she doesn't have any apps on it or anything. It's literally just to call Calder and Felix with, and yeah. I think one of you said something like she uses it to avoid the brain rot or something. And then, I don't know, like a year after that, then I actually unironically got a flip phone for real. So, I don't know, this is, I don't know. We're like taking after each other in this weird way. But yeah, she kind of is, maybe she is a boomer as well. Like her father. But they are the best. Flip phones are awesome. And the thing is, I know, because I have the, we'll do a quick little lore break for the design. But this is the phone I use. I use a... This is the one 902. This is the one I use. And I know that this is crazy. I bet very few people can like name the exact model of phone they have, but that's how intentional this was. I was so picky about this that I can remember the exact model name of the phone. But this is what I'm using. I'm just going to try and find a nice... I don't know why my internet's so slow today, but this is what I'm using. And I'll show you what Gabby uses. Gabby doesn't use this. She uses something else. I don't actually remember the name of her model that well, but it's like the... I think it's the Z750i is what she would use. Yes. So this is what Gabby would use. It would be like a pink or silver 750 Sony Ericsson 750i is what she would use, because it's a bit, I don't know, it looks a bit more feminine. Not the black one, not the charcoal one. I think that's not quite. But either the pink one or the silver one is what she would have. Or this one. This actually is this. I can't tell if this is blue or this is a silver one. I think it is a silver one. Yeah, because the silver. Yeah, this is what she would use. I use this though, because unfortunately you can't use these anymore, because these are 2G phones and they took down the 2G towers and replaced them with 5G towers. So you can't physically use these phones anymore. But in Gabby's world, that 2G still exists, so she would be using this. I would use this too if I could, but I'm using this. This still works on most of the networks today. So there's a bit of lore drop for you for Gabby's technology usage. Black when flip phones look different from each other. Yeah, man. I think there is a database of flip phones I was looking at too, if you guys are ever curious about this stuff. Flip phone, man, people are still selling these for $100. Flip phone. Well, yeah, what would these be worth now? Because like they don't work. Like the infrastructure to support these is not there anymore. But they are beautiful. These are beautiful. Like I remember, because the reason why I chose this for Gabby is that this was the first phone I had when I was 10, and I remember this sort of green slick interface. Maybe I'll keep this as reference too. Maybe we can do something with this, because I love these green accents they had. It was beautiful. Very, very, yeah, very good. But such flip phone database. I remember finding this when I was trying to buy my phone to know what to pick. It was dumb. I think there was one called Dumb Phone Finder, but there was another one. There was a different site that cataloged every Sony Ericsson phone and every model. So I'll link this one because this is cool. But there was another. Maybe it was this guy. No, it wasn't this website. I don't remember what it was called now. But it was like a I'll search up. I think I remember what I searched. But yeah, these all look so gorgeous. But it was the oh my god, I just want to get this part of the word. Also, yeah, these are gorgeous too. I love these. I don't know if you I actually have seen these physically, and these are so awesome. So I don't know, I'll keep that open. But the Sony Ericsson 750i, I remember I was looking this up, and maybe it was GSM Arena. Yes, I think it was this website. It like just catalogs all, even new phones, but you can just ignore those. You ignore the slop and just look for the gold. If you go and look by, let's see, phone finder. Well, you just search Sony Ericsson. They did great stuff. Oh, what have they done to Sony Ericssons now? Oh, that's not Sony Ericsson. Did I spell it wrong? Why is it not coming up with... Okay, now the search isn't working. Okay, maybe I was spelling it wrong. Oh, I was spelling it wrong. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. So you look up Sony Ericsson. Check out this stuff, man. Do you guys remember? I used to see ads for this on TV. This sort of PSP hybrid phone. Like, this was freaking awesome, this stuff. And just the colors. You notice how the color schemes... I'm not even looking at the accents. I'm not even looking at the button on the fonts. But you notice how even products from 20 years ago were more colorful, and they picked cooler colors. And I don't mean visually cooler. I mean, just, it was sick. Like, it looked more awesome. Like these bright pink ones, or the green, or the, like, oh my goodness, dude. Like, look at this stuff. So I'll link the GSM Arena. If you guys want to find reference for phones. This is cool. That's freaking awesome. And then you look at it now, and what is it? Oh, freaking blue. Like, it's still the blue and white, but it's like corporate, boring, gray, saturation toned down, and it's all just bricks with rounded corners with 3 lenses on it for no reason. Look at this. And they all look the same. Like, every freaking Samsung, iPhone, it's all the same. It's just boring. Hey, look at this. Anyway, getting a little off topic. But on the subject of design, I guess here's my brain coming up with ideas right now. Because I was looking at Nokia print commercials. I don't know if I showed you this yet. I did do this segment. I did show you guys this stuff already. But just the way they advertised these was also quite different. This is really cool. But there was a specific picture. It was like there was a specific picture that I saved. It was like the Nokia 3310. This also looks sick, by the way. And wow, what a surprise. It's the same color palette of everything else. It's the Gavi color palette yet again, even with the cyan blue and the silver. Oh my goodness. Why does this pattern keep emerging? This is crazy. But if you search an ad or a magazine... Oh, actually, yeah, we got some good ones here. But you search like magazine. Yeah, here we go. I was looking at this, and this is just freaking sick. This is like one of my favorite ads I've seen in a long time. And you'll notice another weird pattern where it's using that font. It's serpentine italics with a bezel on it on the side for the word 3310. So it's this weird thing I'm noticing where all the choices I'm making just by accident with my menus are also emerging in all of this stuff. Like the serpentine font, the blue and white color scheme, the curves, the way this is sort of done, the angles. Because this has a bit of an angular sort of look to it, but they hide it a lot better than I do. But they use curves in this really cool way too. So now it's making me curious about maybe I was treating curves too harshly. Maybe there's something to this stuff. But yeah, look. Oh my goodness. So I'm just getting ideas at the moment. Because it has that kind of grayish color like Windows did. This sort of thing. That kind of grayish color. So I'm just getting some ideas right now. Okay, I can close that. And we'll keep that open. I think I've got some ideas. All right. ad is not actually from the early 2000s? Wait, are you serious? It looks like it is. It looks really good. What do you mean it's not from the 2000s? Where is it from? Okay, you gotta give it... Can someone link me the source of where this is from? Because this has got to be one of the coolest images I've seen in ages. And you're telling me it's not from the era? It's not authentic? What are you talking about? Oh. Well, they did a good job imitating it then. They did a really good job. What you're saying is you're going to modify the phone to work with 4G. I mean, maybe that's why people are selling them. But anyway, I just got to take a quick break for a minute. I'll be right back, and then we'll do a second. We'll do a Windows Nokia inspired. We'll try something with that. Just give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back after this brief message from our sponsors, which I don't have at the moment, but I'm sure an ad will start playing. Don't touch that dial. How do I intermission? There we go. All right. Well, you can see my kaleidoscope vision here. Hold on. All right. The boys are back. We're back in town. Time for iteration 2, Mark 2. That's Jaisu from Black Print in Vogue magazine. Okay, I gotta look this up. I don't know what all this... Jaisu Black Pink Vogue magazine. Okay, I have no idea who this is. But, I mean, the magazine covers look nice. The word Vogue looks nice. But yeah, I don't know who this person is. But whoever edited this looking thing together, freaking top tier. Okay, this is great. This fooled me. See that? What I was talking about at the start of the stream, that's the level that whoever's doing this design, that's the level they're on, where they can make... Because I actually thought this was from the 90s. I thought this was like a real... It's... What do you mean it's not real, you know? But that's how you know that they're thinking the same way, because you can't tell. Like, this had me fooled. I didn't look at this and go, oh yeah, no, this was from some guy imitating it. Like, no, this guy knew what they were doing. That's, I don't know, because I would actually buy a magazine with that ad in it, because it just the layout of it, the styling It's just sick, and the pose is cool. It's not because it's like a girl on the cover or something, but just like the way that the pose, where it's got this sort of nice sort of like the visual flow and like the eyes, like it just looks cool, right? It's like, oh man, that's like, it's got attitude. You can see the attitude in it. And then like the font choice, the alignment of the elements, the margins being respected, the product in this specific, like the placement of it in this way, it's just like, it's just perfect. Like you look at it and it doesn't annoy, the design cop in your head doesn't start going, oh, this, we got to arrest, we got to make it arrest. Like, no, like the design cop likes it. So, you know, that's what I'm trying to achieve, something that good. That's what I'm trying to do. It's got the Ridge Racer girl vibe. Oh, okay. Now, okay, you guys are giving me lots of cool ideas here and references here. Because I gotta look this up. Because I don't know what I've heard of people mention Ridge Racer. Let me just organize my tabs for a minute. Give me a sec, because I have like 20 tabs open right now. I've heard of Ridge Racer from some Sony press conference where the guy's like, oh, I have seen this before. No, that's what this was called. Okay, thank you for telling me what this was. Because I've been looking for this for ages. Because there's a specific render of this character. Not a 2D render, but it was like a 3D... It was like footage of like the early PlayStation 2. It was like for the promotional material for the PlayStation 2. And they had like this girl like waving her head or something. And it was the coolest shot I'd ever seen. Just like not this, but like, I gotta look it up on YouTube. You guys might have seen what I'm talking. It was like in this compilation of demo discs for the PS2 or something. And I don't know if this was it. I don't know if this is it. I don't think this is it. The music is sick, though. But yeah, it was this shot. Just the graphics of it was so awesome. Like, the amount of character in there, when you think about, like, the limitations they were animating this on, the color choice, the music... But the video that I saw wasn't this exactly. It was this video playing on an analog television, and it looked even cooler. But the movement, because this isn't physics sim stuff. Like, I don't know, maybe it is, but it looks very intentional. Like that kind of, that little, like, that cheeky little grin she gives you is just like, oh, so cool. Like, it's just the fact that they were doing that on, like, PS1, because I think it's, like, PS1, isn't it? Or PS2. Yeah, like, PS2 tech demo stuff. Like, it's just freaking awesome. Anyway, enough guffawing over the PlayStation. Gotta get to work. Jesse, we gotta cook. We gotta cook the best UI. Yeah, I do gotta listen to the Ridge Racer soundtrack. There's probably a heap of iceberg of stuff I just... Because I've heard of it, and I was like, oh, I know that Ridge Racer is some PlayStation thing, but I gotta look into that now. Anyway. Okay, I'm getting too excited. We gotta get to business. So what's the next thing gonna be? I need to get my pictures of the phones. I gotta organize them on my canvas here. Gotta organize it. I gotta pick out the best references. Which phones looked the coolest? This is cool. This is cool. I don't need that open. I think I'll save that for another idea. Okay, these three. All right. I want to have these on my canvas. And the Windows interface. And I just want to see what happens when I arrange this together. So we'll get that open. No, I don't. I just want to copy it. Yep. File new. No. What it? Yep. No. I want to go file new. Thank you. All right, I hate how it makes the canvases so big. All right. Where am I going to fit Gabby on my screen? I guess I'll dock her in with the Windows 95 window here. And I guess I'll dock the phones into, because these are the same model of phone, just with a different palette. And then I'll put this phone, because, oh look, I know that this probably looks like, oh, Raymond, you can't use phones to design a user interface. And you can, but there is something about this stuff. I haven't said this yet. Maybe you guys have picked up on this, but there's something about these things. And I know what you think it is. I know that you think, oh, Raymond's just old. He's just an old man yells at cloud. And this is irrational nostalgia. He's just sentimental. And it's not real. It actually doesn't look good. You are just sentimental. And you just look at this because it rose tinted glass. That's what people call it. They say, "Oh, you're just looking at it with rose tinted glasses because it's nostalgia." But I disagree. I think there is something going on. Maybe I think we might have talked about this last week of what maybe that might be, and I think I figured it out. I think I figured out what's going on with design, because there is something going on. There's something going on with design. I'm seeing it everywhere. And if you pay attention, if you look up from your phone for a second and pay attention, you'll notice it. You'll notice character designs getting worse, phone designs getting worse, home appliances, fridges, washing machines getting worse, cars getting worse, desktop lamps or monitors, mouses, keyboards. Like, there's this weird thing going on that it's like everything is declining in aesthetic quality. And I wouldn't really care about it if it was just video games, because I know that it's like, oh, Raymond, you're meant to be developing a game. You shouldn't be noticing all this, and you shouldn't care about the design of the whole world. But it is weird to me that this declining quality is happening with everything now. And I've been just kind of thinking over I don't know, I'm just trying to find my brush tool. Hold on, I'm getting stuck here. All right. I'm going to just draw some shapes in the second canvas slot, and I want to change this background color. And I'll resume what I was just saying in a second. But there is I would agree it's nostalgia if I was just upset about game covers or UI not looking like game menus looking different. I would concede, I'm probably just sentimental. But, because my dad, he looks a lot at cars. He used to work at, like, the car factory. He's, like, really involved in the BMC heritage community, like, preserving, how people used to, like, the BMC, the British Car Corporation, like, all the company history, all the aesthetics, there's, like, a whole book that they wrote on the styling of the cars. And he used to kind of comment about this. I didn't used to get it at first, where it's like, oh, he's just old. He just likes old cars because that's what he grew up with. But I didn't grow up with those cars, and I'm starting to appreciate them now. And if you guys don't know the kind of cars I'm talking about, it's like you look at stuff like this, and I know that what you're gonna say. I know this is, oh, Raven, this is cars. There's nothing to do with, but has something to do with it. Okay, this is related. We'll look up We'll look up this car, because you're gonna get the new one. This is the old one. This is what I'm talking about. You look at when things looked like this, or what's another great thing? Like, just, I don't know. This is like in the city I grew up in. You look at like pictures of Australia, and you look at the cars on the road and the buses, you look at pictures like this, and it just looks better. I know that some people are going to say, oh, it looks like the 70s. And yeah, yes, but I think the 70s objectively looked better. And I know that it looks old, but if you just take off the low quality, like the camera grain and stuff, and you took this with a modern camera of the same cars, it would look better. So I know this one is super low res. I don't know, my internet today is pretty bad at the moment. But the design of the cars you would just see on the street, like this sort of stuff, and again, you just don't just use your imagination to fill in the color and the 4K. If you need to look at it at 4K to understand my point, just use your imagination. Okay, we didn't have 4K cameras and stuff back then, but if you imagine this, imagine if cars didn't change and we had modern cameras and we went back and took pictures of this. I think the world would be more beautiful if every car looked like this. And I don't know if you can kind of see what I'm talking about here. You see this sort of brown. You see how everything was a bit more angular and square and like simple. That sort of design, right? And if you've been lucky enough to be around cars like this at like a car show or something, or if your parents happen to own one, then you'll know what I'm talking about because you would have seen it in person, or if you go to a car museum or something. And I know this is car design. It's like, Raymond, this has got nothing to do with interface design, but all design is design. And I don't know. The point I'm making is that I think there is this weird... It is weird to me how every facet of design has been getting worse, and it's been getting worse faster. I don't know if I'm the only one that notices that. I don't know if you guys are picking up on this, but we can notice it in our little niche, like game UIs and operating systems and phones. But don't you think it's a bit odd that it's happening everywhere? I don't know. Am I the only one think that's kind of odd? Catatonic says, that one time I went to Boo-Rays with my dad, they had a car show in the parking lot. Oh, that sounds awesome. Remember when cars were designed with artistic personality? Yeah, that's an ingredient to it, for sure. And the Mr. Bean aesthetic. I mean, if that's the... I mean, sure, yeah, the Mr. Bean aesthetic. Why not? Anyway, but okay, let me get a start of my thing going, and then I'll resume my point, because I don't want to get too distracted here. So I'm gonna use some of the Windows color theming at the moment, and I'm gonna try some curves. I'm gonna try something crazy this time and do some curves, and just why not? Just to see what'll happen. It's only pixel art after all, so low stakes. But I've been looking at all this lately. I've been talking about car design. I've been like reading books about car design. I've been looking at magazines, been looking at phones, been looking at stuff from the olden days. And I know that people are going to say that it's the good old days and it's nostalgic, but I think what's really going on is I think we are actually losing our ability to design. Because, you guys can kind of recognize that these older things had more personality than the new stuff. You can see, it's like, oh yeah, this does have a bit more personality to it. And, hold on, sorry, my mouse brushwork here it's a bit hard to do curves with a mouse. But I think the evidence that helps support this is that you can recognize it, but also, I don't know how old a lot of you are, but some of you that might be watching, you might have had this, or you might have observed or are participating in this phenomena where you're noticing like Gen Alphas or Zoomers perpetuate the nostalgia of previous generations despite them having not grown up with it. Like, you notice how vinyl, CDs, retro consoles are all coming back, and the people indulging in this are not the people that grew up with it. It's usually like people my age and or younger, like, I don't know, 16-year-olds or something. Like they're picking up on this and they're feeling nostalgic for it, and they didn't even grow up with it. So is that just, oh, it's just you just grew up with it, so therefore you're nostalgic? Like, is that really what it is? If people that didn't grow up with it agree? Like, maybe the old people are actually right about something. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was better in the good old days. And if I had to guess why that is, I think there's a degree to which like this craftsmanship and design is like being lost somehow. And you go look at the design books on Amazon, you'll probably understand part of why that is. I don't know if you guys have tried looking this stuff up. You look up like, I'm going to see if I can look up on Amazon real quick. how to graphic design. Yeah, like you look at this, like this stuff. Just imagine for a minute that the people designing products now, designing interfaces now, are reading this. Like they're starting. This is what they're starting with. Now, one of the, like this looks okay, but the rest of these, I don't know, man. This isn't like this, like what is, like this doesn't, it looks like a blog post. You know, it looks, it doesn't, it's not like, it doesn't look that good to me. And there was one cover I saw, I don't remember the name of it, but the text wasn't, yeah, like this. Like the color choice of the white on yellow, I don't know if I'd do that. It's unreadable from a distance. And it's like all this space not being used. Like you see when you look at it small, how it's like really hard to read the title. And this is meant to be teaching you how to design. Like dude, okay, Mitch Goldstein. Okay, Mitch, my guy, I would pick black lettering or a darker background. I wouldn't do this white on yellow stuff because I can't read it. My eye is going, the design cop in my head doesn't like this. And this guy's supposed to be what, an authority on how to design. Like I don't think so, man. Or like this stuff, which looks like, you know, you look on Pinterest for like top 10 graphic design, like that's what this looks like. But this is the best selling stuff right now. Like this is what everyone's reading. And these books didn't exist 40 years ago. So what I'm curious is, what design books were people reading 40 years ago before this stuff came? Because I think this stuff exists. I don't think there's actually a lot of this. I don't think that it exists to teach design. And again, I'm no design expert. I'm a nobody, so don't take my opinion too seriously. I'm not an authority, but I don't think these guys are an authority either. A lot of them, and I think it's just because it's more profitable to write a book to sell on your blog or on your Amazon to teach amateurs that don't know better than it is to actually teach the right stuff. And you see this with game development too. You know, you've got those people that teach you how to make 6 figures a year by making games, but they don't make 6 figures making games. I think it's the same phenomena that's I've seen happen to games, happening to graphic design. That's my game theory. It's unfortunate. I hope it's wrong. I hope it's not what's going on, and maybe I am just sentimental and I'm wrong. I would love that, but I don't know. I'm looking around, I'm looking at the cars we're driving, the products we're buying, people's fridges, people's silverware, just everything. I'm looking at everything, and I'm like, why does everything look worse? And, you know, objectively, not in a subjective way, like subjectively, it looks worse. It's less beautiful, it's less everything, and it's like, what's going on? And I think maybe that's a part of it, but then maybe there's something else to it. But if it's like, oh, that's what people are when they are being taught design, if that's the books they're being shown, it's starting to make a bit of sense to me. Lemon Drop says a lot of things these days are designed to be as broadly inoffensive as possible to appeal to the lowest common denominator instead of designed to be beautiful. Oh man, I hate it, but I agree. I think I have to agree. I hate that I want to disagree, and I hate that, but that's probably what's happening. So, you know, with that in mind, I think you might look at this and go, Ray, why don't you just get a marketplace menu from Unreal and just do it in 2 minutes? And I think because, you know, if you do that, you contribute to that problem and everything just gets uglier. And I don't know, man. I think it makes things a lot worse for the people that come next. Because you know what's going to happen? Or not. I don't know if actually... I hope this doesn't happen. But what will happen is the new stuff. Imagine there are kids right now that are going to look back at the Fortnite menu or the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Netflix menu. They're going to get nostalgic for that, if even. I don't think they will, but I don't like the idea of anyone getting nostalgic for that, because it seems very lowest common denominator to me. And I don't know, maybe it's not happening, because like we're observing, I think the kids are wisening up. and they are just taking the nostalgia from the previous generations anyway. So maybe that doesn't even work. But then what happens when you get to the point where there is no new things being made that join the nostalgia cycle? Like it wouldn't it be a shame if it all just ended in 1990 and then nothing worth being nostalgic or sentimental was made since then? Like wouldn't that just be, I don't know, I think that'd be kind of depressing. So I don't know. I think that's why you got to care about this. You got to take this super seriously, even if it takes a lot longer to put in this effort. But you know, I think there's a civic responsibility to, you know, because then what the kids, the gamers, the consumer. If you want to look at it in a cynical way, the consumers that come after you, you're gonna be damning them to a less beautiful world if you don't care. And it's like, do you want to make the best consumers? I hate that word, but that's the way people look at it now. But you know, if you want to look at it that way, it's like, well, do you want to make the consumers freaking happy to be alive or not? Then that's the choice. All right, so I don't quite know what I'm doing here with these curves, but I wanted to get this sort of, you see how this phone has this curve? I'm just trying something. I'm just trying out if I try that curve, but I don't know. I'll continue with this just to see what happens. Let me just think. Again, yeah, doing curves with a mouse and pixel art is not the easiest, so I know that I'm probably not doing this justice right now, but I don't know, I'm just playing with, what if I tried the Windows color scheme in the gradients? What if I did that on like a curvy looking I don't know, I just to try it out, just thought I'd have a bit of fun, see what happens. So I'm gonna do some very some very bad dithering right now. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just curious what'll happen. Because if you squint your eyes, it looks like a gradient. So I'm just curious. I'm curious what'll happen. And then the text will just be black, because that's what the Windows text was. So I'll write a bit of Latin here. Yeah, I don't know if that'll work so well, actually. Maybe this has to be white. Yeah, this has got to be maybe white instead. Oh, what have I done? Oh, I painted over this in the wrong color. My bad. Why is there a big... Oh, what have I done there? Hold on. I must have not used the eraser tool without realizing. All right. Get that dark gray. So this will be the Windows variant, I guess. I don't know, just to see what happens. We'll bring back that grid and we'll draw some kind of box in the middle, I guess, of all the contents. I think I've probably made the menus, the header and footer too large. Lemon Drop says 1990s Jeep Cherokee is light years ahead, more beautiful than the modern one. Okay, I gotta check this out. 1990, you say? Jeep Cherokee. Ooh, that's I think I've seen this before, and this is nice, dude. That is So what are the modern? Oh no, I almost don't want to look. Oh, I've seen these too, actually. These piss me off so much, dude. Oh no. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's just a bit much, you know? This is not the worst I've seen though in modern cars. I've seen worse. But this is like not like compared to what this was. Like, dude, what the hell happened? The one I've been looking at a lot lately is the Mini Cooper. Cuz yeah, my dad is obsessed with the Mini Cooper. And I used to not get it, but now I totally get it. But the new, not the new one though. The new one, they've done something weird to it. But if we look up the 2003, well, he's got the original 50s from his childhood one. That's the one he likes. But at one point, he was really appreciative of the 2003 Mini Cooper. And there is a weird difference. I didn't realize how much they've changed because BMW bought them in like the late 90s. And kept the name and kept a lot of the design ethos, but made it modern. And this was not bad, actually, the 2003 one. But the 2025 ones are like super foreign and weird now. Because you'll notice there's something about the back. Quick tangent on minis for a minute. But you look at the 2003 Mini Cooper from the back. Because there's this really interesting little trick that they do on the lights that you've probably seen these cars, but you probably haven't noticed this little detail about them. But this, wait for the full size one. And then you look at the Morris Minor or Morris 850. That's the one I know. You look at the back of the original, the Mr. Bean car, if you will. And then you look at the back, and I know this looks weird, but this is going to be I'm going to make a cool, interesting observation here. If you go to then the 2025 Mini back, you look at it now. This is they've done something new now that is also not I don't like, but they were also doing the year before. Maybe it was the 2021. Yes, this is it. This is the thing. So, I don't know if you guys noticed something about this, but when I realized this, it blew my mind. Because you look at the lights on the back, and the original does this interesting thing where the lights, you see the little rear lights, they're like pill-shaped, and they are attached to the body on like their own little section, on their own island here. Like they're attached to the body. And then you'll notice that the 2003 remake deliberately brought that back. Like they kept that in, where it's like it's pill-shaped. It's a little more modern and angular and curvy, but they kept it so that it's attached to the body on its own little segment here. But then you look at the new ones, and they've completely butchered it by making the light, it like cuts into the back door, and it's on the edge. You guys see that? I don't know if you guys can see it, but you see how you guys might have seen this if you just go outside. You go on the bus, you get in your car and drive around or whatever, you'll start noticing this. Where the newer ones, every new car does this, and it pisses me off so much, where they have like the contour going on the light underneath it like this. And the door has to be cut out around it. Whereas the original didn't. It was on its own thing. And the original, like that's a deliberate choice. And now they're doing this weird thing now with this sort of triangle shape thing. But I don't know, like there's something about the old one, because it doesn't, like, I don't know, it dominates your eye a lot more, and especially with the Union Jack thing that they're doing. But on this one, the proportions of the rest of the car, they've changed a bit as well, where the new ones are a lot bulkier now. So if you go look at like these ones they're doing, they're very hexagonal, and I think I know why they're doing this. They're getting bigger, more beefier, and they make what they call a feature impression, and they're more hexagonal and angular. And I think they're doing this to appeal to my demographic, who grew up with video games and stuff, and it was all digital. And I think they're doing this because, people a little older than me and my age are wanting to buy their cars, and like, oh, well, the kids that grew up with the video games will make it all angular for them, but they're kind of betraying the original aesthetic. Like, this is so ugly to me it's overdone. These silly rings they're doing around it's just so much. And it's like, can we tone this down, man? Can we calm down? And like the huge grill, like the massive grill, like it's the first thing my eye looks at. It makes a feature impression. But you look at the 2003 one, wasn't bad, right? Like the grill is not overwhelming you. It's subtle. And the proportions are toned down a bit. It isn't big and bulky and hexagonal like the new ones, wherever the tab was, where it's got all these freaking lines on it and stuff, and the sharp edges that kind of clash with the, like, not to say that, because I like edges, okay? I like angles. I don't like them on this car, though. That's my issue, just to be clear. I don't like it on this car, because that's not what this is supposed to be. The Mini is supposed to be not this. It's meant to be like, you know, meant to be this. That's what it's supposed to be. It's meant to be kind of cheeky and round. That's the personality of the original. And they're kind of betraying it. And they kept that in the 2003 design. But in the new ones they're doing, they've betrayed it. Like every iteration, they're making it more like high-tech and cool. But it's not the... Like, no. It's not how it's supposed to look. And I don't know, maybe you guys can pick up on this now, where you look at this one and it just pisses you off less than the new one. Like that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. It's the same with this Jeep that you just mentioned. Anyway, back to the menu, and it's just another observation. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, the 1990 Jeep was pretty good. What's this, Kyo? This is a bit of poetry you're writing in chat right now. They see... Let me read this. This seems very considered. They see your beauty, so frail and fine. They see your peace, woven of faith and toil. They forget your heart, bound in slumber and servitude. When you wake, they shall see your truth. What is this from? Did you just make this up, or is this from somewhere? This sounds really cool. The opening... Oh, is this the opening poem of Silk Song? Is this actually what this is from? Hey, well, man, I think these guys would probably... The guys that are making Silk Song probably would understand this. That's really cool, man. Maybe I should play this game. If they get it. If these guys get it, maybe I should support this game. It's cool. But that is very... Yeah, I agree. It's very true. That's probably why Silk Song is so beautiful. It's probably why a lot of people that try to imitate it fail. It's because the guys get it. They understand this stuff. They understand it with their sprite work and all this other stuff. Anyway, so I'm just going to try... I'm just trying to do the Windows thing here. I'm going to try doing a white... actually, no, I'm going to try something else. I'm going to make it so that the options have the white field on them. I'm not really sure if I'm completely digging this as much as the previous version, so I want to wrap this one up quickly and then get to the next one. So imagine the options... I don't know, this is just what I'm trying, where each option is like a gray box with a white input field. You know what? I should probably copy the... Oh, will that fit? I don't know if that'll actually fit. But I'm looking at this... Okay, I want to move on to another one, because I can already tell I'm not really happy with that. But I'm really curious. I'm just so... Looking at this Nokia phone, I'm so enamored trying to get this curve they've got going on. And I know I said I wanted to stick to angles, but I'm really curious to give this a try now that I'm looking at it. Like, I don't know, man. Something about it is the cop in my head is saying I have to try it, so I have to do it. So we'll try using just, instead of Windows, I'm going to just use the phone and see what happens now. Because, yeah, the gray, I don't know. I think I don't quite have this one yet, but we'll try the next one. We'll move on. We're going to try and speed it up. But yeah, in short, yeah, you should care about all of this. I know it sounds crazy, but you should care about it, because then the world becomes more beautiful, and that would be cool. And if you somehow disagree with it, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. All right, I'm gonna say it. And yeah, you should care. All right. I'm gonna get the brush tool. There we go. So I don't know. I'm gonna try doing something like the Smash Bros menu combined with this curvature thing that they're doing, and we'll see what happens. Because the Smash Bros Melee menu had this frame that had these curved corners on it that had this dynamic width, and I'm gonna try and marry those two together. So like they say, good artists copy, great artists steal. And I gotta get my guidelines in here. I'm gonna go off grid if I don't focus. So how many grid? 2 grid. Wait, how many is that? 1, 2. Yep. Oh, this is out of alignment. 1, 2. Yeah, this needs to. Okay, I just gotta make sure I do it here. 1, 2. 1, 2. It's gotta be there. And then, yeah, okay, now I gotta remember to keep the grid on while I draw this. Because I want this boundary to, like, be inside of this this thing. So I'm gonna try and turn this, well, you'll see. I'm gonna stop talking, you'll just see what I'll do. But yeah, I like that poem. That's really good. Design reminds me of Sonic Unleashed for the PS2. Oh yeah, kind of. Huh. Maybe they got inspiration from the same place. But yeah. No, the curves are a bit trickier. I'll give them that. Because yeah, that is a weird thing they did as well, by the way, where they made a different design for the PS2 and the PS3 versions. I don't know if you guys know that. But Sonic, yeah, because Sonic Unleashed, goated game, by the way, amazing, one of my favorites. But yeah, they because it was multi-platform, and for the different platforms, they designed a different interface for the SD and the HD versions. Even though the HD one actually holds up really well at SD, but maybe it was like a technical thing because it was a different team doing it. They had the Dimps do the Wii and PS2 port. And I don't know if they were using different tools or whatever it was, or there was a limitation with the technology where you couldn't design interfaces like that on the, I don't know, probably some reason, but they like had a whole different design ethos for those games, for the PS2 version. And they both look good. I don't even know which one I prefer because they both look good. They kind of go for different styles, I guess. I try the angled corners too. I can't help myself. So yeah, well, I don't know. I am liking this better now so far than the Windows attempt. See where we go. But this sort of silver that they've got on the button is just nice. I think, yeah, what I want to do, because it is actually so funny that every shade of this, like even that little blue thing, because I didn't even look at this when I was designing Gabby. I had never owned this phone. I didn't even know it existed till last week. And it's just so funny how I've made like the same choices without like this. I don't know. I just think there's something really funny about that. It's like maybe Gabby would use this phone actually, because it looks exactly like her almost, except that my design is a little more angular. I don't know. I just think it's hilarious. Oh, I should do this on a different layer, actually. So I'll fill this in white. And then we'll do that little color. It's a bit more green than my one, slightly. It's close, but it's ever so slightly different. Confirmed, Gabby is indestructible. Dude. Yep. Law accurate, true. Yeah, so Gabby's suit is actually made by Nokia, so it's indestructible. Yeah, that's why it exists. That's why she wears it. It's an indestructible suit. I mean, if Nokia made body armor, I would wear it for sure. You know it would be good. So I'm just trying to clean up that row of pixels there. Okay, it's got to be a bit bigger. Oh, not that big. Not that big. Let's rub some of that out. There we go. That's better. So this will be a little description box like we had on this one. But this will be a little different. And you know, it is a bit too light, the outline. I do want to bring a bit more of a silver, bit more of that silver going on. Because this photo, it kind of distorts the colors a little bit. But I want it to be kind of this, maybe it's made out of the same material, just a thought. Because the thing about the Smash Bros. Interface is that it's all holographic, translucent, and outline. It's that's sort of like what the Y2K aesthetics do a lot, where it's outlines. But this, I'm thinking, well, what if I did a bit of skeuomorphism, just a bit of skeuomorphism, not fully, but you know, imagine the frame is solid and it's made of this plastic material instead of just being an outline. I don't know, that's what I'm thinking. What if, you know, for the sake of argument, hypothetically, what if we did skeuomorphic Y2K? I don't know if that's a thing. Well, what if we did it? And then inside, what would you then do inside is the question. I might have to look at the Smash Bros. Melee again. I think I had a thing of it in one of these documents. I had reference of this. If I go to reference, Smash Bros. Melee. I took some more screenshots of the menus because these they just look gorgeous. But imagine that kind of shape, but with materials. Not like that. This sort of does. Like, there's one menu I found where it kind of has it with the Windows 95 gradient stuff. Or the bevels. They do it on some of these menus here. So we'll move that here for the moment. Sorry, is this taking up too much room? Can you guys still see what I'm doing? I'll move this around a little. So you can kind of see the influence of what I'm trying to do here. But imagine it's made of a different material. That's sort of what I'm thinking. Oh, you know what? Just a thought. The buttons of this are the cyan as the highlight. And we make them sort of angular. Or we could do them spherical like the phone, but I don't know if I like that actually. Maybe we do a bit of curved edges, like a mix of angles and curved edges. I know I said I wasn't going to do curves, but I think maybe I was a bit too harsh on that idea. Because when I look at Gabby, she does have some of that. It isn't completely rigid. There's the angles, but especially with these middle pieces, like this, there is that curvature to them. And her hair has those curves. Like, it has the angles and the curves. So, and then the headphones too. And I'm thinking, all right, well, maybe I should be a little open to being a bit, and the eyes, you can see as well, they're kind of made of curves. But it's an angular curve, which is a bit of a, I know it sounds like a bit of a contradiction, but I think it's like, all right, well, maybe I should try a bit of that. You know, that's sort of what I'm thinking, is not to go strict angles or strict curves, but a mix of both somehow that looks stylish. So I should name these. But I don't want to do this side to side button stuff that Smash Bros does, because I just don't get it. I like having things sort of neatly lined up a bit more, or more stickler for order. So I'm just going to draw some rough buttons with trying to do a bit of curves on them, but some angles on them, some bit of shearing on them. But I'm making these way too thick. Alright, sorry. I'm a bit quiet today, sorry. I'm just focused. I'm so focused right now. You have no idea. OG Xbox is classic. Yeah, man, it's pretty good. Does Gabby have the ability to play MIDI files? Oh, I don't know. Hold on, what does that mean? Does Gabby have the ability to play MIDI files? Do you mean like play an instrument? Is that what you meant to say? Because like humans don't play MIDI files. Computers play MIDI files. Humans record MIDI files. Is that what you're asking? Could Gabby play piano? I think she can. But I haven't seen her do it in a long time. But I think she secretly practices behind my back. I just couldn't prove it, but I know she's doing it. She orchestrated it. Gabby. She practiced piano without telling me. Could be precious Gabby. Cyber Shell says, Patrick, are Gabby's legs an instrument? No, Patrick, Gabby's legs are not an instrument. Horseradish is not an instrument either. Oh man. I will say I am so happy that people remember that, because I vividly remember that episode. I watched it when I was like 10 and I remember every line from it. For some reason. I haven't watched it since then, but I somehow remember every line of dialogue from that whole episode and the whole plot of it. And I don't know why I remember it so well. Maybe it was really good and I forget how good it was. But I remember it was like, what? Squidward had to direct a band, like a marching band of all of Bikini Bottom, and like Squilliam, what's the guy's name? It's Squilliam, isn't it? The evil Squidward who judges him is like, and you can't do music, Squidward. And Squidward's like, yeah, I can. And then he tries to like get all Bikini Bottom to do the rehearsal, and everyone's just messing around. And Patrick's he gets his neck stuck in a trombone, gets into a fight with Sandy. And then they end up at the Super Bowl at the end, don't they? And the SpongeBob just is rocking out on his guitar. And it's like I don't know, there's probably a bit of gaps missing, but I don't know. Why was that such a memorable episode? There's probably something to that. I don't know. Maybe no one else does remember it, but I just remember it was really good. Sweet Victory. Yeah, that's it. See, okay, no, I'm not crazy. You guys do remember. Yeah, way better than that frickin' Coco Melon, whatever you kids today are watching. No, back in the day we had Sweet Victory. We had SpongeBob singing Sweet Victory. We didn't have all of this brain rot Coco Melon garbage. So yeah, when people tell me that, oh, Ray, you're just sentimental, you're just old. It's like, no, okay, it was... Look, everything was just objectively better, okay? Back in the old days. Back in my day, all right, it was objectively better. Okay, I don't care what their Gen Alphas are gonna... I don't care what skibbity excuse they come up with. But I know they don't have Sweet Victory, and we do. They need it. They need Sweet Victory too, okay? They need it. I'm not trying to gatekeep it. I'm not trying to say we had it better because we're better people. No, they do need that stuff, and it does bother me a lot. I've just been thinking a lot about that this week. It just bothers me a lot how much worse everything's getting. They need a Sweet Victory so bad. All right, so here's, I don't know, just an idea with the buttons, but I got to try. I'm going to try another, because I didn't do buttons for the others. I'm just doing like menu items. So I want to try something a bit more menu-esque. What is this? What is Twitch? Something's going on Twitch. We got a raid. Dingus raid. Evan Axel is raiding with a party of 1. Thanks, raiders. Please don't loot me, okay? The cash is in the drawer. It's in the register. Just raid and take it and leave. No, please stay. I always get super alarmed when Twitch calls it a raid, because it sounds like it doesn't sound like a good thing. You know, it sounds like you're being raided, like you're being conquered by another streamer. But yeah, I hope the raiders are nice. But yeah, welcome raiders on Twitch. We're doing some menu designs. I was going to name this layer something. My mind just blanked out thinking about Sweet Victory. Panel. That's what this was going to be. So how do you... That's the thing I got to now figure out is what to put in the middle. Because imagine it's a settings menu. And I know that Smash Bros has the hovering buttons. Maybe the blue would work. We'll try, because I did these really thick buttons and it's too big. But we'll try... you know what? I just had an idea. I'll copy the buttons I already drew and scale them to fit into this and recolor them. And pass it off as my own cooking, even though it is my own. We'll put it in the same spot. But I think the frame might actually have to be a bit bigger now that I'm looking at it. But this actually kind of does look cool, actually. Now, if I do say. But I think the frame is a little small. So I'll just move this. I'll reorder this a little bit. And we'll make this a little bigger. Yeah, that's better. And I was going to do something else. I forgot what it was now. Well, actually, the color scheme works still. Like, those color buttons actually do work with this frame. So, I don't know, maybe I should just leave that alone. But no, actually, no, there is something I did want to try. There is something. Because I know that this bottom thing with the blue is... The design cop isn't happy. He doesn't like this. He's having a fit right now. So I got to recolor this bottom part to be... I think it has to be this color. Yes. Yes, the design cop is happy. He loves that. And then it needs text in there, so we'll draw some text. And it has to be that color. Thanks Cosmic for the context. Yes, so I am deliberately using low-resolution sprite art as a thumbnail. Sorry, I'll move this out of the way. It's probably getting annoying. So I'm deliberately using low-resolution sprite as a thumbnail for the UI for my ambitions. Yes. Arc system works inspired 3D action momentum platformer Project Feline. That's a really interesting way to pitch it. I haven't heard anyone describe it like that. The ambitious Arc system works inspired 3D action momentum platformer. That's a lot of words, but yes, that's true. That is what it is. So the cool thing I like about this version of the design is that it gives us a lot more room for a description in this box. Like the little description tool, the tooltip, that's what it's called. This has a lot more room, which is great because you can put 2 lines now. Because I think I figured 3 lines was going to be too much. Maybe 2 lines is probably fine. So yeah, I'm just making up because I'm just trying to get the impression. It's the impression of text. It's not meant to actually look like, you know, writing. Kind of looks like ancient hieroglyphics now. But you get the idea, right? And this, I like the bottom of this one, but this frame looks angular and cooler. So I don't know, maybe there's a way I could marry these two together somehow. But I think what I also want to try, because I do want to make an effort. Oh, maybe I don't need to. I don't know, because here's the thing, is that I feel like the tooltip and the options should be different colors. But considering that the tooltip is in the frame in the manner that it is, that might not be necessary. Because I'm just a little worried if I have the body and this the same color that it gets confusing. But considering that it's got this border around it, maybe it's fine. You know, maybe it actually, I can get away with it being the same color. Because otherwise what I would do in terms of Maybe I can play it. I could try this out now, I guess. I could play around a bit with the highlights and make the highlighted option this sort of this color. We haven't tried the pink yet either. So I don't know. I don't know if because I don't know. Maybe I don't have to use the pink. Maybe it works fine with just the cyan. But if we try to see, that kind of works too. Like they both seem to, I don't know, they both work. It's just one feels more digital and one feels more like print. I don't know if I can explain why. But I think the pink is a little harsher now that I look at, because that's looking at it low res helps me decide this a lot faster. Because with the pink, because with the blue it feels like a digital computer inside this frame. Because I guess I don't know why, just because. But with the pink, it's like there isn't anything to pair with it, if that makes sense. Like, I think there needs to be a second thing that is also pink for this to work. And I can't think of anything else to do that with. So I think I might stick to the cyan and the blue. Unless I did a pink theme of the whole thing. Like, if the entire thing had this sort of pinkish theme to it. Which, maybe. But I don't want to make it, I don't want boys to see this and go, oh, this is a girls' game and leave. So I don't want to go too heavy with the pink. But, yeah. Because I got to remember the target demographic, as the marketers call it. What do you guys think? Not Kevin likes the pink? All right. Ben says these are going to go so hard in the... Hold on, my flip phone's going off. Someone's messaging me. Okay, how do I mute this? Oh yeah, that's the cool thing I love about this phone. Is that when there's a button on the side. Now, on a smartphone, it would be the sleep button, but on my phone, it's the mute button. It's the silent button. You hold it down and it goes... That's the thing, because it's a Japanese phone. They come up with the coolest name for this. It's not called Do Not Disturb mode. It's called manners mode. Because the Japanese have manners. And I think I was like, oh man, nicely played. That's a nice touch. Whoever designed this phone, nice touch. I always want to be in manners mode. Anyway. But Ven says these are going to go so hard in the Project Feline art book. Yeah. Cyberself says, I'm sure glad I didn't grow up with Skibbity Toilet. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Carrion says, oh, what about unlocking themes? Oh man, that does sound like a very tempting idea. I gotta be careful though. I don't want to come up with too many ideas because, scope and that sort of thing. But if I design this properly, and I think that way, it might be possible, but I don't want to say it will. Because doing that kind of thing will depend on the implementation. And that I can't quite see as clearly into that future yet. What I do know is that I guess it depends on the concept we pick, really, because there are going to be some elements, I think, that would make that color theming hard, like especially if I do materials like the brushed aluminum metal. If I do things like that, and if that's part of the sprite work, doing theming is difficult because you then have to make a slightly different shade of aluminum that goes better with pink, and a slightly different shade that goes with whatever other color you want. And you have to make all those different sprites. And I know that some people might say, oh, we'll just add a tint in the, in Unreal. But no, that's not the right way to do it in that case. If you've got a texture, and if the actual base thing has a color on it, like this being slightly blue and not gray, if you try and tint that, it's just going to screw it up. You don't want to do that. But for these other elements that aren't that, like these button things or the bounds or like the outlines, that might be a bit easier to do because you could just make those as like black and white sprites and then tint them in editor and then make those variables. That's how you'd make a color theme. But if you did them kind of like the way that old games do, because a lot of old games don't do this. If you've ever looked at like the Sonic Unleashed HUD sprites, you'll understand the kind of thing I'm trying to describe. Because their sprite, it's all on this big sprite sheet, and the colors are on the sprite sheet. So you couldn't recolor this. if that makes sense. If you wanted to make it so that, oh, I want his bars to be purple. Like they have the separate themings for the werehog, but let's say on the daytime one, it's like, oh, I want this to be pink. You couldn't hue shift. Like if you try to hue shift that, it would look ugly. It wouldn't work. So you'd need to like design the sprites with that in mind to do colors. And that's not something I'm prepared to. It's a cool idea. That would be so cool, but I'm not a god, so I don't know if it's worth doing. With the amount of, you have to be very forward thinking to make that work. But that would be a cool idea. Oh. Because Ratchet Deadlock did that, but they have a very simpler, they're able to do it because they chose a very simple aesthetic that made that possible. Cosmic says, thank God I grew up wanting to design CD covers. Oh my God, me too. Oh man. Because I did this with DVD covers and CD covers when I was a kid. I don't know. I might actually have them somewhere. I'll see if I can find it. But you also said, I don't know why, but the menus look edible. Like I could feasibly see rock candy or gummies in the UI element shapes. Very appealing to look at, even when it's just pixel art. Well, thank you very much, Cosmic. That's very high praise. I appreciate that. That is a goal I was not intending on, but that's, I guess, a good thing. You wouldn't want it not looking edible, right? If it looks, oh, I wouldn't eat that. No, you wouldn't want someone saying that. So thank you. That's not the compliment I expected to get today, but I'll take it. But yeah, dude. So maybe you've picked up on this, but yeah, because I don't know, man. Part of the reason I'm a little depressed and fatigued this week. This is the highlight of my week right now. I'm having the most fun I've had all week right now. And for the rest of the week, I've just been kind of undoing all this programming, the brainwashing, you could say. Because I haven't met anyone else that cares about this sort of thing. And I don't know, it's a bit lonely, right? Like the only people that are starting to care that I know of are like you guys watching. But I know that most of the people that, if I do a video on this, most people are not going to care. I know that the people who I used to study with game design or whatever, none of them care about this. And I don't know, it always just made me really sad. But I think the reason I care about it is because when I was like 7, and I'm so thankful for this, that I didn't have an iPad. Instead, my dad was like, all right, here's the family, because I don't know if you guys people do this anymore, but we have the family computer. It's like, oh yeah, so this is PowerPoint. He sat me down and was like, this is Microsoft PowerPoint. And you can make text boxes, you can make shapes, and check this out. And then he showed me, PowerPoint doesn't look like this anymore, but he showed me the freeform tool. And this is Excel, this is not PowerPoint. Where's PowerPoint? He showed me this stuff where he's like, yeah, so you can like create graphics, and check this out, you can make shapes. Maybe I should have made this in PowerPoint, actually, because this is way better than Photoshop. Yeah, hold on a minute. Let me make that header graphic with PowerPoint. Oh my God, this is actually way easier. But yeah, so when I was 7, this is what I used to do. Like, I would use shapes, because that's the cool thing as well, is that you can then go in and you can go to, I don't know where they've put the menu for this now, but you could add fills, shape fill, outline. Now it's not going to do this because I have high contrast mode on, but you can, in normal windows, you can make this a shape with a color and a shadow, and I would do this to make character renders, which sounds stupid. I know, it sounds like, why not just draw it? And I would do that on paper, but on the digital realm, because I didn't have a graphics tablet, I would literally go and I would scan in my drawings into PowerPoint and painstakingly trace them with the freeform tool in PowerPoint like this, when I was like 7 years old. And it was so fun. It was actually so good. I don't know if any of you guys did this too. But then what I did, I would then try to remake DVD covers in PowerPoint. Like, you know how the PS2 has that template where it's got the black border and it has PlayStation 2? Because you guys, you got to see this. Because I'm so proud of these, even today. And I still have them somewhere. I'll just dig for a minute. I think I know where I put them even. But I tried remaking the, I think I tried remaking the Lego Star Wars box art in PowerPoint. I'm not making this up. I think I actually have the document somewhere. I'm going to open it. I'm going to find it just for you guys to show you how much I care about this. So I think I named it. It's in a zip folder somewhere called PowerPoint Projects. Here we go. Yeah, I found it. You guys got to see this, man. And I don't know. I think with kids, right? A lot of people treat kids like they're stupid, but I disagree. You know, I think kids are they are like, they know. Kids know what's correct intuitively. And no, yeah, I think I found it. Okay, so there's I did a few different versions of it, I think. I found duplicates of it. Okay, I got to remember which one is which. Okay, I'm going to have to hold on, cuz it's going to look all weird with high contrast settings. So I'm just going to turn my theme back to normal for a second. We'll go to the ugly Windows theme. Oh, this is going to look so bad. I don't know. Is this going to freeze? Oh, no. I think it's going to freeze. Uh-oh. Okay, no. Did it work? Okay, are you guys still there? Did my Streamlabs crash? Okay, okay, I've got the default Windows background now. Yeah, but let me show you this. Yeah, I found it. Yeah. I know, don't laugh. It's the proportions are a bit off. The fonts don't work anymore. This was from, when would this would have been from 2007. This is from 2007. And the font is completely broke. I used to have the actual Star Wars font on this was on the family computer. I used to have the actual font installed, and I added all these blocks to make the letters connect and everything. And then So for those who haven't seen the original Star Wars, the video game. Oh man, this is bringing me back. Oh, Lego Star Wars, the video game. Hold on. Like, let's do a comparison. So this was the actual cover. And this is how old would I have been? I would have been 9 years old, I think. So, it's not terrible. He's confused, but he's got the spirit, right? So because in Australia, we have these big green stickers for the age rating, and I even tried to remake those as well. And I became super obsessed with these when I was a teenager. So, you know, that I've been obsessed with this sort of, and I used to do CD covers as well. I don't know if I've got the document for that, but yeah, I did the original, I did the video game, and I did Lego Star Wars 2 as well. And literally, these are all made of freeform. I don't know if I can zoom in and pick this apart, but that's the cool thing, is that these are all vectors. So all of this is, it's literally all just the freeform tool of me messing around, and I can still edit all this. Isn't that cool? Man, PowerPoint is actually a goated tool for this sort of thing, man. It is really cool. And then there's me doing the X-Wings, and oh man. So yeah, that was my graphic design is my passion phase. That was my phase. All right, I'm gonna turn my system back to high contrast mode now, wherever that is. Yeah, I can't handle the default Windows theme. I gotta go back. Give me a sec. It takes a lot longer to. There we go. There's my there we go. It's much better. So yeah, so Cosmic, I 100% relate. It was like, I don't know what it is, but kids shouldn't be on their iPads watching Cocomelon. They should be on PowerPoint making cover art for stuff. Because that's the cool thing, is once you kind of get familiar with copying things, you then come up with your own things. And I used to come up with my own hypothetical game covers. If I made my own video game series, what would the cover artwork of each installment look like? So I made a whole 7-game thing of like episode 1, whatever. And I come up with my own little designs for all of them. And I guess that's kind of, I don't know, maybe that bit of that's leaking into Feline a little. Maybe that's preparing me for all this stuff. But it was a great pastime. It's a great hobby. So if you have a kid, or if you are planning to, keep a old computer and make that the designated family computer and install PowerPoint on it. And when they reach like 7 or 8 years old, start teaching them how to do graphics, and they are going to have the best childhood of all time. I guarantee it. I'm personal experience. I'm living proof. It is the best. So, you know, I'll be eternally thankful for my dad for showing me how to do that and how to do word art and stuff. It was fun. It wasn't all overcomplicated like Photoshop is. It was really good. It was really awesome. And it wasn't also, you know, they didn't have a whole user-generated system where they were trying to profit off of your creations or something like what Roblox and stuff do. It was literally just, I just made it for myself, and it was just for the fun of it. So, yeah. Thanks, Rashats, who says that's actually impressive. Yeah, I guess, yeah, 9-year-old Raymond was cooking. Now, obviously now I understand I got a lot wrong, but you know, it plants the seeds, right? It gets you into the habit of noticing the detail. Like, you know, the fact that I even did like the age rating sticker, because I look at that still and I pick up on that stuff, because I do hate the design of Australian age ratings because it's ugly. Like, it's so like the ESRB is way better design than whatever the Australian one is. And when I was 7, I knew that, and I was like, oh, why has it got a big green sticker on the corner of the box? And I don't know if anyone, because Australia, that's an Australia thing. Maybe you guys in the States don't have that, but it's something I have picked up on. But anyway, I'm getting a bit off topic. I need to do one more concept. I got to do one more, and then I can go eat. So, what will I do? I want to try something that's crazy, like that is stupid and crazy, as like the wild card option of like, this is going to be stupid and dumb, but I just want to see what happens, because it might accidentally be freaking awesome, maybe. So I don't know. This orange looking Sony Walkman thing, I haven't tried anything with this yet. And what else have I not tried yet? I tried the Windows theming. What crazy idea have I not done yet? I gotta think, because I just want to do one more, and then that'll be the stream. Oh, Kid Pics! Oh my god, you guys know that too? Yeah, dude, that was so good. Cyber Show, yeah, Kid Pics Deluxe. That was everyone needs. Okay, for those who don't know, for you Zoomers in chat that didn't have childhoods, I'm gonna blow your mind right now. So because then at school, so I didn't have this at home, but at school, oh, would you look at that? It's the blue and white palette again. Wow. This seems to be a really popular color scheme from this period. But, so in the school computer labs, I don't know if kids today have this, but we had a room that had a bunch of Windows XP computers with Intel Pentiums on them. And they had typing games and Kid Pics Deluxe 3 on them. And this is it's the best software, period. I don't care what anyone says. I know if someone's going to say, oh, well, actually, the Hammer editor is the best software, or freaking, I don't know, the Task Manager is the best software, or the Registry editor is no, it's Kid Pics 3. Okay, this is the best. You know why? It's the best because when you draw stuff, or when you paste stuff, when you draw shapes, when you drag stuff, it makes a noise. Okay, what software do you know that does that? Where you can put in a picture or draw a pattern on the screen and it makes a noise. Okay, so when you use the paint tool, it makes a paint splatter sound. It goes, you know, when you paint stuff. And when you use the sparkling tool, it makes a sparkling sound. And when you use the dynamite tool, it creates an explosion sound. It's like, it doesn't top that, guys. Like, I know everyone's going to say that there's better software, and that, you know, actually Obsidian is the best software of all time, or whatever. I don't care. It's Kid Pics. Okay, we all know that. This is the best one. Like, it's, and the little dude, you guys remember him? The undo guy. So if you made a mistake, You click the undo guy and he goes, oh no, and he undoes the move you just did. So like, I don't know, because I don't know if people appreciate that. Like, do kids know how to use computers like this now? I don't know, because like I remember as a kid, it was like, oh, you can undo things. That's so cool, and it was made super intuitive by the undo guy. I don't know if kids today even have that. I don't know. Like, do they just go, oh, well, yeah, the button just undoes the thing? And like, I don't know, there's a character to it. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off topic again. What's going to be the last design? What's going to be the last thing? I got to think. So, I want something crazy. I want something that is not like anything I've done for these other ones. I want a completely different layout, completely different style. Like, I want to do something so different just because. We got to have one in there that's at least a bit, because the rest of these are kind of the same layout, but I want to do something nuts. So I have an idea. Did you guys ever play Wipeout? You know those games, the Wipeout. It's like a racing, kind of like F-Zero, I think. It's like a racing game. They had great aesthetics. I'm gonna look that up. Wipeout menus. But this has been going on for a while, so they have a lot of different... But yeah, man, this is beautiful. Look at this. Oh, well, would you look at that? It's the same color scheme all over again. It's the blue and white. But yeah, this is cool. This is like a bit more modern, though. The older games had it was more playful looking, but this is also just beautiful. Like, for a modern interface, this is probably the best I've seen in a long time. This is gorgeous. This has a bit of pink on it. That's cool. And I love the arrows. This is pretty. This is ooh, okay, I'm getting some ideas. Raymond's cooking. He's getting some ideas now. But I don't want to just rip it off. I want to just try something with a streak of this in it. Because this is a bit more, I don't know how to even describe what this is. But this is something... Oh, hey, actually, they've got some similar things to what I'm doing here. But no, there's a specific older game. Might have been a Wipeout Fusion. Oh, yeah. Look at that. I don't know if you guys can see these pictures, but the interface is beautiful. Like, look at this. Look at that, guys. All right. So, I want to see what the menu... Because I have a copy of this, and I played it for like 5 minutes, and I thought this is instant Kino. The design is beautiful. And then I just didn't play it again for some reason. Wipeout Fusion menus. Evan Axel says, I gotta go. Good night, Raymond in chat. Thanks, Evan, for stopping by. Appreciate it. Oh, the color scheme of these levels. Oh, sorry, I'm not meant to be looking at the environments. I'm just meant to be looking at the menus. But the color scheme on these environments is so good. Oh, look at this stuff. This is... Sorry, I'm getting distracted again. There's so much beauty, dude. There's too much beauty. But yeah, the manual had this awesome aesthetic with these lines. Very minimal. But I don't want to go this minimal for mine, but just the way they're laying it out is cool. I'm just trying to find... Because I remember the menus looking... Okay, these don't look the way I remember them looking. Maybe I'm misremembering it. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. Because, yeah, this is a bit too minimal. Like, there's no borders. It's just text, which is impressive that they can do that. But I want borders on mine. No, it's a bit too loose. A bit too loose for my case, because it's just text. I want to do something with the shapes, with more shapes on it. Let me. There's like a game. Maybe it's like early Gran Turismo or something. Gran Turismo PS2 menus. There's a certain racing game. I don't know if maybe it was Gran Turismo. I don't know. This is kind of in the vein of it, but not exactly. Oh, man. No, this isn't quite it. Oh, I don't remember it now. I think I saw a picture of it in someone's video once, and I was like, oh, that looks cool, but I totally forgot what it was. But I I think there was other reference I was looking. Although this does look cool, but there was other reference I just remembered that is something I do want to try. I came across the soundtrack for this game a while ago, and you'll notice that it's very Y2K. Like you look at this and you go, that's Y2K, very extreme Y2K. But I just want to see a menu. Yeah, like this. Is this... Because the thing is that there is a lot I like about... It's probably not my kind of game, but the aesthetics and soundtrack were good. But you can kind of tell that it's new. That's the only thing. It is good, but you can tell that it is something about the width of the lines and the transparency. I don't know exactly what it is, but I can tell that it's new and it's not from the 90s. But they had a Twitter thread showing their inspiration, and that stuff looked like it was... So, I don't know. I'm going to see if I can find it, because I was looking at this last night. And they had a Twitter thread of, like, the things that they were influenced by. Yeah, it was this. Because this stuff looks really good. And their stuff, you can tell that's inspired a bit. Oh, it's not gonna show me the... Oh, I hate that it does this now. You have to be logged in to view the page. But I want to try something with this. I don't know if I want to go really this hard in this direction for Feline, because it's more 90s than 2000s. But I think there is something about it. Actually, now that I'm scrolling through this, a lot of these are quite gorgeous. But I haven't really lent on this enough, I don't think. But I don't want to go full. I want to go just a little. I don't know if that makes sense. Because I haven't deliberately tried doing this yet. So I'm just taking a quick browse. And like I was saying at the start, there are things and giveaways where you know which ones were from the 90s and which ones are from today. And I don't know how to explain it yet, but I know that you can see it. So I'm just having a look. This looks authentic. This is just Sonic Adventure 2. That looks authentic. That doesn't look authentic. This looks new. You guys, can you see it? I don't know if you guys can see what... I don't know. It's some inquantifiable thing, but I know that this is recent. This was made recently. I just know. This, however, this is... Wow. Look at that. Oh, look at this. Okay, this is also... I'm going to have to take this for environment reference later, because this is beautiful. Okay, I got to stay on focus here. I don't want to get too much inspiration. But I just want to get... I need, like, borders and colors. I think this... It's got that... The yellow and blue is nice. Is this the Pepsi website? This is... Oh, wow. Because this is... Okay, there's a few diverging aesthetics I'm noticing now with a lot of these. The shapes are similar. I don't know if you guys are noticing, but the shapes are similar. Especially this. I've been looking for this. This is the Perfume website. I was listening to a lot of their music last month. Great music. And the website looks just as great as I was hoping. Because this sort of... You can see it's got the angular stuff that I was trying to do last week. But you notice how their stuff looks better than what I was doing. Or like this with the Pepsi World website. It's the same principle, but their stuff looks better than mine. And this stuff. This is more curved, but it has those curvy accents and the gradients. And it looks better than what I was doing. So, if we go look at my pixel art things right now, I know that we can't quite get all that detail across, but you can see how mine are a little more utilitarian and firm. If you think about the personality, it feels a bit firmer than this stuff. I'm trying to think of a better way to explain that. Because there's something about these other ones... They look kind of tastier too, right? They look a bit... They look like water. I don't know if that... Does that make sense? it looks like this is kind of a cool background too, but they look like water, whereas my one looks not like water. It's like something else. I don't know what mine looks like. Maybe I can't judge it as objectively. I guess it looks like a computer, which I guess is fine. Maybe that's what is the right thing. But I am curious if I tried to make it look and feel more liquid and cool, because that's ultimately the reason I like it, is because it's cool. Like like you imagine cold water, you think about the sensation of drinking water on a nice summer's day, and you know Gabby, she likes summer. Like she, you know, you guys can kind of picture the world she's going to be in. It's going to be like summer, like anime summer aesthetic. And I think the interface I have is more of a winter look to me, because it feels, I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know if you guys follow any of this, but the temperature and the climate of it feels more like winter. Whereas a lot of these ones I'm just looking at here feel more tropical, summer-esque, especially with this sort of whatever I don't even know what it is, but they're doing something. It's not the gradients though. I know people are going to say it's the gradient, but it's not just that. There is something more. And this is so this and that thing I was talking about where you can tell what's made in the 90s and what's not. This looks authentic. And there was another picture that I just had open that looked like it, but it like this. Yeah. If we compare those two side by side, you can see. You guys see it? How this, it's the same aesthetic it's going for, it's the same vibe, but you can tell that one of them is actually from 1998, and this looks like it's from 2020. I don't know why, but my guess is this is 2020. Let's go to the link and see. I'm just curious. Not to, 5 years. Oh, I got that exactly right. What do you know? 5 years ago, which was 2020. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, how was I able to guess that? How did I know? I don't know yet. That's the thing. I don't know how I knew that, but I just knew somehow. So that's the trick as well. Is you got to be able to do all this without it looking like it was made in 2020. Anyway, sorry. Let's now see what we can draw, now that I've looked and soaked in enough reference. Hard surface with round edges. Yeah, maybe it is the edges that's got something to do with it. Looks like sunlight shining through. Yeah, there is a sense of sunlight as well. I am curious, though, with this guy's one, because he's got an animation. I'm just curious what this looks like. Oh, it's actually, like, it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. It's good, but I just know that it's from 2020. That's the thing. But I do like it's the same color boundaries as the Smash Bros menus, which funny that. But it's good. It's just I can tell it's recent somehow. That's the only thing. Not making a value judgment. It's just that I noticed that sort of thing. So, all right. Anyway, final one. I need to get some pictures on the canvas because I can't. My reference window is so small that I can't make it out. So I want the Pepsi World website. Oh man, I hate this with Pinterest. You can't just copy images anymore. You got to freaking. All right, let's just Pepsi World. Let's go Google images. Pinterest. What has happened to Pinterest, man? I feel like it's become so much worse. So I know there's this thing which isn't it. This is 290s. But it's like, no, I just want the exact picture that they had. This does look really good, though, for a website. Maybe this will give me some insight onto my design. Like, this is great. But I need to go back. I want the exact... This exact... Can I just inspect source and just swipe this? Because I'm not making an account. Yeah. See, I'm a hacker. Guys, I'm going to hack Pinterest right now. I'm going to steal all the images. You just got to dig through div hell right here. I also hate, now that I've been learning web development, you could say I'm like learning how much div hell most websites are. Oh, wait, why did I? Oh, because I put a quotation mark at the. Yep. All right. I should just type that in, and it should give me the exact. Yes, perfect. Okay, and that's how you steal an image. But you wouldn't do that though. You wouldn't steal an image. You wouldn't steal a car. You know, stealing images from Pinterest is stealing. Is a crime. That's probably what the marketers would say. But no, I just need the reference. I just need it full screen. All I want to really do is just right-click and save it. That's all I want to do. So yeah, hold on. Excuse me while I spelunk through div hell right now. Here we go. You got to dig for the URL. So yeah, in case you guys didn't know, you can just do that if you know how to read HTML. So we'll save this. Oh no, I won't save it yet because I got to pick a good spot for it first. This is kind of a bit more like the previous design I was doing, but this is cool, but this is not what I want to try in this attempt. But this is sick. But oh man, look at the, oh, this is so good. Oh my goodness, an environment. I want to just live there, dude. It's it's so good. This is cool. I can tell this is recent though somehow. This looks new. The angles, I think that's why I like this. This, that's kind of cool. This is the thing I was looking for. But yeah, I don't know, you can tell this is kind of new somehow. I think it's the outlines. Something about the outlines feels contemporary. I can't put my finger on it. The animations are really good though. I guess I'll get a picture. I'll copy a picture of this too, just to the canvas. Just to look at those shapes, because I like the shapes, but I don't like the colors. Just a personal taste thing. Okay, I'll copy this. Yeah, this is a little. Actually, these are quite different from each other now that I look at them together. Maybe I need more stuff with outlines on them, just to in the pool here. Okay, now it's just gonna give me pictures of girls, not pictures of menus. That's the unfortunate thing with the algorithms. Whoa, look at that. What's this? Oh yeah. So we joke about the edginess. Everyone jokes about edginess now, but this is freaking yes. I've never seen a picture encapsulate my soul as much as this, with the words edge in this angular font with a picture of Sonic on it. That's just so great. Wow. Look at this. Okay, I'm having an idea right now, and also a Blue's Clues commercial. I got to click on that. But I just had an idea. So, I think one of you did suggest this last week, of using the character renders in the menu. So we might give this a try now, just to try. And one thing I like about the more 90s looking thing they had going on with this sort of Y2K thing is that character renders were used more with outlines like this. Like, you know what it is. I don't have to explain it. So maybe this is, and also I just wanted to point this out because I was talking about I don't know why this came up in the recommended, but I was literally just talking about Steve last week about his thinking chair. And this magazine insert is incredible when you look at the layout with like the placement. If you put a grid on this, you'd probably notice a bunch of stuff lining up. But yeah, freaking big ups, Steve. Awesome. But yeah, this sort of angular, like I've always loved the line work for the Sonic renders like this, but I don't want to do these random arrows. I don't like that. But the thick outline, because I have a lot of line work of Gabby I can use that I haven't used for anything yet. So I'm just letting my mind stir in this for a bit. So what I want, like outline character renders with elements with outlines on them as well, HUD elements with outlines on them, with this sort of tropical spin on it. I wonder if we combine those together, what would happen? So like, yeah, like this stuff. I'm just trying to get reference for materials as well, like the actual texture of things. This is cool, but this is too metal. So I've been doing a lot of that kind of stuff for the other, but I'm thinking of just, because a lot of these are flat color, no material, no gradients, no bezels, just flat. And this is cool. So I want to give this a try. So I'm just gonna yoink that for a second. Gotta inspect element. Because I have been a little afraid of this style as well, because a lot of people try to imitate it, and a lot of them, it looks like, a lot of people in 2020 were doing this, and it looks 2020. But I don't know, I want to give it a crack and see what happens. I've gone down the wrong div. See, that's why I hate these freaking modern websites with all these divs. I get lost. I'm just trying to find the picture. Okay, so there we go. I found the right one. Gotta open the div, and then open the div, and then open another div, and then open another div, and then open another div, and then... Oh my goodness, dude. What is going on? And then open another, and then open another div. Class Z7. Who the hell names... Okay, I gotta contain myself. I'm not gonna start ranting about the source code of Pinterest. I just want that URL. Yes. That's the one. Maybe they do that on purpose to deter you from opening the images. They bury it so much that you just get annoyed. The Wii has this too, actually, I just realized. The Wii menu has this. Yeah. So this has a bit more white and cyan. I'm noticing with just a lot of these, it's more white and cyan, more light colors. I'm using a lot of dark blues in mine. It's very dark. So I'm curious as well, what would happen with more white? So yeah, I'm just collecting little things to put on the canvas, and then I'll draw my masterpiece out of pixels. All right. Sorry, I'll check chat in just a minute. I have to be so focused to find these divs. So we do love website builder style websites with 1,000 divs. Dude, it's exactly that style. It's the website builder style. I hate it, man. You can just instantly tell when something's made with Wix or Squarespace. It's the worst. I can right click to get the image fine. Well, I can't do that. If I do that, or maybe it... Yeah, see, it's like, oh, you gotta log in. It's like, no, screw you, I'm not logging in. Oh, you can download it. Okay. Well, I didn't want to have to download it. I just wanted to copy and paste it to Photoshop. That's literally all I wanted. I don't want to have to go and dig through my downloads folder. You used to be able to right click and copy. Maybe you can if you're logged in. I don't know. Maybe if you're logged in, you can do that. But, I don't know. Why have they got to be like this? So yeah, I'm just going to go through the divs. I don't want to just... Because my downloads folder is super disorganized. I know. I try to be very organized, but that's the one folder that is a mess. And I just don't want to add more files to it right now. It's just not the right time. All right. This is kind of the last image I want. But, I mean, like, why are they putting so many divs? Pinterest? It's not me that's the problem. It's not my fault that my downloads are full. It is you for making all these divs for no reason. That I will shift the blame. But, I mean, really, though, like, why? Why does it have to be like this? What are they doing? What are they trying to hide through all these divs? Are they trying to hide all the CIA trackers or something that they've put in these sites? Is that what they're doing? It's not going to fool me. All right. That should be enough reference. But yes, actually, I love this one too. This is really good. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. So, all right. And it has that kind of scan. It has room for the scan lines too. Some of them use the scan lines, so we can, I don't know. Anyway, so I'm going to try and copy these now to the Photoshop. Sorry, I'm taking my time here. I'll just move it. Yeah. Because these website ones from the Pepsi, they're a bit more material, and these are a bit flatter. But they are using the same colors still, but they're using them differently. Which is, I don't know, it's just interesting how everything I'm picking has the same palette. I'm not doing that on purpose, by the way. I know everyone thinks, oh, Ray's just picking stuff of the same colors deliberate. No, it's not. Like, this is one exception here. But I'm not even doing it on purpose. It's just subconscious. It just so happens that everything I like has the exact same palette for some reason. Okay, I need to get the other... There's another picture. Did I get the perfume one already? I think I did. Yes, I got that one already. And I want to get the Wii, this little Wii render that someone's done. And I can tell that this is new, but it's good. Because I know that nobody was doing designs like this at the time. But like this kind of does have that sort of 2005, the way they've drawn the anime character looks 2005. But I know that nobody was thinking to combine those together at the time. But it does look very good. So does this. So this is more using the cyan. I'm noticing a pattern with these now. They're all using more of the light blue, not the dark blue. Okay, I think that's all of them. Yeah. So we'll try, I don't know, see what happens now. We'll see what happens. So I might do, like... Sure, we'll do this shade of blue. Now, as for what we will draw, I don't know yet. I don't know. But it has to be in this dark blue. I'm just going to literally color pick from the pictures. I can't be bothered to check if it's going to be accurate or not. But I'm just looking at this, and I want to sort of look at that and look at... I think I want this... Hold on. I want this on its own window here. I'll group these together. So this... Interesting. Okay. I'm just thinking... Because I do like the Wii. It has this cool accent on it, where it sort of has that going on. You guys have seen this. They have it on the box cover too, and it's nice. But okay, I think what I need to do, I think this should be that color, and then I'll do those in white. I don't know, just want to see what happens. Could always change it. So give me white. There we go. This might look hideous, but just bear with me, okay? We're just playing around. It's like Bob Ross. There's no mistakes, just beautiful accidents. So as we're seeing, this is gonna look very different from the others. Now, there's something about the shapes, the way they use these curves and these accents is... I want to lean into some of how they do things there. Where it's like... I don't even know. It's... Again, it's very wonky. I mean, this is kind of looking a bit similar to my first one, but no, it's I think it's something about the outline. I think I'll get rid of this for the moment, and I just want to focus on the lines, like the way that they do outlines around these things somehow. Maybe I'll start with a similar kind of base as this one I did next to it, where you've got the Smash Bros. Melee frame, but in a more stripy Y2K vibe going on. With curves, with more curves. So I'm going to imitate it, what I've just done there previously a little bit, but I want to make it different. And I'm going to just... No, I don't know about that. Because I want to also try to fit in... Maybe this part of the menu will look a little different, because I want to see if I can fit it in a character render on here somewhere. So I'm trying to think in advance of space on the screen. So like this line on this grid, 2 of these spaces will be a character render in the background, like one of these. Maybe I should put that in first, actually, so that I know where it is. So I'll get Gabby. I must summon her. I have the exact render I want. It's a low quality version, but it'll do the job fine for the moment. Feline devlog. No, yes, it's in the devlog folder. Graphics, Feline, Gabby, Mark 3. Here's all my work in progress screenshots. And there's one where she's looking at you in a certain way. Kind of like that Nokia commercial I was showing you guys. Oh, it was in here somewhere. Where did it go? It was in here. It was like this close up of her face that was like super serious and awesome. Here it is. I almost didn't see it. So we'll bring that in. Because I did want to use this in the other concepts, but what if we like designed it around this thing and we tinted it blue? That's sort of what I'm thinking. And we give it... So I think there's a way, if I can create a gradient map. I know that Photoshop lets you do something like this, where you go adjustments. I know how do you do this to an individual layer? I can't remember. I should also save this, by the way. It just occurred to me that I'm probably on the brink of Photoshop crashing at any minute, so I'm going to give this a save. What's today? 2025-09. Oh my god, it's September already. What's today's date? It's the 5th? Is it the 5th? Oh, I gotta check my Sony Dream Machine radio alarm clock. It's the 9th. Man, my sense of time is so bad. Wait, no. It is the 5th. No, I'm not crazy. It's the 5th. Okay, and the time is 14, 19, 20. And, all right, now it's saved. I gotta figure out a way to add a color gradient to make it all blue and white. I know there's a way to do it. I can't remember where they've moved this thing to now. That used to be in the properties window. Yeah, there used to be a thing here for... Where have they... Can Adobe just not ruin their software for like 10 minutes? There was like a thing right here that used to have... Oh, here we go. They put it under a different menu now. Oh, lovely. We love Adobe. Gradient map, yes, but I don't... No, not like that. So well, let's get the colors first. But I want it just on the character. I don't want it on everything. Oh, that's not quite what I had in mind. 60%. That looks good. But it kind of washes everything else out. I just want it on the character render. I don't want it on this. Can I apply like as a layer effect? Is that possible? Am I allowed to do that? Or is it not gonna... Do I have to make a mask? I think I have to make a mask. This is the way I do. I don't know if this is the right way to do it, but make a mask. Oh, sure. Object select. We'll go for that. Oh no, what is it doing? Oh, this tool used to be better. What happened? Oh, this is the one I want. Except it's Yes, okay. There's the mask. Except it's got a bit of feathering on it, but that's fine. It's low res anyway. It is a little pale. Yeah, it is a bit pale though. That's the problem. So if I made this... Yeah, that's better. And if I... Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be 50%. Yep. All right. And then for my next trick, we'll give it a nice outline. An outer outline. Like that. Because it looks cool. Okay, I don't know how to explain to you why, but I just know. You want a nice outline. I think I like the light blue. I like that. We'll make it 80%. Sorry, I haven't been reading chat. I've just been too focused. Rashad says Neptunia has decent UI choices. I'll have a look. I just got to take a drink. Hyper Dimension Neptunia. Okay, but a few of you have been mentioning this now. Hyper. Oh, I think I've heard of. Someone's told me about this before. What were you saying? It was you mentioned a specific thing about where was it? Mark II and newer. Okay. I will just say that I don't know, I'm not really a big fan of this going on. I don't like that. But the design is cool. I think, yeah, no, someone told me about this once. It's like they're like consoles brought to life or something. And it's like kind of, they're in a different world. Yeah, it's not, I don't know, it's not really my cup of tea, but some of this is cool. Visually, yeah, it's, you know, I'm not a fan of the character designs. It just makes me uncomfortable. But I see what you mean now. Yeah, the interface, when I just ignore the characters and look at the interface, I like that. And the backgrounds. Yeah. Huh, I do like that gradient that they got going on in the light blue. That's a nice gradient. That's good. But the stuff they're doing, yeah, see, I guess this is a cultural thing. I don't know, maybe, because I know that Japan, they're a bit more, they kind of take the sex sells idea way more extremely than the West. But I don't know, I get kind of uncomfortable looking at all these underwear renders. It's not really my thing. But I gotta look past that stuff and look at the fonts and the gradients. That's where it's at. Yeah, this is really good. The font choice, the gradients. I just wish the characters wore more clothes. That's the only thing I wish. But you know, it's not my game, so. But yeah, this little border they've got, if they just hold on, I gotta fix this. I need to get. If I just open all right, hold on. I gotta fix this. I can't look at this. Hold on. That's better. All right. Because I just want to look. There we go. The nice... Look at the angles. That's so cool. All right. So I don't know how much of that I want to lean into for this. Of the... Because there's the angles and then there's the rounded corners. And they kind of do... They all do a bit of both. So I got to decide where I want to... Okay, and I want to also just copy this too. This picture. Man, my screen is just full of reference right now. See, this costume's... I like this costume, right? It's all covered. Except for the shoulders for some reason. Don't know why. But that's not... I'll accept that. But this other stuff they're doing, we don't need the stomach exposed. Okay, I don't mind if there's some intentional artistic reason for it, but I think I know what the reason is, and I don't agree with it. But again, that's sort of like the American. I don't know. I don't know. That's cultural. I'm just a dumb white guy. That's sort of what we think. But the angles, the outlines, yeah, that's really cool. All right. So what am I going to do with the shapes? What am I going to do? So now they got the renders in. I want to get I want to start getting some white lines. I think I was going to do something like that thing I had next to it. Well, actually, now I'm having different ideas now. So we're going to just do those. I'm having different ideas now that I've got Gabby in there. Stiffy says, yeah, the character designs are a bit much. Okay, so I'm not crazy then. I'm not the only one that because look, no judgments, okay? If this is if you vibe with that, I'm not judging you at all. It's just not my thing. I just don't like it personally. If you like it, cool. But I don't know, man. I have different values. I have an innocent soul. Okay, I don't like when people start whipping out we gotta do the sex appeal thing to sell units. I don't know. I've seen it done well sometimes, but I think I think that's why I don't watch a lot of anime, because a lot of it I've looked at Crunchyroll, you go to the front page, but a lot of it is like that, and I don't know if maybe you guys don't care about this, but for me, as I'm a bit of a prude, I guess, I don't know. I'm like, okay, I don't belong here. I gotta get out. Then I go open up my old Walden Media DVDs and enjoy a nice story where the characters are all fully clothed, and that's my style. That's what I like. But because I've tried to look at more stuff because it's part of the style. I need to get more of a palette for anime aesthetics. But I don't know. I just get so uncomfortable browsing through the current offerings because they all do this, and I guess I don't know. I think there's a place for it, but I think my issue is when they all do it. And it's like, okay, this is a bit much. This is a bit much for me. But I don't know. It's probably not for me then. So. No, this doesn't quite. I'm just trying to. Hold on, I'm just got to think about what I'm doing here. Where is this going to go? Where is this line going to go? Where is this going to resolve? I don't know. Because, yeah, her arm is sort of sticking out. Maybe I gotta move this a bit. It's making it a bit difficult. Gavi, you're making it a bit difficult here for us to design something for you. I think some of this is going to have to get covered. Oh, you know what? When I flip it around, it's fine, but the mask doesn't. Because I did the mask flipped around, so it doesn't. All right, I'll have to. Hold on, get 1 minute, please. I'll have to get the mask again. So, can I? Okay, wait a minute. Okay, no, I got a trick. I got a trick for it. If I make this one color, and then I go to, yeah. Now I've got you. You can't escape from me. You're going in. Gabby, you're going in the gradient mask right now. You can't escape. We got her. She's now been contained in the mask. Mission accomplished. All right. Got some missing layers here that don't do anything. So this will need to resolve somehow. And I think it might, I don't know. I'm just trying stuff. We'll just see if we do that, what happens. Because I want to have like that cool little gap for the... Oh, you know what? No, I think I've got it. No, I think I know. That's a bit of a... I think I gotta stay on this grid line and do something here. I think what needs to happen... Because, yeah, I haven't really used her stripes yet on the costume, and I think that's what I want to do with this version. I want to try go and wipe out racing stripes style with some curves just to see. And it's probably going to look pretty bad at first, but after, then you look at it and then you figure out how to make it less bad. But this is quite different, so that's good, because I don't want to just stick to the same thing. So I don't know. I'm just playing around with where I can put lines. And no, that's not right. That's wrong. There needs to be a thinner line around the border, like this. All right, what do you guys think of that? Imp says Persona 3 Reloaded style menu. Not on purpose, but I guess it is kind of looking a Persona 3. I think I did look at this a few days ago, actually. I guess a bit of this, but not exactly, because this is a bit more triangular and free flowy, which is it's got less rigid alignment, which is not a knock on it. It takes skill to do that, but I don't have that skill. But like the way that they do the text and the triangles, the way that these borders are like angular like this, I don't know how to make that look good, and these guys do, which is why nothing else looks like this. But I'm not there yet, so I'm just gonna. But thanks, that's high praise. Oh, that's what it's called. Yeah, fan service. This other stuff I was just mentioning. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the Japanese markets like it, but as a Westerner, I don't. I don't want fan service in anything. I want the I don't know why. I'm trying to think of why I like, because I know just me saying I don't like it is, that's just an opinionated whatever. But I'm trying to think of if there is a reason why I don't like it, because I know that there is a reason. I think it's because it's like it's trying to appeal to the temptations of the audience. I think that's what it is. Because I think, I don't know, in my personal ethos of things, it's like I don't know. Let me think about that. It's like I think it's the issue I take with it is I think there are versions of this that are not in this sort of sex sells category, but I've seen Western shows handle it different, and one of my favorite shows almost gave in, but kind of served, because I think what it means, fan service, the way I take it to mean is like you're appealing to the wants, the appetites of the fans, of the viewers, and I don't think I don't know, it gets put together with this sort of stuff, but I have seen one of my favorite shows almost kind of went there, but executed it really well in terms of, it was Better Call Saul. And they had this overwhelming temptation of, we could bring back all the characters from Breaking Bad back and have them as cameos. Because I think that's sort of in the same, I dislike cameos for the same reason. I think it's sort of in the same category where it's like, you're doing it so that people will talk about it on Reddit the next day and go, oh my God, guys, the cameo. And it's not really adding anything to the story. It's just making people react and get excited. Kind of like when they bring back Palpatine in the new Star Wars, where it's like, oh, they brought him back, guys. Oh my God. It's so that you have that initial first reaction to the trailer, but it doesn't actually help the story. And Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul handled this exceptionally well, in my opinion, because they did bring back some of the characters. Like they brought back Walton Jesse and Hank Schrader and Gomez, but they did it purposefully, and it actually made sense. And you weren't waiting for it, because you knew that they weren't just going to give it to you because you wanted it. They knew that they were only going to do it if it worked. And I respect that. A lot. And I just feel this sort of category of stuff people do with these overdone designs is sort of a similar, where they know that the audience wants that. And it's like, oh, we'll give in to what the audience wants. And it's not what, like, you got to ask, is this interfering with the intention of the artist? Or is this compromising the intention for the sake of the audience? I think that's what my issue is with it, if I had to put it to a sentence. Does it compromise the intent of the artist? I'm just going to try and make some of these lines vary in thickness a little bit. Yeah, all right. So I've got something going with this border. I don't know what's going to go in this bottom half yet. Let me just look at the pictures and see what I've done. I think it needs a title, which I think will go here. It'll fit there nicely. So we'll call this sorry, that my handwriting looks awful. It's got to look a bit more angular. Just doing random letters. I'm trying to keep it aligned on the pixels, if you can tell. Let's make it up letters here. It looks very wonky, though. But if I just do a bit of shaving, it should be, yeah, if I just shave off a bit on the top there, it should be fine. See, like that, like the title being there, that's kind of cool. I like that. But the body segment now, what's going to go there? So let me just rename these. Header, this will be frame. And then I need a body and a footer. I lost some of the other reference I was going to look at. Because I need a bit more color, because I've just got the white and blue. I need more color. What other reference did I have open? I recognize this font as well. I think I might have this installed. The font they're using there. I don't even know what this is for, actually. Whatever this is sick. Yeah, oh man, I could recognize. Oh yeah, that's Rodden, new Rodden. And then this, I don't know the name of, but I know this font. Sorry, I'm just kind of... Oh, SoftBank. They're the company that made my phone. Wait, they do... Wait, what even is this disc? Is this... Hold on, guys. Just curious. What is this disc for, actually? Because I'm just looking at it. Is it the disc for the game? Because it says Dreamcast. But I'm looking at all these logos. This doesn't look like any game disc I've ever seen. Oh, it's got like... See, yeah, contents. Movie. Like, what actually is on this thing? This looks so cool. Volume 12. Of what? What is this? Can someone... What does that say? Can someone read that? I need to look up what this is. Does anyone know what this is? I'm really curious now that I'm just looking more at it. Anyway, I'll just put this in the corner. Sonic anime? I don't think it would have come on a disc like that. Demos. Maybe. But some of this, they have movies on these. So I'm really curious if this is some kind of promo CD for something. But I can't look it up because I don't know what this word says. It looks like it says something go, volume 12. Or GD. That looks like GD. And then some Japanese text at volume 12. I have no idea. And it's published by SoftBank, who publish CDs for some reason, I guess. I don't know. I'm not very... All I know is that that's the logo I see on my phone when I turn it on. It says SoftBank. I guess they must be one of those diversified companies with a finger in everything. You know, they got a piece of the pie and everything, you know. Hollow Fox says, "Who's that Pokemon?" yeah. I need to know who this Pokemon is. Oh man, a funny story. I was out somewhere once wearing one of my Gabby shirts, which you can buy. Link down below, by the way, projectfeline.com/shop. And there was this sweet lady that like looked at it and she's like, "Oh my god, is that a Pokemon? My son loves Pokemon." And it was a picture of Gabby. And I was like, "Oh man." So that's kind of cool. It's like, all right, well, Gabby's now been mistaken for a Pokemon. I guess that's a badge of honor. But yeah, it's quite amusing. All right. I'm just looking at because I got to think with the text. I'm thinking about the text. How do you make I don't know. You know what I'm trying to do here. How do you make text look good? Okay, I have it. Okay, I need the dark blue. That's what I need. I need the dark blue. I'm not using any of this anyway yet. I got to bring in the dark blue. And I don't know. We'll do a big panel here. Inside here. Very messy one. Okay, that's a bit... No, too much. I think I'll leave that. But I think the blue needs to go somewhere. I think it should maybe go here. Who's Gabby's favorite Pokemon? I don't know. None of us watch Pokemon, so I have no clue. I don't watch it. Gabby doesn't watch it. I'm sorry. I didn't raise her on Pokemon. Just trying out these rounded corners. Not bad. I like this. This is nice. I actually don't hate this. But the corner is a little skewed. So I just gotta want to make that, yeah. I like that color combo though. And then you have the white text in it. So I'll write some gibberish here. Kirby is the best Pokemon. True, yes. This man is speaking truth. He is pretty good. He can absorb all the other Pokemon. I did used to think Kirby was a Pokemon because the first time I'd ever heard of Kirby was through Smash Brothers, and I thought it was a Pokemon. I didn't realize it was its own thing. You know, what's funny is like the more I'm starting to write this gibberish, the more Japanese it's starting to look, like in terms of the shapes of the characters. Like I'm just kind of doing this freehand and just making up whatever. But I'm starting to, I don't know, it's starting to look like the Japanese alphabet a little with these accents. Okay, I got to try and make it look more English. Oh, it's actually not. It's not. I don't know. I've gotten a lot worse at this now, but oh no, I didn't want to do that all on one layer. Sorry, my bad. I was meant to. Because I want to be able to change the color. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. I was thinking about Kirby. Let me fix that. I can fix that. I'll go. New layer. I'll try that again because that was horrid. Where's my color wheel? Oh, there it is. Oh, I think I was using my brush was too big. That's the problem. All right. See, it wasn't my fault. It was the brush. I don't know. Maybe because I have noticed because I can't read Japanese. I can't read it, but it does aesthetically look good in terms of its characters. Like you look at this stuff, it looks good, and if you imagine it pixelated, it like holds up pretty well. I don't know. Maybe they're onto something. Maybe the guys that designed these characters, not those kinds of characters, but these kinds of characters. Maybe they were like they were cooking and they knew what they were doing. They were looking at this and like, we got to make this look good at a squint distance when we put this on a signpost somewhere, even though these are character. Because then you look at Chinese, and Chinese is a lot more complicated. And it was so complicated they had to make a second version called simplified. So you know that's I have not heard of any other language that's done that. I just think it's interesting. But yeah, this Japanese type, which I wish I could read, but I can't, and I can't be bothered to learn it. But it is aesthetically, it is nice. I like it. Okay. See, yeah, look at that. We're getting somewhere now. This is looking pretty cool. It looks, yeah, it does look very. You see how it kind of feels more summer than the other versions I've done so far? This is cool. I don't know if this is what I'll go with, but it's a cool idea to try. It had to hold up on retro consoles, so they found a way to make it work. I just love the idea of thinking that they like when they came up with this alphabet, retro consoles existed. Like that's kind of it's like, guys, 1200 years ago or whatever they made this up, for retro consoles that'll exist 100,000 years from now, we got to design our alphabet to look good on 8-bit displays. But it is remarkably interesting how well it does do that, though, isn't it? I don't know. I just think that's cool. Cybershell says, I was obsessed with Japanese letters on magazines. Man, you know, I think I'm about to start being obsessed with Japanese letters. Because, yeah, those ones I was looking at... Hold on, we'll search Japanese Nokia commercial. Magazine... Because they would have... I haven't even looked at the ones in Japan. Okay, maybe this is not... I mean, this is okay, but that's not what I was... There are some things I have seen, though, that do this, but I don't know what to look up. It was some... Oh, I remember what it kind of was, but it was like a fashion thing. It's like 2000s Japanese fashion commercial, magazine. And this stuff, it wasn't these, but it was like, yeah, it was this. This is the cover I saw. This is so cool. And it is kind of remarkable how well their alphabet lends to things looking this good. Like, we'll go through the, like, I don't know, this just looks really cool. So it's very energetic, very awesome. Just the way it's laid out, the weights, the fonts, like it's just cool. So this was from 2000, this was 25 years ago. It's like crazy. But this pose too is just so cool. So awesome. But yeah. So I don't know, maybe you're about to start my obsession with it now. All right, so I got to think, what text or anything am I going to have here? How is it going to look in here? Let me think. Do I want to... Because I didn't want to go too much with the dark blue. It looks a bit rough. I mean, not rough. But, you know, it looks heavy. I don't want to do something too heavy. But I do want to have some kind of... Okay, you know what? I think I got something. I want to use the blue as an outline for something. Maybe something... I don't know if I'm using... I think the design cop in my head is warning me that I'm using too many outlines. So I will keep that in mind. But I think what should happen is I'm going to kind of steal the Smash Bros. Kirby Air Ride outline thing that they do, where they make one side thicker, the sides thicker than the tops. Like that, kind of. You know, just imagine it's higher res. And And then in the middle here, maybe that could be white. Actually, I don't know. That might be too strong, but we'll... Yeah, it's a bit... If I zoom out, it's a bit too much. But then what do you do instead? Instead of that, what can you do? What should you do? Maybe like a... Oh, I haven't tried... I'm just color picking from the perfume site. Try a bit of this sort of grayish blue. That's nicer. I like that. Now inside it, it's gotta... That's gotta be the challenging, is how do you make stuff in here look good? Can you do that? I don't know. I'm just gonna draw some example lines. Because this looks kind of nice, but these don't look like buttons you can click on. So we'll go up a grid size. So yeah, I'm not really being considerate at all of how this will be to implement. I'm just literally just playing with shapes. I'm just having fun. So I just want to... If I just make this look like a menu. I can only fit 4. Okay, that might be a problem. I'll have to adjust that later. But I'm just going to fill these for the moment. And then inside this, you'd have like white text. See, I'm kind of just doing this from memory of how the Smash menu looked, but using these colors instead. All right, thanks Rashez for sticking around. Appreciate the suggestions and the references. Sorry, I'll read chat. I keep forgetting. Sorry, I'm just in the zone. S4 League. I haven't looked that up. One of you told me about this ages ago. S4 League. It's like some game. It's a multiplayer game. This is kind of nice. Ooh. Wow. Okay, this is better than I remember it looking. Whoa. See, you see, okay, what just happened when I said whoa? Like, that's the reaction I want you to have when you look at my thing. When I look at this, I go, whoa. Whoa. That is really good. Wow. Can you believe people used to... Okay, I don't want to rant on the... Back in the old days. But, dude, people used to design this. People used to... This was normal. This just used to be... Hey, everyone could do this. Now look at... Dude, the entire environment is like the same style as the menu I'm trying to do right now. This is crazy. Oh, man. Wow. Okay, I'm going to have to really seriously look at this game because this is what I've been looking... This is the stuff I've been looking for. This sort of stuff. This is so good. All right. I've looked at enough reference on stream, but this... Wow. Like... That little accent, okay, in the corner. I don't know if you guys can see that. Little blue stripe thing that they got. They have it on this side too. This little thing above where it says change. And then it's got this blue, like, how, like, oh, how do they know to do that? Like, that, because you know that it is reasonable because that's why it still looks good. But some guy knows that the right amount of width to have on this line, and this line, and like, they know. And it's just, it looks so cool. I'm so jealous of people that can do that just effortlessly like that. It's so good. But yeah, thanks for suggesting this. I'm going to have to, because that laboratory level I'm looking at, I've been looking for trim reference too, and that fits right in with what I want. Wow. Can you still play that game? Or is that like one of these dead games that you can't buy anymore? What's the deal with S4 League? Is it a game that has survived or is it died? That's what I want to know. Because if it's still around, I might check it out and actually see if I can get it running. I don't know. I'm assuming it's a PC game. It is playable. Oh, it's playable again. Okay, so it did die and it rose from. Are you telling me that it rose from the dead? S4. Okay, now I gotta look this up. S4 League, and this render is cool. I like that, but the. Just gonna investigate. I'm just gonna quickly look at this. Oh, this is VR. Oh no, I don't want VR. Oh no, sorry, I misread that. I misread that as VR fun. And I'm like, I don't want VR fun. I just want regular fun. Is this the official page? I have no idea. I have no idea where. Oh yeah, okay. They got the fan service already. I don't think that's the official one. Where's the official one? Okay, you did see someone. Okay, so you did see someone stream it. Okay, so it does exist. All right, I'll have to go digging around later to find where you get this from. But well, that's kind of evidence in itself of why this matters, because it sounds to me, by what you're describing, like the game died and rose from the dead when you say that it's playable again. And I think a lot of people take that kind of thing for granted now. A lot of people make games. I think that was kind of the whole thing with Stop Killing Games that people were so dismayed by, was that planned obsolescence, and that, oh no, no one would want to revive this from the dead. And it's like, oh yeah, they would. What are you talking about? And that was sort of the whole. I think that's sort of where a lot of this conflict between the AAAs and gamers was sort of coming from. Was that just that lack of like thinking that your own thing isn't worth being revived or whatever. That whatever that sentiment, whatever you'd call that. And I think, yeah, a lot of people do take it for granted. I think it's super special and awesome when a game lives forever like that. I think that's like the ultimate. That's such an ultimate goal. Like if I'm able to achieve that, which I don't know, I'm trying, but if I can, I could, my mission in life is done. Like I'd be happy. I would be happy to never make anything again if I could just do that once. So yeah, I was really when that whole thing was going around of with Ubisoft and everything, with all this planned obsolescence nonsense. I don't know. It bothered me a lot because I know some of the people that work on these. Like I don't know if you guys have heard of X Defiant. I think that was like a Ubisoft arena. No, not an arena. An extraction. I think they call it an extraction shoot. I think that's what they call these. And I knew someone that worked on it, and then the game got like shut down after what, like a week or something. Like it was super short, and I don't like. Maybe the people working on it didn't care, but I was like, dude, I would want to die if this thing I spent 2, 3, 4 years working on got yanked from the public like that and forgotten about. Like, that would be so devastating. But a lot of them didn't seem to care, which was kind of, I don't know, it gave me made me quite worried. Because, I don't know, I guess it's not really their game, it's Ubisoft's game, so it's whatever. But it's, it is kind of, like, I don't know how they handle it, but I would feel enraged if it were me working on those games and it just gets... It's like, yeah, no, we are now going to erase your contribution to humanity from the continuum, and yeah, you'll be happy with it. And it's like, well, think again. Maybe I won't be happy, but yeah, there's probably a reason why I'm not working there. Concord? No, it wasn't. I think that also happened to that game, but no, it was this game. So I knew one of the environment artists, and maybe it is back because it's on the Epic Store right now. But it was like Ubisoft they said they were going to shut it down. Oh yeah, no, it's unavailable. Yeah, there you go. So it was released less than a year ago or a year and a half ago, and I think hold on, you search X Defiant shut down because it was super fast, like insane. I've never seen a game like get shut down this quickly. I I forgot how, I don't know, I'm trying to just skim this and find, it was, I don't know, maybe some of you guys, maybe you don't remember it, because I guess you can't, well, you wouldn't hear about this game anymore because it's not out anymore. But, oh, June, yeah, that's right. So from February to June, so that's like, what, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, something like that. It's less than a year. That's my point. It's less than a year for a live service, which is a bit, like, I don't know. I don't think it wasn't doing that badly, was it? I don't know. But it seems a bit, like I meant, because I know it took them years to do that. It took them, like, at least 3 or 4 years. And I don't know. I would be super pissed off if someone, like, took all this toil from my life of all this work and they just went, no, we're going to take this down and fire me afterwards. I think I'd be super pissed off. But I don't know. A lot of them, I think they are just so demoralized that they just don't care anymore. And I don't blame them. It is pretty brutal. So I'm just trying to write some gibberish words in here for the moment. Just to give this, you know. I don't know, what do you guys... Okay, I'm probably been working on this concept long enough. What do you guys reckon of this, how this is going? I'm just going to copy the text down. We'll zoom out. I'll minimize all this. What do you guys... How do we reckon? What do we think of this? Oh, Fox, you played X-Defiant and it was really fun. Oh, man, that's a shame. S. Lemon says, S4 is officially back under a company called Valofay. Not sure what VFun is, but maybe that's the company's games launcher. I mean, maybe. Well, yeah, I'll look into it over the weekend, maybe. I'll have a gander. But yeah, I don't know, what do you guys reckon of these? This is sort of, I think, probably the most creativity I'll be able to squeeze out today. But we got the first one, which is very material, kind of angular and cold. The second one, which is just windows, which I need to do another pass of that. I think it looks pretty bad. The third one is sort of a, I don't know what you call that. It's got the same palette as the first one, but it's got more of a, I don't know, it's different somehow. It's like a portable, it looks more portable, if that makes sense. And then you got this fourth one, which is just, I don't even know what you'd call that. It's just out there doing its own thing. I don't know. The top two stand out to Striffy the most. These are the Windows 95 and the Angular one. The new one reminds you of a watch, says Cybershell. Huh. Oh, I can kind of... yeah, I can see that. Yeah. I might have to... I think over the weekend, I just will not look at this. And then when I come back, I'll probably have a much clearer, clairvoyant sense of what I want to do. But, Lemon says, I like the bottom right one's colors and values, but don't think the white lines need to wrap all the way around. Yeah, I agree. There is... I think I'm kind of... Yeah, I think so. I'm a little bit... I don't know how to use the lines, I think. I think as well, the lines would look cooler around... Like... instead of touching from bottom to top like this... If you had like maybe one set of lines going down and then one connecting from the top or something, and then having some go across, like so that they're not all connected in this big thing. I think that might be cool. And because there's none on this side of the screen. All the lines are just there and it looks a little too concentrated. I think, yeah, if I was able to make it so that the lines would kind of go across the whole screen somehow, but not in like a incoherent, noisy way, but in like a nice way, then, you know, that'd be cool. Fox. Actually, I should label these. I realized that I haven't labeled them. Let me just name the layers. And I'll give these some text. I'll get a text box out. I probably should have used this ages ago, but we'll get a. Can I just make this white? Well, I'll add a little label to all of these so that you know which one's which. Give it a nice black outline. Give it a drop shadow. I will use the serpentine font. And we'll make this small. Not that small. Not that small. Yeah. I'll put this in the... I'll tuck it in the corner there. To keep it out of the way. And this will be number 2, just so that you know what order it's in. And then this will be 3 and 4. Just occurred to me that I could have put these layer effects on a folder. Oh, wait, one of the numbers went missing this then. Oh, there we go. Let's call this labels. All right, there we go. Now I've got them numbered. I'll give this a save. Hi, Bits and Bytes. Been a morning. Been a while since catching stream. Well, you have just caught the tail end. You came just in time. Yeah, it's been pretty good. Well, yeah, this is the outcome. We did a lot of rambling about the decline of modern design and like nihilism, I guess. But this is the outcome of all that. We've got some concepts going. I gotta say, it's been a lot simpler and easier doing it. I know that it's like pixel art and it's sloppy, but I really should have started here last week. So I'm learning. So this was a lot more fun than trying to meticulously align every vertex with like the freeform pen tool at full definition. But doing this at like, there's a name for this resolution, like V8 VGA, but it's like smaller than VGA. But yeah, this is like, each of these boxes is like 320 by 280, which is tiny. But if it looks good at that size, then it looks good. So it means I can scale it up and it'll look fine. But you got to master the low fidelity first. So yeah. Check out G-Shock white and blue. Oh, I think I know what this is. I think I don't know why, but I just remember the G-Shock watch. Something about it, I just awakened an ancient memory. I think I used to have one of these, I think. It might not have been this exact brand. It might have been like a ripoff. But I had a watch that used to look exactly like... Oh. It looked like this, but with a different color scheme. Oh, man. You just unlocked a huge memory for me right now. It was like a... It had like a red button, and it was like a sage green color. But I don't think it was like an authentic... It was probably some rip-off version of this. Wow. Thanks for reminding me of that. Oh, this palette's cool with the green and purple. That's really sick. But the... God, now I've got to find the exact one that I had now. Because, yeah, man, because I used to wear this, like, when I was, like, a child, I would wear this, like, to bed. Like a watch like this. It was, like, my favorite thing to possess. And I don't know, I just liked wearing it. I think it's because it was, like, to me, it was my Omnitrix, But, you know, the Omnitrix isn't real, so I just went, oh, I'd get like a watch, and I'll be like Ben. And that was sort of my thing. G-Shock. Sage. I'll search Sage and see. Okay, maybe it wasn't Sage. This is too green. But it was sort of like this sort of design that they had. But yeah, these are sick. Man, look at that. But yeah, so I don't know, maybe Gabby would wear a G-Shock watch. Cybershell says, the stripes against Gabby look cool. I could imagine a couple light blue. Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually, because I want to add a little bit of touching up there. Because I think it's the thing that's throwing me off is that there's only one color of line. It's all just solid white. And it's strong. Very strong. And I think it needs those other colors that I totally just neglected. See, I'm not a master. I gotta learn. So yeah, these sort of lighter blue ones. Yeah, if I had maybe going across the bottom and top. I know it's probably gonna mess up the contrast, but I don't care. I'm just a kid with his paintbrush right now, having fun. But if we okay, maybe that's too much. But if I went like here, okay, that goes behind her. It's not quite what I was intending. And then like another hold on, can I turn off the render? Yeah. So if I went in like this, like that, that's what I was thinking. This is better. I like this a bit more. Kind of separates it. But it's it needs. I think it's a bit. I think if I did a second draft of that one, I could come up with a better. Because it's not reasonable enough. It's just kind of cool looking. Okay, I don't like the bottom. It looks washed out. But if I don't know, maybe if I recolor that with dark blue, well, it's better. I think it's maybe it's the saturation. That's a bit nicer. But yeah, no, that's better. Cybersoul says that's looking pretty tight. Oh, that's good. Tight is a great compliment. That's what Tuco said when he tried Walt's product, and that's a good reaction to have. You know, if you give someone a UI, if you give them the game menu or the game cover artwork, and they look at it and go tight, yeah, that's how you know it's like you've succeeded, you've won. And then they're gonna look at you and say, oh, whatever, man, just keep bringing me that. And that's how you have job security as an indie dev. You make it so tight that they just keep going, yeah, game mechanic, whatever aesthetic, whatever, man, just keep bringing me that. And they're going to keep buying. And that's what you want. But it's got to be 99% pure. That's the trick. And it's got to be, oh, funny coincidence. What's the color of Walt's product? It's blue. Interesting. Why is it always blue every time? Everything's always blue. Cybersoul says skewing also helps. Looks speedy. Thank you. Yeah. I wasn't really sure whether to lean into the skewing that much. And it is a bit hard to do. Unreal kind of makes it difficult to skew because it just, you know, adds all this aliasing to it. But I think it might be worth it if it looks good enough. Even if just here it looks cool enough. I think it'd be fine. Stroofy says, I think if you did revisions with that one, it could make it look great. You mean number 4? Perhaps. Oh, I forgot to turn the filter back on. Hold on. There we go. Maybe. It's just not really what I expected at all to make. I literally did not imagine making that. Yeah. I kind of like... it is drawing my eye a lot, though. I can't help but look at it, which is good. But I also there are bits of these other ones I like. And I feel like I have to choose a favorite son, you know? Number 2 I don't like, but the other ones, like number 1 and 3 and 4, I like them all. But my eyes keep looking at number 4. So, It's not quite the direction I was thinking of going. I thought I'd do it because it'd be funny, but it actually does look kind of. If that's the one people keep looking at, then maybe I accidentally designed a good one. But yeah, I'm just gonna. If I just zoom out and just squint my eyes. I wonder if maybe there's bits of the others I could put in. Maybe that's what. Because, well, I'll have to think more first before I say what I'm thinking. But because I like the angularity of some of it and the orderliness, but the way that the other one makes room for a character render is pretty cool. And I'm also just trying to think how that would work on a website. Like, how would a web page with this styling look with each of these? That's the other thing. I don't know. If you guys close your eyes and just imagine each of these aesthetics with a vertical web page, I don't know. I'm just trying to imagine what comes to mind. What would be easiest to make aside? You know how the HTML semantic tags, they got header, aside, body, footer? I was trying to imagine it. And I can kind of imagine it on number 4, actually, quite well. And it will use a lot more flat colors. But I don't know. My only worry is that it looks too much like when you say Y2K to people. My only worry is that it looks too much like what they expect it to look like, if that makes sense. Like it looks like just another Y2K design and not its own thing. That's my only concern. That's it, really. So I don't know. I might need to just give myself a few days to let these sit in my eyes and my memory a bit and just make a judgment on them. Striffy says, the thing I like the most about 2 is that it has the feeling of being a 3D space. Reminds me of the 3D globe. Yeah, so like the shapes, you mean? Yeah. I think the like the curved top and bottom, yeah, it kind of does. It makes it feel like a newsroom. Because they have the similar type with the desks that they use in the sets of those. They have that similar thing. I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of how I've used the color. I think I've misused it. And the gray feels it is just trying to copy Windows 95. I can just tell. It didn't come off as good as I was hoping. But yeah. But you know, we got somewhere. So I'll have to just let my eyes rest on it and ponder. Rice Awake says these UI remind me of Halo. Ooh. Oh, that's what I forgot to look up. I was going to look up Halo 2. One of you last week said Halo 2, and I totally forgot to look it up. But that game did have incredible... Oh, what do you know? It's blue. Wow. Why is it all blue? Like, oh, this. Actually, maybe this is what I was trying to do with those other ones. Because this is really, really good. With that kind of... the way that they do the margins and the accents. Like that. That's really cool. But it looks holographic, though. That's the thing. Is that I don't necessarily want the holographic look. But I don't know. This is because there's so many choices. You got so many choices. But this is cool. It's really cool. Yeah. But, you know, it can't just be copying Halo 2. That's the only thing. I guess my version is sort of similar, but it uses white instead of the light blue. Like it has more... It's less holographic, more solid. It's sort of is what I was trying to do. But this does look so good. I just wonder, because it feels as though, I guess I'll just give my last minute thoughts before I get going. But the thoughts I'm having that make me conflicted on this is that I feel like I'm being pulled in 2 different directions by my own desires. Because part of me desires this sort of thing with the angular holographic blue sort of aesthetic. And then part of me also wants the sort of... I will call this, for all intents and purposes... no, this isn't it. What was that picture I had open before? It was the Y2 Aesthetics Institute. It was on like the front page of this. Like this sort of thing. Because this is different, right? Like this picture and this, it's different. But I like them both. And I feel like I'm being pulled between this sort of more blobby, candy-like summer. These are the words I associate when I look at this. I look at this sort of thing, and I think it's more like 90s. It's like the mall. I'm just saying words that come to my mind. The mall, summer, fruit, ice cream, water, and like, you know, those vending machines where they have the Pepsi on it and it's got all the droplets. I don't know why that comes to mind as well when I look at this. But then when I look at this stuff, I'm thinking like it's serious. Like I have a more serious, I'm hacking the mainframe type energy. A gigabyte of RAM will do the trick type vibes. We got to save the Covenant. I know this is kind of from getting us a bit from Halo 2, but the other stuff I was looking at as well, right? It's all, if I still have the tab open for it, like the S4 League type stuff. Like this feels, it's like a refined glass, sports, but it's not summer. This doesn't give me the summer feeling. This gives me, I don't know. It's like, I don't even know. I'm just trying to think of words to help me describe and put a handles on these. Like this feels like digital, I guess, but not with the interface because it has these metal things on it. But the Halo interface there's no material on it. It's very, very digital. And what other ones were we looking at? Not Persona. But like this has sort of this has that sort of summerish look, and this kind of helps. This kind of does blend them both a little. This Neptuna one, it kind of blends them a little both, and I think that's maybe it is possible to get both, because they are both pretty good. I guess the Sonic 06 aesthetic is a bit like the second option too, where it's not summer. And it's not like you don't have a taste in your mouth when you look at this, but it does feel serious and metallic and cold and edgy. And I like that. And that's what I like about the Halo 2 menu. And that's what I like about what are the other ones I've looked at? I can't remember now. But you know, it's like cold, metallic, serious. And then the other Y2K more ones are like summer. It's almost as if the age demographic is different. Like this is going to sound nuts. Bear with me just a minute. Mueller Brockman, I got to get out the book. He has a quote. Got to get out the grid book. Mueller Brockman says something about this. And I think the real conflict is not a design conflict. It's a character conflict. I'll explain in just a bit. Just got to find the page I found this on. Because he explains this problem that I'm trying to, he explains it. It says, it's not in the foreword. I gotta find it. It's in the first chapter. It says, I'm literally holding the book right now. I'm just reading, trying to find it. Because there's a bunch of stuff about the purpose of the grid. I think it's on the page. Yeah, hold on. Well, here's some cool quotes. This isn't what I was looking for, but he does say, the author has sought to identify and explain in detail and step-by-step essential points to be observed in design of a grid. But that's not what I was looking for. There was another paragraph. There was another little line here that will explain this dilemma that I've been thinking about a lot lately. I really should have highlighted it because I have to dig through all these paragraphs to find it. Oh, no, I did write it down somewhere. Hold on. It's in my Obsidian vault. I did write it down. Sorry, I don't want to make you guys wait too long. But this quote changed it changed everything. So I just want to find it. I know it's in I was writing it in the last few days and it's in here. If I go to today's note and go back 2 days ago, I wrote this down. I think I've got it. Yes. So looking at all this stuff, right? Looking at this, and the other thing I was showing. wherever it was. Like the wipeout stuff, this stuff. When you look at it all, maybe you're like me and you like all of this equally, or maybe you have a preference. Maybe you prefer one or the other. What's going on there? The reason why some of us will be drawn to some of this, and the reason how these different styles emerge, and you might like them for the same reasons, but the reason why it kind of branches out into all these different the sub flavors that you could call them, is because of this thing. So Mueller-Brockman says, every visual creative work, I'll repeat that because it's so important. Every visual creative work is the manifestation of the character of the designer. It's a reflection of his knowledge, his ability, and his mentality. So when you think about that, and you think about the different permeations of all of these different designs, the way that they do things, how some of them are very kind of like marshmallow looking, like this sort of one. The white and the outline, it kind of makes it feel squishy like a marshmallow, but it has this angular lines and the blue and like the sky blue colors. It's got a summer feeling. So that might say something about the character of whoever chose these, because someone chose that. This was not AI generated, obviously. So what this really is saying is whoever's responsible for this, it says something about his character. Same with this. Same with these, same with this, same with this. And it says something different. It says something a little different where you can kind of feel the personality of the designer be different between all these. Some of them have a more carefree personality. Some are a bit more rigid. You know, you would get a sense of the temper. It's like the designs have personalities. That's what I'm trying to explain. So like the Halo 2 one, the personality of the Halo 2 HUD feels more conscientious and rigid and inflexible, and those are all things you might use to describe a person. And it's the same with this. This is very curvy, round, soft, but not but angular still, but in a weird way, in a unique way. And the color choice with the green, you know, this person feels like they'd be more fun to hang out with compared to like the Halo 2, whoever did this. This person feels like a very sedentary, serious person. This person feels like you'd go shopping with them at the mall, which is probably why this reminds me of the mall so much for some reason. Like you would go out shopping for Ben t-shirts with whoever designed this and you'd have a fun time. Whereas this dude would want to stay inside and, you know, draw stuff with rulers and margins and whatever. So, like, I don't know, this might sound a bit, what would you call it? It might be like you're anthropomorphizing it or whatever, but these are human-made, so I think it's appropriate. And I guess the real thing is there's no right choice, which is what makes it hard. But the choice I'm going to have to make is, what part of my personality do I want, or Gabby's, I should say, do I want to communicate in the design? And that's, I think it's not a choice as a matter of the shapes and the colors. Because these I think would all work pretty okay. But the choice you do make says something about Gabby or me. And I think that's the thing I don't know what each of these says yet. And I think I'll be able to know once I kind of look at these hard enough and know what it says, of like, oh, this type of shape says something, which I can't perceive yet. I don't know what it is. But once I can see it, then I can make a more deliberate choice about what the direction I want to then narrow down. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. It's just making it deliberately. That's the main concern. Whatever the thing is, I want it so that it's the thing, the impression that is being left about the character of the designer or the character of Gabby. I want it to be deliberate. That's the thing. And I know that each of these says something different about her. That's the short of it. Does that make sense? Cybershell says the voices must give feedback now. I know, but look, I think I got to give the voices a rest. I think they're all out to lunch right now. But the voices will tell me in the next few days. They'll tell me something, I think. S4 looks aquatic. Yes, aquatic. And that is cool. I like that aquatic look. It is pretty cool. And Gabby likes the aquatic look. But what I'm curious about is, what does the aquatic look say about the character of the designer? Like, what does it really say? We know that we associate it with the word aquatic, and we have maybe certain sensations, smells, tastes that come to mind when you think of the word aquatic. I have like memories I associate with that word. But if you, I don't know, I feel like there's something more to it. If you looked really hard at their design, which I am going to do, if I look really hard at it and like pick it apart, understand, you know how I was explaining with the Windows menu, how I was able to explain how each shade of gray was picked and why they used the gradient. Like when you get to that level of understanding of those references, then you understand the character of the designer. And I haven't gotten that familiar with these other references yet. So that's what I want to figure out, is what does it say and what do I want to say? But now I've got some options of what I could say. But now I got to pick which one do I want to say for the right reasons. That's basically it's the artistic dilemma of the moment. Cybershell says adventure and exploration that you associate with aquatic. I think so. Yeah, there is a bit of a, because I guess the ocean, and I guess this is another theme that's been emerging in this little adventure we've been on. Because I have neglected this task a bit, but I was also trying to come up with a name for the site, and Ocean Eyes was one of the contenders. But if I pick that name and pick an aesthetic that is like S4's, which is aquatic, that might actually work really well. And the ocean, I have a very kind of deep thing about what that means to me. And I don't know, maybe I need to look into that more and see if that comes through. But what I'm curious is what these other ones will also say. The ones with the more angular look. What does that say? So I don't know. Does that... Maybe I don't know. If you don't really get it, if this doesn't quite... This sounds like just gibberish. I would take that quote that I said. I'll repeat it. And just over the next week, start looking for it in your world. So the quote is... Every visual creative work is a manifestation of the character of the designer, a reflection of his knowledge, his ability, and his mentality. So if you just keep that in the back of your head and just go about the rest of your week, play the games that you play, wear the clothes that you wear, but just look closer at all of it. Start looking at, if you have like a shirt that you, like if you're wearing one of these Hatsune Miku shirts that I see people have or whatever it is, and just look at the illustration on it and think hard about like what mind came up with this? Who decided to make it this color or have this pose? What does it say about that person? And maybe it says something about me if I'm choosing it. Or, if you're playing a game, if you're playing S4 League or one of these other games, you start looking at the design of the environments and the interface. It doesn't have to be just interface. It could be the design of anything. You look around at, I don't know, the car that you have, or if you don't have one, if you have an appliance, like your desktop, if you have a desktop and you have like a case for it or like a tower, whatever, you look at that and go, well, what does that say about the character of the guy that designed that? Or the mouse that you're using. Look at the mouse. Like I'm looking at my mouse right now. I'm looking at the shapes. I'm looking at what is the character of the designer in this? Because it was made by somebody. So it's not... I don't think it's a silly thing to think about, because someone did have to design it. Unless it's AI slop, in which case you shouldn't be looking at that anyway. But the stuff that's made by people, that's the thing that AI won't be able to imitate. And that's, I think, what makes it everlasting, is the character of the designer. So just think about that as you go about your life this week and see if you notice anything. Because I don't know, the more I've been thinking about it, just the more beautiful the world becomes. And I don't know, man, it awakens something in you, and it's cool. It's hard for me to explain if you haven't experienced it, but you start noticing it's actually there's a bit of a dark side to it. On the bright side, you start noticing how much more beautiful and ugly the world is. So beware, you will start getting pissed off by more things, because literally I can't go outside anymore and just not get annoyed by the design of cars. And it actually does make me extremely annoyed, because a lot of them look ugly. But when I see something beautiful, I don't know, I appreciate. I don't take it for granted anymore. I'm much more appreciative. So I'm going to be doing that as well, because I can't help myself now. I can't not do that anymore. But yeah, I'm going to be thinking about that with these concepts and see what, I don't know, where this ends up going. But yeah, that'll be all this week, I think. I think that's pretty happy with the outcome. Ocean Eyes. Oh, that's a sick. Hold on. Let me copy and paste that. That's sick. Thanks, Coesta, for that suggestion. I almost missed that. Because the name I was thinking was... I was thinking this. But you just wrote that. And that's freaking nice. I like that. That does look sick. Because the letter Z just is a cool letter. It looks sick. Thanks for that. I might consider that. Because that's probably the other closest name I've got. I was going to pick another one, but I ran it by a friend. And he is super honest with me. And he usually tells me my stuff's good. But when he doesn't tell me it's good, that's how you know it's like, okay, this is definitely not a good idea. And the one I wanted to do, he says, don't do that one. Just don't. And I said, okay, yeah, fair enough. So I've been kind of stuck. But that is, I like that. That's cool. I'll put that in the pool, add it to the list. But anyway, guys. Yeah, Coesta cooked. Bro cooked. I just have to, I don't know, I got to run a search on it to see if anyone else has taken it. But my instant first impression is, I was like, whoa. You know, I was able to recognize it in Twitch chat here, which has like the tiniest font. So that tells you something, right? So, yeah, pretty cool. Anyway, I got to get going. I've gone off over time anyway. But thanks for joining me for a design session. I hope you guys learned something. And I hope that you can start to see the invisible in the world around you. And that when Project Feline is done, you will see all of this pay off, and you'll see the little invisible work there too. And you'll want to rip it off. That'd be a badge of honor. That'd be cool. Anyway, guys, I'll see you next week. We'll see what we end up doing. I'll probably be doing more like mostly this week it's going to be devlog stuff, so I don't know if I'll have any design progress, but we'll see what happens. But until then, I'm trying to think of a cool way how do people say goodbye in a cool way? I don't want to say, no, I was going to say something really cringe, some Hollywood catchphrase. But until then, toodles. There we go. We'll use that. Toodles. Bye-bye.